After participating in a professional esports exhibition match with Katso, aka Kiwomi, against the world's top players, Sunraku returns to the Abyss City to continue his quest of defeating Katarnit. As he resumes his exploration where he left off, what secrets will he uncover, and what challenges await in his mission to defeat this unique sea-dwelling monster? Let's find out. Sunraku spawned in at the vacant house in Reluyith, and he said that he had also logged in while still at the hotel, so he thought not much in-game time had passed. However, he said he felt it had been a long time since he went into birdhead mode, so he did some stretching, but something seemed different about his hands. Then, Emul suddenly jumped from behind him while calling his name, but he avoided her while saying, "Nice try." But Emul said, "Not so fast," and grabbed Sunraku's beak, impressing him because at long last he had been caught. He congratulated Emul because she had improved, and Emul said she wouldn't let go of Sunraku, while Sikru commented the two were fast friends as ever. Sunraku also greeted Sikru, saying it is nice seeing him, and it feels like a long time since they last met. Emul said Sunraku really liked to sleep, and according to Sunraku, it was already day 4 in Reluyith, so he asked if Akane, Rust, and Mordo were gone. Then, he looked for where Araba and that stupid kid Stude were, and Sikru answered that if Sunraku was looking for Stude, he was hiding under the bed, trembling. Emul said Stude had been trembling for a while, and he lacked Vorpal Soul, which Stude didn't seem to like. So he angrily told Emul to shut up, adding that the fishman was gone. So how could he retain his sanity cooped up in a haunted city with 2 bunnies? According to Sunraku, Stude had a point, and that might be the more sane reaction to his situation. He asked if Araba was the fishman Stude was referring to, and if he was gone, then where did he go? Emul called Araba the fishy-smelling guy, and said he had gone out, saying something about searching for his beloved blade. Sikru said that was true, and it had been quite a while since Araba left. Sunraku asked if that was so, saying he thought they would combine all their info to tackle the blocker monsters in each of the 4 towers, but why Araba searching for some kind of sword? He thought that Araba had been searching for it since before they met, so if he found it, it would boost Araba's affinity, and it might be a key flag in their bonus unique scenario. He said he knew what to do now, so why don't they give Araba a little help, and Emul agreed. Emul added that they would defeat the 4 tower blockers one by one. So Sunraku said he was happy they were on the same page, and Emul said it was really easy to follow Sunraku. Sikru asked what he would do, and Sunraku thought about it. He asked Sikru if he could watch Stude for him, and he thought that Stude would be okay, but just in case, and Sikru said he could do that. Sunraku and Emul left, and Sunraku jumped from building to building, making Emul delighted because they were so fast. Sunraku said it does seem different after all, so Emul asked what he meant. In Sunraku's mind, SLF had the same engine as Galaxia Heroes Chaos, so there shouldn't be any major difference in avatar control. But after a few days, SLF felt weird to him, so he wondered if this was the effect of his chosen VR device. Now that he had a taste of pro-grade stuff, the controls on his home devices that he thought were smooth and comfortable now kind of feel like someone's pulling him by his hair from behind, and it was weird. Then, he mentioned that one shouldn't let themselves get too much of a taste for the good life, which made Emul wonder what he was talking about. Sunraku looked like he was about his super jump, and he said to forget about it. He asked where Araba was at that moment, and Emul said she didn't know either. Because of this, he asked if they needed to search the entire city at random and cover every square on the map, making him say, "Screw that." At that moment, something else seemed to cross his mind, and he asked how Siger Zero was doing, because he hadn't seen her again. He was sure Ray was in Reluyith, and someone might have seen her, though they couldn't use mailbirds where they were. Emul seemed to hear something, so she pointed it out to Sunraku because she could hear shouting, making Sunraku look for where it was coming from. Sunraku asked if Emul recognized the voice, and she replied it was from the fishy-smelling guy. Sunraku thought that Emul meant Araba, and realized that Emul's ears weren't just for show, so he congratulated her with "Great job." He told Emul to just continue guiding him, and she replied, "You got it, Sunraku." In another location, we can see something like a tentacle whipping around the houses in the area. Its target was Araba, who seemed surprised by the attack. Araba got angry at the monster attacking him, and said he wouldn't be caught by its tentacle because he wouldn't give up on his blade. And while he was saying this, the monster attacked him again, and he was about to block the attack. But Sunraku arrived to block the monster's attack, which really surprised him. Sunraku successfully blocked the monster's attack, and Araba couldn't believe it was really Sunraku, who said he was there to help Araba find his blade. And a mole added that was exactly what Sunraku would do. Araba thanked them, and Sunraku asked who Araba's opponent was, because it surely wasn't just a garden-variety squid. Araba replied that Sunraku should observe it because it wasn't that simple, as anything it took up became a mutant it could control, like it was just part of its body. It was called a chimera, and Sunraku thought about its ability to take in things, because he felt like he had played as a character like that, and it was cursed prison. A mole asked what was wrong, and Sunraku just said nothing, but that the chimera looked like a pain in the ass to fight, and he asked if Araba was just looking for his missing weapon. So he suggested they ignore the chimera and continue searching. However, Araba pointed out that though he felt wretched about it, the monster had subsumed his beloved blade, the Grand Straight. Sunraku was surprised by what he heard, but he quickly laughed along with a mole, because according to them both, Araba's sword looked like the monster's PP, which Araba seemed to only then realize what they meant. Sunraku said a mole shouldn't say vulgar words like that, and thought that if Pencil Gone were there, she would be rolling on the floor laughing because that was her type of humor. Then he teased Araba by asking if the chimera's sword wong belonged to Araba, which seemed to annoy Araba, who told Sunraku not to mock his partner, because that blade wasn't anyone's genitalia. Then, the chimera attacked them using its swordfish body part, and Sunraku said he knew what was going on now. So they would just take down the boner, aka the seafood transformer, and get Araba's Great Straight, or whatever it was called, and asked if that would be the end of the quest. He added that it was a perfect rehab assignment for him because it was nice and straightforward. So he told a mole and Araba that they should start, and they didn't need to waste any more time. Sure thing, a mole replied, while Araba said of course, because the chimera would pay for what it did. Araba told his beloved sword to hold out just a bit longer, and he will retrieve it from the chimera. Sunraku said Araba was really obsessed with that weapon of his, and according to a mole, she was sure that's how important the Great Straight was to Araba. Sunraku added that meanwhile, he had been using and abusing the Dukas Ram since way back when it was just a marsh dagger. Back to Araba, who tried to punch the chimera, but it blocked using something like a clamshell, and it was about to counterattack using its swordfish, but a mole suddenly cast Magic Edge, which the monster didn't expect. That skill of a mole's hit, so Sunraku praised her for landing the skill. Sunraku also said to put all the seafood that the chimera had taken up on the grill, and he bet it would taste real great. The chimera looked like it was going to attack using Araba's Great Straight, and its target was Sunraku, who was alarmed by the attack. Sunraku suddenly stopped to dodge that attack and jumped upward, while saying to look out, but he was still hit by the monster's attack. Sunraku couldn't believe the attack still nicked him, and his health dropped by 22 HP. He mentioned that he thought he had dodged it, so he wondered if he had mistimed it or something. He realized he wasn't fully on his game yet, while Emol asked if he was okay, and he answered yes and there was no problem. Sunraku thought the monster would just simply turn around to execute a slash because of the blade's position, but it was mean enough to catch him by surprise, and besides that, the chimera's entire body was made from the sea life it had taken in. Sunraku was still saying something about the monster not flinching after taking the full brunt of by Emol's magic spell, but before he could finish, Araba tried to punch the monster again. Sunraku said attacking the sea life that the chimera had taken in wouldn't affect it much, and he was about to say what they needed to target, but Araba said he already knew that. Araba explained that it was the thing that had taken in all those things, and that was the lump in the middle of the chimera's torso. If they wanted to attack, they needed to hit the chimera's main core, but more than that, Araba needed to recover his Great Straight as soon as possible, and at that moment, it was within reach, but Sunraku told him not to rush it. In the next scene, Araba seemed shocked because the chimera's tentacle caught him, and because of this, he could barely speak from surprise. Araba was furious at the chimera because of this, and Emol said Araba was in trouble, so Sunraku told her to prepare her ad spell for him. Then Sunraku prepared to launch a skill, and he used Unbroken Light Dance on the chimera, but it blocked using its shell, which seemed to annoy Sunraku. The monster also seemed to get angry because of Sunraku's attack, so it flung him away with tremendous force. On the other hand, Sunraku wondered why the chimera repelled him back, while Araba was seething with rage, and he said only Katarnid could give form to the chimera because it barely counted as a living thing. Araba bit the chimera's arm and told it to not dare messing with him. Because of this, one of the monster's arms was cut off and Araba fell to the ground. However, Araba seemed worried because it was shown that the chimera would attack him using its shell shield, but Sunraku said, "Not so fast," and changed his weapon to the Empire B Twinblade V4. Then, he used Shano possession to jump toward the chimera and told it to rot in hell while stabbing it with a blade. The chimera stopped attacking Araba because of what Sunraku did, and it was shown that Sunraku's damage was small, but he called a mole to finish it off. So when a mole cast Add Spell Magic Edge, the chimera's arm holding the shell shield was completely broken. The chimera screamed in pain, and Sunraku said it was Araba's turn next, so he should make him proud. And while he was saying this, Araba was already pulling out the Great Straight from the chimera. Araba seemed to be having trouble pulling it from the monster, but it wasn't long before some body parts snapped, so he finally got his beloved weapon back. A mole, said Araba, tore it right off, and Sunraku said his crotch tingled a bit. According to Araba, he would never forgive the chimera for its horrible treatment of his blade, and he told his Grand Straight that it was their turn to attack, or in other words, the possessive existence Nerid, and it was shown that something came out of Araba's sword. The mole was surprised by this, so she asked what came out, and Sunraku had the same reaction. Araba added that soon the chimera's body would learn the full extent of his rage, and he attacked using the Hieroblade Coral Thorn. Araba stabbed the lump in the middle of the chimera's body, and it finally died from his Hieroblade Coral Thorn attack, impressing both Amul and Sunraku. The rage was visible on Araba's face because of how the chimera had taken his beloved blade, and Amul said it was amazing how quickly Araba defeated the chimera, while Sunraku teased Araba about what he was, because he had summoned something from his sword, and he had no idea Araba could do that kind of secret trick, saying it made the little boy inside him come alive. According to Amul, she was sure it was an elemental spirit, which seemed to surprise Sunraku, and he questioned that such things existed in SLF2, saying it was the first time he had seen something like that in this game. Then, Amul explained to him that an elemental spirit is when elemental magic force gathers in one place, like a whirlwind, and forms a sense of self. Her father, aka her boss, told her that, and Sunraku asked if it was self-aware magic power, thinking that was how it was defined in SLF. Araba said Amul was right, but it had just been born, so it was like a child, and its name was Nerid. At that moment, Nerid suddenly hid behind Araba, and Sunraku seemed annoyed at his contusion because even spirits hate like him, but Amul said she thought it was just a matter of Sunraku's looks. Araba told Nerid that he saved her thanks to Amul and Sunraku's help, and Nerid seemed to be thinking about what to answer. Nerid said she wouldn't have been eaten if Araba hadn't let go of her, which was an unexpected response and showed Nerid's grumpiness. Araba argued that it happened because they were attacked by a school of Pescorians, and Nerid replied that she was terrified because of that. Araba apologized and said he wouldn't let go again. Sunraku seemed surprised that Nerid could talk, and she's already gripping at Araba. Then, Nerid looked in Sunraku and Amul's direction, who both looked surprised, and Nerid seemed to want to say something to Sunraku, whom she called Birdman. She thanked him for helping while bowing as a sign of respect, and Araba also thanked them because both Nerid and his sword were safe. Sunraku replied it was no problem, because Araba had helped him distract the dual-element Orca, and Nerid could repay them by serving as Araba's weapon. Then he asked if Nerid was powerful despite looking like a child, and Araba seemed unsure in his response. Sunraku added that the move that defeated the chimera was a real killer, and he bets Nerid would be strong in a real fight, but Araba said he thinks Sunraku is mistaken, because that move was his, and Nerid had nothing to do with it, which really surprised Sunraku. Araba explained that what Sunraku saw was the elemental spirit that possessed his blade when it was forged, and it was called the Existence. Sunraku didn't seem to understand this, and he said he knew she existed, and he hadn't seen a spirit before, but before he could finish, Araba said he meant existence. Araba asked himself if he needed to explain everything, and said he had just told Sunraku that spirits are made from pools of magic. So in other words, spirits are magic force itself, and they need magic to form their bodies. Sunraku got that, and Araba asked him what would happen if that force ran out. But of course Sunraku didn't know the answer. Araba explained that Nerid was born 2 years ago, but as he said, newborns with little sense of self aren't that smart. He added that if a spirit has no way to absorb magic for itself, it will wander around in rage until it can no longer sustain itself, and most of them don't last very long. Nerid was like that too, and she had used up the power she had when she was born. So Sunraku was about to ask how Nerid was still alive, but Araba beat him to it, saying Nerid was implanted in the Grand Strait, a blade made as Nerid's vessel. In that way, Nerid could exist from the small amount of magic force Araba had. That was what enabled Nerid to stay alive, and that was what he meant by an existence. So he asked Sunraku if he understood now. Sunraku said that to sum it up, did Nerid just come out of the sword? And Araba said yes. Then, Sunraku asked if Araba's sword wasn't a spiritual enchant or magic casting sword, and Araba said no. Sunraku also asked if she boosted Araba's attack force and other things, but learned that wasn't the case either. Araba said she didn't boost anything for him, and it depended on the spirit. Sunraku couldn't believe that Nerid just lived in Araba's sword, because he thought Nerid had unleashed her force for Araba because of the timing and all, but Araba told him not to give him that because that sword was the reason Nerid could stay with him instead of vanishing. But for Sunraku, that wasn't what he expected. Araba added that it was more than enough for him that Nerid was alive, which made Sunraku pause, and he said he thought he got it now. So he asked if it was a mutual agreement, because Nerid wasn't forced to enter the Grand Strait just because she lost her magic or whatever. In other words, Araba was helping Nerid. Araba asked if Sunraku had been watching them for the past 2 years, but Sunraku asked how he could have done that. He also asked if anyone could pull off the existence that Araba was talking about, and he answered yes, if they could get in tune with the vanishing spirit and get its consent, and it couldn't be forced. He added that as far as he knew, only dwarves could forge the right weapon for it, which made Sunraku ask if it's some kind of special smithing skill. In his mind, he hadn't heard about this before, and he thought Rabbituza smiths couldn't do it, so he would check the FAQs later. He also thought about existence, and thought that in the end, people would try to stuff spirits into vessels to make weapons of mass destruction, and wasn't that the story of Phyla? Araba asked what was up, and if Sunraku was curious about Nerid, and Sunraku said no. While Amul seemed jealous because she said she was already there, and Sunraku didn't need a spirit, making Sunraku seem forced to agree because Amul was pointing at him while saying this. He said this wasn't the elemental spirit he pictured, but at least Araba got his sword back. He added that Araba's sword was strong, so there's still a way more powerful team than before. He said it was perfect because their main order of business that day was to beat up the 4 blockers, and Amul looked excited, while Araba seemed surprised. He said they would start with the closest tower, so Araba shouldn't get lost, and Araba asked if these were the blockers Sunraku mentioned, and if he was serious. Nerid said they should follow them, because Sunraku and Amul had saved her, and she wanted to help Sunraku. So he followed Sunraku, and asked him if he knew what they were fighting. Sunraku answered that according to info from his friends, the blockers in the towers had a trait where they could cancel all types of magic, and he had seen one when he was climbing the tower. Amul was surprised that magic didn't work on the blockers, so she asked Sunraku if he would leave her again, and Araba said if magic was useless, he couldn't blame Sunraku for leaving Amul, who refused to be left behind because Sunraku always made her wait before, and she asked if Sunraku preferred the spirit, but Sunraku said no. Sunraku wants to bring Amul along this time, which surprised both Amul and Araba. He explained that his friends just said it didn't work, but they could be wrong, and that was the kind of thing he wanted to scope out himself. For Sunraku, this wasn't just any game, because in SLF, you had to be absolutely sure, and while Sunraku was thinking this, they were climbing the first tower. Soon, they saw the blocker, and its name was Cleo Cathilla. Sunraku asked if that was the blocker, and Amul seemed impressed that it was floating. Sunraku said that after fighting the disgusting chimera, the blocker looked more graceful and beautiful, but according to Araba, this wasn't a nature cruise. At that moment, the blocker seemed to do something, which alarmed Sunraku, and in the next scene, We learn that it released things that looked like tentacles, and the blocker attacked Sunraku's group using these things. Sunraku and Araba jumped to dodge that attack, and Sunraku said he took back what he said because they were fighting a monster after all. So he told his companions to get ready for their first fight with a blocker. Sunraku, Emol, Araba, and Neri charged at the blocker, and Sunraku told Emol that it was time for Magic Edge, so she casted it right at that moment. The Magic Edge hit the blocker, but it seemed to have no negative effect, and it just glowed. Emol was impressed that magic attacks really didn't work on blockers, while Sunraku seemed to have thought of an idea. Sunraku said that unlike the tower that deflected the orca's attack, they were hitting the blocker but the damage was being cancelled. The blocker attacked again, making Sunraku's group jump backward, and Araba asked why Sunraku was still talking about the blocker's resistance to magic, when he knew about it from the start, and while saying this, he was slicing the blocker's tentacles that were attacking him. Sunraku saw this and was impressed by what Araba did, saying it was stupendous, and he said they couldn't lose out to Araba, so he also sliced the tentacles coming at him. He laughed after that and said that while magic attacks were fully shut down, melee attacks seemed to work fine. He added that he could slice the blocker's attacks like confetti, and on the other hand, Nereid was asking Araba what she would do. So Araba thought about what he would have her do. At that moment, the blocker suddenly glowed again, and Sunraku noticed that the blocker's tentacles he had cut were regenerating, which scared and panicked Sunraku's entire group, and they couldn't believe what happened. Sunraku said the tentacles came back quickly, and according to Araba, they couldn't just keep cutting the tentacles forever, so he asked what they would do. The blocker glowed again, and Sunraku said that when the tentacles regenerated, the core of the blocker's body glowed, where the tentacles grew from. He thought that was the blocker's vital part, and Araba said they should target that, but according to Sunraku, the constant barrage of coiling tentacles was preventing him from getting close. Because of this, he asked if this fight was meant for a larger party, and meanwhile, Araba charged at the blocker. Sunraku was puzzled by what Araba did, who said he would swim to attract the tentacles, so he asked if Sunraku could attack while he did that. Sunraku replied that he could do it, and that's exactly what he would do. Then, Sunraku jumped toward a pillar and told Emol to prepare her magic, which confused her. Sunraku used his Shangri-La possession skill and jumped toward a chandelier to bounce off and attack the blocker from above. Sunraku mentioned that the blocker wasn't throwing too many tentacles at them, and they would attack its core. Emol was surprised by what Sunraku wanted to do, saying her magic wouldn't do anything to the blocker, but according to Sunraku, she shouldn't be silly, because didn't she see that even though the damage was cancelled out, it still had an impact on the blocker. Using Emol's magic edge, he said, they could easily blow away a bunch of limp tentacles. That's exactly what happened, and Sunraku praised Emol because he now had a way in thanks to what she did. Araba said Sunraku should move now and smash down the blocker, so Sunraku used his unbroken light dance skill to slice through the blocker's tentacles, saying its weak point was wide open. He called it a freaky sea slug and took out the Giltabril to shoot the blocker's core using that weapon. Sunraku's attack hit the blocker's core, and the blocker screamed in pain. The blocker's tentacles let go of Araba, and he praised Sunraku for what he did, but Sunraku said he was just getting started. However, the blocker quickly regenerated its tentacles, which shocked Sunraku, who couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he said it was just too fast. He added that he didn't mature the crystals on the way to Reluyith, and meanwhile, Emol was panicking. Sunraku said it was time to change it up and threw the Giltabril to Araba, which seemed to be surprised by what Sunraku did. Araba asked if the crystals in the Giltabril were weapons, and Sunraku ordered him to hurry and bash the blocker's core with it. He said if Araba wasted any time, the blocker would take the crystal that's been hammered inside it. So Araba said what Sunraku was saying made no sense, but asked if he should attack the blocker with that weapon. At that moment, Nereid called out to Araba, because the blocker was attacking him with tentacles again, making Araba annoyed because they wouldn't stop attacking him, and Nereid got annoyed too, saying she couldn't help, but she suddenly started glowing after saying that. Meanwhile, Sunraku saw what was happening to Araba, and said they needed a new strategy, so Emol asked what they would do. Back to Araba, who was yelling for the tentacles to stop, adding that they were no match for him, when Nereid suddenly asked for the Giltabril from him. Araba was surprised by what Nereid said, and she told him she had built up a little magic, and she thought it would be enough for just one shot. Because of this, Araba gave the Giltabril to Nereid, who said she would protect Araba and Sunraku, and she used her sacred word skill, which released many bubbles. Sunraku saw this and was surprised by Nereid's skill because water was gathering around her. Then, Nereid used flow with power to throw the Giltabril at the blocker, and Imul looked completely shocked by what Nereid did. The blocker tried to catch the Giltabril with its tentacles, but Nereid seemed to have done something to counter what the blocker did. Nereid changed the Giltabril's direction using the water surrounding it, which surprised the blocker who hadn't expected that to happen. Meanwhile, Araba cheered for Nereid's attack to hit, and in the next scene, it was shown that the attack had hit the blocker's core perfectly. Araba said Nereid's attack hit, and Sunraku said Nereid surprised him, and he would take it from there. Sunraku spoke the words "growing up" and explained that this voice input command creates vibrations at a certain frequency, and this frequency rapidly enlarges the crystal embedded in the monster, making it scream in pain. Araba looked completely shocked at what was happening before him, and Sunraku said they had defeated the first blocker. Araba was overjoyed that they won, and he also congratulated Nereid with "great job," and she was happy too. Araba added that he could hardly imagine that just he and Sunraku could defeat the blocker, saying he wasn't an ordinary man. Meanwhile, Sunraku was also delighted, saying there were tons of rare-looking materials, and that was why he couldn't stop with these kinds of things. Imul was laughing hard, saying it was super easy, while Araba didn't seem amused. Back to Sunraku, who was teasing Imul because she was so scared at the start of the fight. And on the other hand, Nereid mentioned that Sunraku was amazing in many ways, which Araba didn't seem to like. He said Sunraku shouldn't say he was going to attack another blocker, which made Sunraku think. He said he would like to if he could, but he had just finished an event, so he was thinking of sleeping first because he was tired after the rush of winning. Araba mentioned that Sunraku seemed unusually fatigued, and he replied that he was tired because he had reached his goal, and they were at a good stopping point, so he would stop playing and sleep. However, something extremely bright caught their attention, and it was coming from a huge fish. Sunraku couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he asked what it was, and Araba answered that it was a huge anglerfish. He told his companions to hide because it was a Slajivankari angler. He said its eyes have poor eyesight, but if it saw you, you were done for, and it could even suck you in. He added that only the king of the deep or the forest of the deep could fight it. Meanwhile, Sunraku seemed to be thinking about something, and Imul was calling him. Then, he grabbed Imul and gave her to Araba, who was wondering what he was going to do. Sunraku said he had an errand he couldn't pass up, so Araba should take Imul back to base for him, which surprised both Araba and Imul. Because of this, Araba seemed to realize what Sunraku wanted to do, and Sunraku said if the game showed him an anglerfish, did they think he was such a lamer who would ignore it? He added that it was said every part of the anglerfish could be used, and he was absolutely certain it was full of materials. Imul still wanted to go with him, and Nereid said Sunraku was acting strange. Araba replied that it wasn't strange, because this was perfectly normal for Sunraku, and while he was saying this, Imul was throwing a tantrum like a baby. Araba said they should take their eyes off Sunraku for now because this always happened. In the next scene, we return to real life, and it's 2:30 in the afternoon. Sunraku was still lying in his bed, and when he got up, he held his head because it seemed to hurt. According to him, he got completely sidetracked, and he got too excited about the anglerfish hunt. He thought that just as Araba said, the anglerfish was as strong as the two-element orca, and it kept taking in fish, which it fired out like torpedoes. He added that he respawned 1,000,000 times, so it took him until morning to defeat it, and he said he just slept and suddenly it was afternoon. However, he thought Katarnid must have ways to dispatch such monsters, and if he could respawn 1,000,000,000 more times, he would eventually defeat Katarnid someday. He thought that because of the time limit, he likely only had one chance against Katarnid, and that would be on day 7, their last day, and he was sure that's how it works. If he failed there, he would need to try the quest again in another week, so he should forget about it for now. He opened the refrigerator and saw there was already a 6-pack of riot blood, with a note on top, and he hadn't expected it to be replenished. The note was from Rumi, stating that she bought it as promised, and she went to a photo studio to send pics to Towa. so Sunraku should prepare Towa's contact info. Because of this, Sunraku remembered he still had to do that, but he thought it could wait, so he threw the paper aside. He cooked his meal, and at that moment, his phone rang, because Akane had sent a message about the blocker's set of traits, and Sunraku replied that for the time being, he had defeated the magic-resistant blocker. Mordo said no magic really worked on it, so he didn't know where to position himself, and according to Akane, Sunraku has done it again. Mordo added that they as magic users could probably win against the melee-resistant blocker. Because of what Sunraku was reading in their group chat, he asked if each blocker in the 4 towers had unique traits. He thought that the opposite of Blocker 1, the magic-resistant blocker Cleo, was Blocker 2, which was resistant to physical attacks. He realized that because of Katarnid's inversion ability, the blockers having opposite traits wasn't a coincidence, and likely blockers 3 and 4 were also a pair like 1 and 2. In other words, the blockers come in pairs. From those who fought Blocker 3, Rust, Mordo, and Akane, and according to Rust, it neutralized both her steel bow and her magic bow, but sometimes they could damage it out of nowhere. For Mordo, their attacks were cancelled out whenever they were in a good position, but when they were on the ropes, magic and melee attacks started working again. In Akane's case, the same thing happened to her as with Rust, because at first, her kunai and magic were deflected, but she suddenly damaged the blocker. But for Sunraku, he was most interested in Mordo's story. Attacks only worked when the blocker had the advantage, and stopped when it didn't have the advantage anymore, and that was pairs at work again. He added that having the upper hand was also somewhat vague as exact conditions in that situation, but the inversion would help as a hint for how Blocker 3 worked. Then, he asked what Mordo thought about the upper hand, and he seemed to suddenly have an idea. He said they knew that Blocker 4 was the opposite of Blocker 3, so if they checked it to confirm, they would have an exact idea about what it is. Then, he asked in the group chat if they could meet at the base to share what they knew about the blockers, and if Rust and Mordo could log in. He also checked on Rust because she had been quiet in the chat the past few days, so he asked why she was so quiet. Mordo replied that they announced a new game in the Nephilim Hollow series during the GGC event, so Rust wasn't fully focused, which seemed to annoy Sunraku because a sequel to Nephilim got greenlit. Then, Rust messaged that she loved the world so much and she couldn't die until next year. Sunraku teased Rust asking if she was back from the dead, and Mordo said Rust had been like this for days. Sunraku replied that they knew how Rust felt, but she shouldn't say she couldn't play, and according to Mordo, he would step up and get Rust back to normal before nightfall. Akane said she couldn't play until tomorrow, but she could make it on day 7, so she apologized, and said she would just meet her companions later, and Sunraku said that was fine. Sunraku put down his phone and put on his VR device while asking himself if Katarnid would appear after they defeated the 4 blockers, or maybe it wasn't related. He also thought that maybe Katarnid would only appear on day 7 no matter what happened, and regardless, it wouldn't hurt to defeat the blockers. He also thought that no one had seen Rei since they separated, or maybe she was just too busy, and it would be good if she could join them on the last day. Sunraku returned to SLF, and in his mind, he would be alone until Rust and Mordo returned. That was okay with him, and until the two returned, he would check if his hunch was right. They needed to defeat the blockers, and when they encountered Katarnid, they would make it regret of ever thinking of inviting them to Reluiath. In the next scene, it was shown that it was day 5 in Reluiath, and 66 hours, 10 minutes, and 45 seconds remained in the abyssal time. In another place, someone appeared to be extremely angry about what a woman had been thinking. It seemed she was referring to Rei, who had joined Sunraku on an area clearing mission and just beats Lycagon. And the angry woman said that was the craziest thing she'd heard about. People were staring at her. And she added that Rei had said they only defeated a fake shadow, and all the other irrelevant crap she said. She added that if Rei thought she could fool her, Rei was mistaken. That wasn't the only thing annoying her, as she also seemed irritated that she had to leave in such sweltering weather. She was Momo Saiga, aka Saiger 100, Rei's older sister, and she was looking for Rei to demand an explanation for what happened. She shouted confidently that she knows Rei was there, and she knew that Rei knew exactly what drove them to launch Schwartz-Wolf in the first place, but when she arrived at Rei's room, she wasn't there, and the VR headset was put away and the bed was made. Momo couldn't believe Rei wasn't there, and we learned that she was actually at Rockroll Gaming Shop, looking sad. Mana Omaki, the owner of Rock Roll, was asking her what was wrong because she looked down. Mana said her guess was that things weren't going well between Rei and Hizutomi, aka Sunraku, but Rei replied it wasn't like that. Rei explained that Hizutomi had asked for her help with a quest a while back, so they were currently in the same party. Mana said that was great, and it was a big step up for a late bloomer like Rei, but Rei said that because of that, she got into a fight with her sister, so Mana asked why. Mana seemed to think of something at that moment, and asked if the reason was that the sisters were fighting for Hizutomi's attention, saying she loved that development. Rei said it was nothing like that, so she asked what had gotten into Mana. Rei said there was a big secret in SLF that Momo's been fervently pursuing, but she solved it with Hizutomi, and that was a big deal. Mana asked if it was like Rei had taken Momo's save file in an RPG and went ahead in the story without Momo, and Rei replied that was basically it, but she should have some say in it too. She added that she knew she had just been doing her sister's bidding so far, but now she was playing SLF so she can hang out with Hizutomi, but because of their fight, she wasn't in the right mental shape at all to enjoy the unique scenario that Hizutomi invited her into. She hadn't even found the courage to log in these past few days. Mana said she knew it was awkward, but the sisters needed to talk about it, but before she could finish, she seemed surprised by someone who arrived, making Rei wonder about her reaction. It was Momo, and she said she had caught Rei, who looked terrified at her sister's arrival. Rei couldn't believe her sister was there, so she tried to escape. But Momo grabbed her hand and told her not to run away. Momo added that Rei wasn't answering her messages, and why didn't Rei tell her at once? Rei replied that her sister would just yell at her if she answered her messages, and Momo angrily said that was right. That was because Rei had gone rogue without her orders, and she had told her to talk to her first before doing such things. She also said Rei should just explain the current situation, and asked if she was listening. Mana said Momo should calm down a bit, and she was sure Rei had her reasons. Momo replied that Mana shouldn't get involved in their conversation, and Mana did so. Rei said she wasn't like that, then forcefully removed her sister's grip from her hand, which wasn't expected. She told her sister to listen, because she wasn't her sister's accessory, and definitely not her dog on a leash either. After that, Rei walked out, and Momo tried to call after her. Mana said it was rare for Rei to go that far, and according to Momo, what she was asking from her sister wasn't difficult. Mana said Rei had her own problems, which made Momo wonder about that, and Mana asked Momo she doesn't just cut Rei slack as her older sister, making Momo think about what Mana had said to her. However, Momo didn't agree with Mana's suggestion, saying they were gamers, and there were lines that couldn't be crossed, so she left to chase after Rei. Because of this, Mana said it sounds like this situation would simmer a while, but she had predicted that, and maybe even beyond that. She added that Hizutomi hadn't wasted time busting loose in the world of SLF, which is where we head to in the next scene. Sunraka said it was about time Rust and Mordo showed up, asking if they knew how late they were. Mordo apologized because he said it took him a while to get Rust back to a decently sane state. So Sunraku asked if that's what Mordo called Rust's current state, as she still seemed crazy. She was laughing non-stop and playing with an action figure she had made from wood. She said she couldn't die until the new Nephilim game came out, so she thought about working out, because she needed to be limber for launch day. Mordo said he had done everything he could, and Rust suddenly said, "That settles it." She was talking about Nephilim again, and according to her, as preparation for her looming day of destiny, she would practice excessively in VR, which seemed to surprise Sunraku. She added that she would get really serious about SLF and the old Nephilim, so they shouldn't worry, making Sunraku sarcastically remark that was great. At that moment, the head of Rust's action figure broke off and rolled around, making her say it was ominous, and she asked if the new Nephilim's launch would be delayed. Mordo said Rust wasn't very stable, and according to Sunraku, it was hard to say how useful Rust would be. Stude was going crazy too, saying it was all over and he was going to meet his end. Seacrew was trying to calm him down, and Sunraku seemed surprised that Stude was still in that state. He teased him saying he thought Stude was supposed to be an alleged great pirate, and hadn't he bravely sailed there to avenge his father. Stude was annoyed with him and told him to be quiet, while Araba said things had certainly gotten rowdier where they were. Amol asked if Sunraku would beat a blocker that day, and Sunraku replied of course he would, but before that, he would leave Amol, Araba, and definitely stewed behind, which surprised Amol and Araba, who asked if that would be okay. Sunraku said his target now was Blocker 3, and he would defeat it with just Rust and Mordo. Araba asked why Blocker 3 and not Blocker 2, since they knew melee attacks didn't work on 2. Sunraku replied they'd deal with Blocker 2 later, and besides, his build was geared for melee. Mordo said that come to think of it, Sunraku had mentioned to them in chat that he had figured out the traits of Blockers 3 and 4, and Sunraku said he had played before Rust and Mordo logged in, so he had tested things based on what his companions had told him, using the knife he took out. Mordo asked if those were throwing knives, and in the next scene, Sunraku's group was heading to Blocker 3, and he said that just as Mordo had told him, their attacks didn't hit when they had the advantage, but worked again when they were at a disadvantage, which had struck him as a good hint. They were being chased by Fishman zombies, and Sunraku added that the key was in Rust and Mordo's character styles. So in other words, when bow and magic users had the upper hand, didn't that mean they were fighting from a distance? And while he was saying this, Rust was shooting arrows at the Fishman zombies, demonstrating what Sunraku was saying, and according to Sunraku, when Rust and Mordo were on the ropes, that meant close-range combat, where the monsters were close to them both, which was happening now, so Sunraku helped Mordo. Because of this, Rust asked if Blocker 3's main trait was resistance to long-range attacks, and Sunraku replied that she got it, and since Blocker 4 was in a pair relationship with Blocker 3, it was resistant to close-range attacks. Then, he asked Rust if she was getting back into the groove a little, but she just gave him the cold shoulder. On the other hand, Mordo seemed impressed by what he learned, and if that was the case, what Sunraku was saying seemed right, and if they knew the trick, that makes their strategy clear. Before long, they reached the tower where Blocker 3 was, and Sunraku asked if his companions were ready. He said they didn't need to worry about babysitting their NPCs anymore, and it was time to kick some real ass, so they took out their weapons. Sunraku added that Team Nephilim Hollow was setting off. Facing them was Blocker 3, named Amono Tum, and Sunraku said it was a swordsman made of shells, so he asked if it was an ammonite kind of thing. Rust said maybe it's one of those nautilus shellfish, but Sunraku insisted there was an ammonite knight pun going on there, and according to Mordo, it's all spiral shells. Sunraku said Mordo was getting worked up over the weirdest things, but whatever, and at that moment, the blocker seemed to be preparing to attack, and according to Sunraku, they had a plan, and it was time to execute it, so he was counting on Rust and Mordo. Sunraku charged in first, while Rust and Mordo positioned themselves in the back. Sunraku thought that the shellfish could cancel out every kind of long-range attack, so it was easy for him to fight it, but if he wanted Rust and Mordo to get close safely, he needed to get the blocker's aggro squarely focused on him. The blocker tried to thrust at the charging Sunraku with what looked like a fencing sword, but of course Sunraku dodged, saying the blocker had a good stab move, a classic rapier-style motion, even with that outfit. The blocker tried to use a backhanded slash, but Sunraku dodged again, shouting "look out," and he thought the blocker was using a rapier and cutlass dual wield. He added that the blocker sure attacked fast, but he wasn't slow enough to get hit by its textbook slashes. Mordo praised Sunraku because he was attracting all the blocker's combo strikes and parrying each one. He said he's kind of like a dodge tank, and Rust said they should join in. In Sunraku's mind, they knew from their testing that they could damage the blocker within a certain close range, and to be exact, it was within a 10-ish foot radius around the blocker. Mordo asked what magic attribute Rust would break out, and Rust seemed to equip something, saying she would try that for this occasion. It was her strongbow weapon, and she used it to shoot the blocker from close range from behind. Rust's arrow hit the blocker perfectly and sank in a bit, making Sunraku say nice. And some liquid seemed to be coming out of the blocker, so Sunraku warned Rust and Mordo that it was about to attack. The liquid splattered out of the blocker, and it looked like it was going to hit Rust, so Mordo used a quick protection skill. It created what looked like a shield in front of Rust that protected her from the blocker's liquid, and it splashed onto the floor. Mordo told the blocker, "Nice try," but he wouldn't let it hit with that attack. Rust said some liquid had hit her, making Mordo quickly apologize to her. Sunraku explained that this was the reason they left the NPCs behind, because the blocker used the spray attack as a counter to close-range attacks, and if you took the hit undefended, you'd receive massive damage. He added that when NPCs rush into attack because they're landing damage that way, they would definitely get hit by that liquid. They need a firm approach in mind while attacking, and that was why they charged in with a small force of elites. The monster seemed surprised by something, and in the next scene, it was shown that it stabbed Sunraku, but his weapon just passed through. Sunraku used the Mirror of Fading, and his weapon seemed to change. It was the Flame General's Decapitator, and he asked if the joint under the blocker's shell head counted as a neck by the game. Then, he jumped toward the blocker and stabbed at what he called its neck, which he turned into some kind of slash attack. Because of this, the blocker released a lot of liquid, and Russ said that slash was so fast there was no room to counter. Mordo said they couldn't move that fast, and he doubts they could even control their attacks if they tried that. Russ didn't seem to like that, saying she could do that just fine in Nephilim Hollow, so Mordo told her to just be patient for now. Sunraku told them to stop chatting and help, adding that their Shell Guy blocker opponent had a lot of pure durability. Russ said she would try the Magic Bone next, so she ordered Mordo to start firing, and Mordo replied that he's on it. Sunraku said they should try targeting the blocker's left side, and he added that its rapier attacks were pretty sharp and well-aimed, but it only used the cutlass for clumsy counterstrikes. That's what Rust and Mordo did. Mordo commented it's all going well, and he thinks that their strategy is working great, while Sunraku felt something weird, thinking he had the strangest feeling about what was happening. In his mind, the rapier was part of the blocker's body, then transformed it into a part of himself. But the cutlass just looked like any old pirate sword. He wondered why the cutlass was so out of theme with the blocker's body, and it was obvious it was a novice at using that weapon. The blocker tried to attack Sunraku, but he ducked, and he seemed to notice something. According to Sunraku, he knew that, and Mordo seemed puzzled by what he was seeing. Sunraku unequipped the Flame General's Decapitator, and he said it was making sense now. He charged at the blocker without a weapon, and at that moment, he called to Rust and Mordo, and took out the Gilta Brill while saying that this part was derived from the story content that they had started. On the other hand, the blocker released a slash attack, and according to Sunraku, he would leave the choice to Rust and Mordo. Sunraku punched the blocker's hand that was holding the cutlass with the Gilta Brill, making it fly toward Rust and Mordo. Mordo wondered what Sunraku meant by leaving the choice to them and how, while Rust was picking up the sword, looking thoughtful. Rust seemed surprised by what she saw, and she was about to say something about the whale mark carved on it. But before she could finish, Sunraku asked if it was familiar to her. Rust answered that it was the exact same mark they saw on the pirate ship Scarlet Whale, which was captained by the wimpy kid Stewed. Mordo asked if that was it, and Rust asked why would the blocker carry it. Meanwhile, the blocker attacked again, and it was targeting Sunraku again, but he dodged once more, getting annoyed. Sunraku seemed deep in thought, and Mordo asked if the sword meant that Stewed's father was in Reluyith after all. Sunraku said if he remembered correctly, Stewed had said his father was killed in a ghost ship encounter, and he thought maybe he had been dragged down to the sea like they were. However, Rust asked that if the blocker had Stewed's father's sword, maybe it was actually his father himself, which made Mordo wonder about what she mentioned. According to Mordo, there was no clear evidence that the blocker owned the cutlass, and he was about to say something about Katarnid's powers, but Sunraku said the blocker wasn't Stewed's father, because he had already considered that, but no way. According to Sunraku, as Araba had told him, the blockers weren't like the zombies and merfolk in Reluyith that were made from inverting other creatures. Apparently, they were part of Katarnid's family, made by the big guy himself. Mordo wondered about the part where the blocker was Katarnid's family member, and Sunraku said that for an ex-pirate, the blocker's cutlass skills were Bush League. So he wanted to ask the blocker himself how it got the cutlass, but he thought the blocker wasn't there to build a rapport with them, and it seemed to have a new stance that appeared to be telling Sunraku to charge. Rust said the blocker isn't coming, and according to Mordo, they needed to fight the blocker at close range, and it might be looking for a way to counter their attacks. Sunraku thought about the blocker's new stance and said the blocker was in its element now with just one sword. He added that the blocker should just come at him with that from the very start of this, so the blocker prepared to counter, but Sunraku told it, "Nice try." Sunraku effortlessly dodged the blocker's attack, and according to him, no matter how fast and sharp its stabbing attacks were, he was the one who had won a round against the shooting star herself, Sylvia Goldberg, America's #1 fighting game player. Then, Sunraku drove his Flame General's Decapitator into the blocker's head, telling it, "Too slow." saying it's not even worth comparing to him. Rust and Mordo were impressed by what Sunraku did, and Rust said Sunraku had done it, while Mordo said Sunraku was in range of the blocker's spray attack. Sunraku replied that he would be fine, because that spray was a reaction to strikes on its shell armor, but if you hit between, it wouldn't trigger the spray. And besides that, he said the fight was over, because the blocker had exploded and released something that looked like foam. The joy was visible on Mordo's face, while Rust maintained a poker face, and Mordo said they had managed to take down the blocker. On the other hand, Rust wondered if what the blocker released was foam, and Sunraku said it was super easy, and the blocker was dropping wacky materials so they should pick them up. Rust picked up the Scarlet Whale Cutlass, and she seemed surprised that she could add it to her inventory, and according to Mordo, he guessed it counted as an item drop. Sunraku saw them, and said he thought the same thing, which made them both wonder. Sunraku explained that chances are that the cutlass might be more than just a weapon. So he opened his Scenarios and Progress tab and told them to check it out. He said that Stude's whole deal was separate from the Katarnid scenario, and they were both separate quests in progress. The so-called pirate story was Drill the Disciple of the Abyss, and it looked like it could have multiple endings. Like, one if they killed all the fishmen on the ghost ship, and another one if they unlocked all the conditions to reach Reluith, though there was no way to confirm that. However, he was pretty sure the cutlass was a key item for advancing the story, and since those two had earned it, it was up to them what to do with it. Rust seemed pained by her decision, and in the next scene, we learn that she gave it to Stude, who wondered how they found it because it was his father's sword. He added that only his father had a cutlass with a whale seal carved on it, and there was no doubt about that. He asked them where they found it, but everyone seemed deafened by his noise, so Rust told him to calm down. Sunraku said it was being used by a powerful monster called a blocker, which seemed to frighten Stude. He trembled again in fear and realized his father was dead, so he said he was finished, and he'll meet his fate on the seabed too. Rust seemed increasingly annoyed that Stude was whining again, so Mordo tried to calm her down, saying he thought the story was about Stude moving on from that event. Sunraku asked if they were trying to roleplay in the game, and Rust replied she didn't like that. Sunraku said if that was the case, it was time to show them his Pencilgon-approved NPC persuasion skills. He told Stude to listen, calling him Brat. Then, he asked if Stude had any idea why a monster would be using his father's cutlass, and Stude replied what else could Sunraku think, since it just meant his father died there. He added that he got that, and he tried to do something about it but failed, but Sunraku told him he didn't get anything at all. Stude wondered what Sunraku meant, who asked him if he hadn't said he would save his father when he set sail. Sunraku said that Stude hadn't said that because what he said was that he would beat up the monsters that killed his father, and that was the reason Stude traveled with them, and the monster carrying that cutlass was far more powerful than the zombies and merfolk in that place. But that blocker never left the tower it guarded. He said something about Stude's father, because unlike Stude, who wet himself in fear at the mere thought of being attacked, his father had charged at the blocker. Sunraku said he was sure Stude's father knew he was outclassed, so he asked Stude how his father might have done that. Stude was about to answer, but Sunraku held the cutlass in front of him, saying it was because Stude's father was resolved to his fate. He said Stude's father did it for his crew who were hanging out in that dingy but lovable street full of thugs. Stude asked if his father was really like that, but argued that he wasn't as strong as his father, but according to Sunraku, when they fought the ghost ship, he had sensed the resolve Stude had, which seemed to bring Stude to his senses. Then, Sunraku whispered that they were close to nailing down Stude, so Rust should finish it, and she asked why her. Sunraku replied that Rust had triggered this scenario, and she needed to learn how to roleplay a little more. Stude seemed troubled by what he heard, and Rust seemed forced to follow Sunraku's request. She spoke to Stude, calling him dumb brat, and said she came from another world where she fought the toughest opponents and always came back a winner. Stude asked where did that come from, and Rust yelled at him to be quiet and let her finish, which made Stude a bit scared of her. She added that there were times when she faced opponents she couldn't handle alone, and when that happened, she relied on her friends, and she didn't see that as shameful or a weakness, so Stude shouldn't think that trying to carry everything solo counted as strength or anything. Stude was about to say something, but Rust said taking care of a kid wasn't a problem for her, and she seemed to notice something at that moment. It was Sunraku and Mordo grinning at her, and Sunraka said that Rust could do it after all, and he had beaten Rust before, but she already knew that, while Mordo seemed shocked at the same time that Rust really relied on him that much. Because of this, Rust tried to kick them, but only Sunraka dodged, so Mordo got hit. Mordo asked why he was the only one Rust was hitting, while Sunraku spoke to Stude again. He told him that if he was ready to continue from this point, he would thrust forward with his torch no matter how scary the darkness was, and he would do it for the people behind him. He added that they were adventurers after all, so this was their job. Sunraka's group traveled again, and Mordo asked if the story had advanced with what they did to Stude, and Rust replied, "Who cares?" Sunraka said that maybe the rest is up to Stude, but they should talk about themselves, and asked what they would do next. Amol asked if they were going to defeat the other blockers, and according to Sunraku, that was the thing. He said blockers are clearly dropping items for them when they beat it, and unlike zombies, there was only one of each blocker, and he'd feel bad about taking all the booty, and Mordo said that was a good point. Sunraku said there wasn't much they could do about Rei, but he guesses that Akane Akitsu would be online tomorrow, and he asked if Rust and Mordo couldn't join that day. Mordo apologized because they had something to do in Nephilim before noon, and they couldn't postpone it, while Rust was thinking. She said if Mordo was okay with early morning, she could log in then if she goes to bed soon. Sunraku and Mordo seemed surprised by what they heard, and Mordo said if Rust was okay with it, he was too. So Sunraka said that was good, so they should go with that. He added that he would take a nap too, to match their schedule, and Emol looked sad that Sunraka was going to sleep, but he said he would take her to all kinds of places tomorrow. Mordo said this would be their first big party in a while, and too bad they hadn't seen Saiger Zero yet. Sunraku agreed but said there was nothing they could do, and hopefully they would see Saiger Zero soon, and he would ask Akane if morning was okay. They had agreed on everything, so they said goodbye to each other to sleep. In another place, Saiger Zero had just logged in, and she said it was time to get it together, because she could do this. Whether it was awkward or not, she needed to meet up with Hizutomi, aka Sunraku, and apologize to him, because if not, he wouldn't invite her again. She explored Reluyith, adding that it looked like Sunraku was logged out at the moment, but he had said he plays in the late nights. She was sure it wouldn't be long before Sunraku logged in, and before that happened, she would follow the paths he had taken. It was day 6 in Reluyith, and we learned that only 50 hours, 37 minutes, and 26 seconds remained in the abyssal time. We were shown another blocker that appeared to be surrounded by barnacles, and it could see some explosions in the distance. Those were caused by Sunraku and friends, who was now with Akane and Sikru, and Sunraku apologized to Akane for ordering her to come so early. Akane said it was no problem, because she often had morning practice, so she was used to getting up early. Emol said that meanwhile, Sunraku had been a real sleepyhead lately, but Sunraku argued that his schedule just didn't match Emol's. Then, he asked if it was day 6 in Reluyith, saying he was hoping to mop up the remaining blockers quick, and Akane mentioned that Sunraku had already defeated 2 blockers. Sunraku said one had magic resistance, and another was impervious to long-range strikes, so the blocker they would fight today was the one resistant to close-range attacks, and it kinda looked like a big pile of barnacles. Akane seemed surprised about the no close-range attacks part, because she said she had fought this blocker once before, but hadn't noticed that. According to Emol, they could beat up their enemy using her magic edge, and Akane said she also had long-range attacks in her arsenal, and she thinks that would help them. According to Sunraku, Seagworm thought enough of Akane to give her that mark, and he wanted to see that much from her. Sikru said that was right, and quoted a line from Shakespeare about blood doth pine for battle. Sunraku added one more thing, saying he would be the dodge tanker this time, so Akane could take care of Emol for him. Akane happily agreed, saying that was not a problem and Emol was in good hands with her. She was holding the rabbit by the ear, making Emol tell her not to hold her ears. Akane added that she would love Emol to bits, so Sunraku should just trust her, but according to Emol, she'd rather not be turned into bits. Sunraku told Emol not to worry because Akane was pretty skilled, and at that moment, the 4 of them saw a fishman zombie crashing to a building beside them. Sunraku seemed to tell someone to stop causing trouble, and asked them how long they would keep fighting the fishman zombies. He was talking to Rust, Mordo, and Araba, adding that the zombies kept spawning because they were too slow in killing them. We were shown Araba attacking a zombie, and he said the power-up magic on his sword was good, and asked if Mordo was the name of the one who gave him that power-up, thanking him. Mordo replied that yes, that was his name, and it was his area of expertise. Araba seemed suddenly surprised by something, and asked Nereid what was wrong. Nereid replied, seemingly upset, that if Araba could stockpile more magic, she could do a lot more for him, so he apologized to her. Sunraku mentioned that things had finally gotten quieter, and they needed to prepare for the next fight, because the blocker fight would begin when they climbed the stairs. However, Akane and a mole noticed something that looked like an arrow about to hit them in front, but fortunately they avoided it, which surprised them. They learned it came from Rust, who said her hand had slipped, but according to Sunraku, that was such a lie because there weren't any enemies left. Rust replied that Sunraku and the others were just walking around, not fighting at all, so Sunraku asked what she wanted, since he had already gotten plenty of drops from the Fishman zombies, and further added that his level's already maxed out too, so the EXP isn't worth it to him. On the other hand, Akane apologized if it seemed like she was slumming it, saying she was exchanging information with Sunraku about what happened while she was gone, so she would try to help against the blocker. Rust seemed to notice something at that moment that surprised her, which made Akane wonder about her reaction to what she saw. Akane was about to touch Rust, but Rust stopped her and asked what she was trying to reach for, making her quickly apologize. She explained that local kids had been starting to steer clear of her, and it was just an impulse, which made Rust ask if she was a child to Akane. Rust then mentioned her regret in not making her character look like a boss, just like her character in Nephilim. And Mordo said he thought Rust was a good match for the SLF world, but it was funny that all the people there and the NPCs had turned into a real big ruckus. He added that they had a blocker they needed to defeat, so hopefully they could find a way to work together. Sunraku said he figures that will work out, because their strategy came down to everyone doing their job, pretty much. Their opponent would be the blocker named Barsht Mernikal, and Sunraku said they should start the fight. He added that the first step in their plan needed the front line to go all out in disrupting the blocker, and that would be Nereid, Araba, Seacrew, and Sunraku. Sunraku attacked first, jumping to avoid the blocker's attack and circle around it. He was pleased because the blocker was just as slow as it looked, and Araba followed by slashing at the blocker. Because of what seemed like barnacles surrounding the blocker, Araba's attack seemed to do nothing, and he was surprised to be pushed back. Mordo said that when attacked up close, the blocker generated more barnacles to cancel out the attack, while Akane warned the front line to be careful, because if they touched the scattered shells, they would explode. Araba asked if Nereid could block the scattered shells using water, and she replied that there might be too many for her, and Seacrew said he would handle it. He used his bamboo lightning skill as a shield to catch the shells. Araba thanked him after that, and Sunraku praised Seacrew for backing up the two. He noticed that the blocker slowed down when slinging the barnacles around, and said that they had a chance to attack now, and according to Rust, she didn't need to be told because she was already firing. Sunraku explained that working as a perfectly timed machine from start to finish wasn't the only definition of teamwork. Then, Imol used her magic edge, releasing a chain that wrapped around one of the blocker's legs, and Sunraku said that was good, so he would take advantage of the chance Imol created. He took out the Giltabril and shot it at the blocker. It hit close to the blocker's leg, making it trip, and Sunraku said that counted as a long-range attack. Then, Rust used her strongbow, saying she had caught the blocker, and in the next scene, it was shown that Rust's attack was a bullseye, making the blocker fall backwards, and according to Sunraku, each of them was doing their own role. Then he used the growing up voice command to enlarge the crystal he shot earlier. Because of this, the blocker was thrown up and barnacles scattered everywhere from the blocker, and Sunraku added that was all it really takes for the gears to start meshing, and it was shown that Mordo used his magic shield to protect from the barnacles, while Nereid used her water powers as a shield too. Then, Akane took a deep breath to prepare for the skill she would release, and used her dragon breath skill. They all came together to produce a massive force. The effect of Sunraku's group's attack on the blocker seemed large, and it fell to the floor. Sunraku said it looked like an oversized party wasn't so bad either, and they had a time limit, so he told his companions to wrap up that fight and get face-to-face with the Master of the Abyss. He told Araba that the blocker was weaker around the legs than he looks, so they should work together to bring it down. However, according to Araba, if they attacked carelessly, the blocker would release more barnacles, and Sunraku said that was right. So he suggested that one of them should slide in and trip the blocker whenever it moved, and Araba replied that he got it, so they should try that. The blocker moved in the next scene, so Araba slid in to trip it. The blocker fell because of what Araba did, who said he had done it, but he noticed there were barnacles that had fallen beside him, and they exploded, making him shout in surprise. Sunraku saw that and was surprised that it counted as an attack, and Araba said that strategy was too much for his body. Akane said Araba was in trouble, calling him Fish Guy. And according to Sunraku, Araba would be okay because 2 or 3 barnacles wouldn't do that much damage, which seemed to annoy Araba, who told Sunraku to try it himself. Nereid said she had never seen Araba being toyed with like this, and according to Mordo, maybe the number of barnacles the blocker released depended on the force of the melee attack. Then, Akane said either way, this was their chance to attack, so she cast Dragon Breath, and Rust said that could work, while preparing her arrow, but she positioned herself in front of Akane, who told her to look out while breathing her Dragon Breath, which grazed her because of her position. It almost hit Mordo and Seacrew too, who were both surprised by the sudden fire that nearly hit them. A mole warned her big brother Seacrew that he needed to avoid Akane's skill, while Akane was apologizing to everyone, and Rust was scolding her because that wasn't even the direction of the blocker. Araba said, "What a mess," and according to Sunraku, Akane should call that an apology beam, or apology breath attack. Because of this chaos, someone asked if that was good teamwork they did earlier or if luck was just on their side, and they needed to make sure they were all on the same page. Sunraku's group continued their attack, using different types to inflict damage. Then, it was shown that Rust used a bow attack, and it hit the blocker's head perfectly, and there was a kunai embedded in its head from Akane, making the blocker scream in pain from the combo of attacks. Because of this, the blocker bubbled and released something that looked like foam, making Araba say that finally the fight was over. Sunraku said attackers like them didn't work, and that fight took a lot of time. On the other hand, Akane was delighted with the materials dropped by the blocker, telling Seacrew to look at it, and Araba asked if they could touch it now. Sunraku wondered that they may be blockers and all but their drops are all material, and according to Mordo, he thought the Scarlet Whale Cutlass was a special case, and Sunraku agreed. And he was suddenly surprised because his clan menu popped up, and he told his companions that he had an idea to bounce off all of them, but at that moment, he explained to them that he was part of a clan called Wolfgang, and right now, they only had 3 members, so he wanted Rust, Mordo, and Akane to join. If they wanted. Akane was happy about his invitation, because she had never been invited to a clan before, so she said she was game to join, and Sunraku seemed surprised that Akane joined so quickly, saying he was glad to have her on board. Then he asked Rust and Mordo if they would join, and if they had clans already, and Rust seemed to be thinking about her answer, while Mordo said they didn't have clans. According to Rust, she usually declined clans because of meeting quotas and whatnot, and it was too work-like, so Sunraku told her that they didn't have anything like that, so Rust didn't need to worry. He added that the robot stash was shared equally among the 3 current members, and he took out a robot while saying this, making Rust shudder. Depending on how things work out, he might expand access to all clan members. At that moment, Rust hugged the robot Sunraku had taken out, and said she was in, so Mordo joined too, saying Rust was true to her desires as always. According to Sunraku, that was good, and he was happy they worked that out so quickly, and he would send them all requests so they should check them out, which the 3 did. He added that that doesn't change anything, but it was good they joined the clan, and it was time for the Wolfgang to take their rookies on their first run, because they had one more blocker to defeat, the blocker that was resistant to physical attacks. Akane asked if from where they were, was their path counterclockwise relative to the castle to reach the tower, and Mordo said if they were going in that direction, he had a proposal. So Sunraku asked what it was. Mordo said there was a place he wanted to pass by, asking if that was okay with them. In the next scene, they reached the place Mordo was talking about, and he explained that he saw this spot when he and Rust were circling outside the border, but they were being chased by a horde of fishman zombies, so they couldn't explore it. Sunraku asked if this was the place Mordo was talking about, and it was shown that the place was full of completely wrecked ships. Akane mentioned that it was full of boats, and according to Sunraku, some of them looked vintage, and their hulls were halfway eaten up by the sand. Mordo said some of them looked like pirate ships, and he thought they might have treasure, assuming no one had raided them yet. Sunraku replied that was a good point, and based on the story, Mordo knew that few people had access to Reluyith, but all the entrances were buried in sand or blocked off by debris. He asked if they should just make a hole, but the ships looked real decrepit, and Araba said he could definitely help with that. Sunraku wondered about what he heard, and Araba said it was time to make up for his failure to help in the blocker fight, and according to Sunraku, Araba had the most muscle out of them all, and too bad Ray wasn't there, and he was mentioning this while checking the game menu, and he seemed surprised that Ray was logged in. On the other hand, Araba told Nereid they should make a hole in the ship, and he said he had enough magic stored up. Nereid used her deep pressure crack skill to buff Araba's great straight, as he prepared to make a hole in the ship. When Araba struck the ship with his sword, it created a long crack in the floorboard, surprising Sunraku. Soon after, Sunraku fell because the hole in the ship grew larger, but Araba managed to dodge so he didn't fall. Sunraku screamed in surprise, and Imol almost fell too, worried about Sunraku. Araba checked on him, and it was shown that he lost 3 HP from fall damage, and he told Araba that he used too much force, and what if there was something dangerous down there? At that moment, Sunraku seemed to notice something, and it was mountains of treasures inside the ship, making him overjoyed because it was really there, saying there was a mountain of it. He added that it was awesome, and who cared about inventory limits because they didn't apply to him, since he could stuff it all in his inventoria. Then he saw something that surprised and puzzled him, making Mordo ask what's wrong. While Rust said they should split the treasure evenly, and Akane asked Sunraku what was it, while Imol was checking if he was okay. Sunraku replied that he was fine and there was no problem, and he climbed up wearing a tuna fish head, saying he was just a passing tuna fish fairy, which scared Imol. Araba said Sunraku had gone from a birdian into a pescorian, and Rust asked what the goofy thing was on his head. Sunraku didn't seem pleased with their reactions, and said they should react more. He added that this was a perfectly valid piece of in-game headgear, and it resembled the Lichman King Salmon's headpiece, and it might have been dropped by the man who was killed by Araba's attack. According to Imol, it wasn't nice to scare her like that, and Sunraku argued that Imol was the only one giving him funny reactions. Mordo was laughing, saying it would be hard for Sunraku to be a tuna fish fairy if he was wearing a salmon mask. Mordo couldn't stop laughing, so everyone was staring at him, and Sunraku said it was scary, asking if he had broken Mordo. Rust replied that Mordo had a low boiling point for laughter, and Akane asked if Sunraku's equipment had any special effects, and Sunraku said it did, because it smelled like fish, making Mordo laugh even harder, so Rust tried to quiet him down. Sunraku said the low boiling point thing was right, asking Mordo if he was helium, making him laugh more. Araba then asked if Sunraku was gonna bring that headpiece back, and Sunraku answered that he sure will, and added that he thought Stude would have a heart attack because of the headgear he was wearing. At that moment, they were disturbed by a giant oarfish. Sunraku asked what the heck it was, but he seemed to remember what it was, so he asked if this was the giant oarfish he had seen before. He also asked why it had fallen out of nowhere, and it could be seen that it had a weapon stuck in its mouth. Then, a something or someone had suddenly emerged from the oarfish and saw Sunraku, thinking he was a fishman zombie. He added that he kept looking around, but all he could find anywhere were those fish types, and he was getting tired of that. Sunraku was startled when he realized he was about to be attacked by someone who emerged from the oarfish, who turned out to be Rei, also known as Siger Zero, who had just changed her outfit. She said she was starting to get tired of dealing with fishmen while attacking a terrified-looking Sunraku. However, Rei seemed to notice something, and stopped her attack on Sunraku when she was very close. She was surprised to discover that the monster was actually a player, none other than Sunraku, aka Hizutome, which shocked her even more. She was about to ask if he was Hizutome, but before finishing the name, she changed it to Sunraku, and he confirmed it was him. Rei added that Sunraku wasn't wearing his usual headgear, which was why she didn't recognize him, and at that moment, Mordo seemed to realize that this was Siger Zero, while Rust asked if this wasn't actually a boss. Sunraku commented that that was his biggest jump scare in SLF, which prompted Rei to apologize, but Araba suddenly intervened, telling Sunraku to back away because Rei might kill him. Sunraku explained that she wouldn't kill him because she was an ally, which surprised Araba to learn she was on their side. In the next scene, Sunraka clarified if real life kept Rei from logging in for a while, so Rei said she really needed to apologize for everything, but Sunraka replied that it wasn't necessary, though he had figured that was what happened, so he asked Rei if she was back that day. According to Rei, yes she could, and she had removed all distractions in her way, which made Sunraka curious about the removal, but he said that was good. Rust commented that either way, they were all there now at last, and according to Akane, they won't have any regrets about facing the final blocker. Rei wondered about the blocker, and Mordo realized she didn't know anything about it. Sunraka mentioned he would explain it along the way, so they should get moving, and Rei agreed. The Wolfgang and Rei headed to the next blocker, and it seemed Rei understood Sunraka's explanation, so she asked if the blocker they were going to face was impervious to melee attacks, including skill-based ones. Sunraka confirmed this was correct, so the frontliners would attract its aggro while letting the magic users deal damage. Akane remarked how fortunate they were to have Rei back with them, and Sunraku agreed, which seemed to surprise Rei. Akane added that there wasn't just one no-melee attacks blocker but two of them, and Sunraku confirmed this, saying the more tanks they had luring them, the better it would be for all of them. Soon after, they reached the tower of the final blockers and faced the two of them, a woman and a man. And the man's name was Slaybill Dargorn, and the woman was Hydora. Akane appeared shocked at what she saw and mentioned that the two seemed very fond of each other, while Mordo asked if they were married, and Sunraku said he remembered something. He asked if they had seen this before, about how the blockers wouldn't move until approached. Araba confirmed this, saying they were created by the Master of the Abyss to protect the towers, and Rust mentioned this was the game's way of telling them they needed to power up first. That's exactly what Mordo did, mentioning that the spell chant he was going to cast was long, but it will give his companions a buff that would increase their magic damage on attacks, which surprised Akane that he could do this. Mordo added that it wouldn't be much more than little bonus, but it was better than nothing, though Sunraka doubted it would work on him. Mordo began to chant, and Akane asked if it applied to her too. Then, it was explained that in SLF spell casting system, players could chant suitable spells before triggering them, resulting in more effective or powerful spells. But these chants were unusually quite long, and chanting errors were forbidden, so most players would take out magical tomes and read the required chants from them. Mordo used enchant Replitus, and it was further explained that during battle, it was difficult to distance oneself and carry out an extended chant, and without backup to rely on, attempting such a chant wasn't recommended. However, there were exceptions to every rule. At that moment, Mordo's buffing was complete, and Rei said if it was okay with Sunraku, to make up for what she had done, allow her to fight one of the blockers alone. Sunraku was surprised by Rei's desire, as she rushed toward the male blocker, Slaybill Dargon. She hit him extremely hard with her weapon, but he just laughed at her, which surprised her, and he tried to counter her. Rei jumped to avoid it, and the female blocker, Hydora, was about to attack Rei, but she was suddenly hit by Rust's arrow. Mordo called out to Siger Zero, telling her not to rely too much on the damage from his buff, and meanwhile, Hydora seemed angry because of Rust's attack, and Sunraku said he understood Rei, so he'd let her handle the male blocker. Then, he told the others to attack the female blocker while Rei fought the other one, saying they should defeat her. He added that Rei should just hang in there, as they would beat up Hydora and help her soon. Rust shot another arrow at Hydora, and meanwhile, Rei spoke some words, saying, "Rage, my flames." The scream of the beast whose throat shakes with heat, and Sunraka noticed this, asking if Rei was chanting. Then, he explained that for a truly seasoned player, no matter how intense the battle, it was a given that they could recite chants correctly and perfectly without any words out of place. Rei continued her chant, speaking the words, "The beast's fangs, sinking into the darkness with their shining light. Roar at the foe in your eyes. The searing fangs of rage tear out the throat of the enemy." When Mordo noticed this, he said that such a long chant would far surpass his buff, and Rei wasn't even using any cues. When she spoke the line, "Fire become the raging beast," her hands burst into flames, and she grabbed Slaybill's head, causing the male blocker to scream in pain, and the woman screamed too when she heard the man's cries. The skill Rei used was Beast Doom Flare, which released a wolf shape from the flames, and it appeared to be devouring the blocker's head. It was explained to us that such people are referred to with a mix of respect and ridicule as Shangri-La lifers. The male blocker had been defeated, which shocked Akane that Rei had defeated him alone, and Mordo asked if that was magic and if it was a flame-type attack. As for Sunraku, he said the lifers were scary, but what he meant was great job, Rei. She was surrounded by foam released by the male blocker, and she seemed puzzled by this. She realized she couldn't move, and the female blocker screeched and suddenly ran toward her. Mordo and Sunraku warned Rei that the blocker was coming, and they worried because no one was backing up Rei. However, the blocker suddenly seemed to collide with something, appearing very surprised at what happened, and Rei said it was fine that she had no backup because, to tell the truth, she does judo in real life, as we see her grabbing the female blocker by the shoulders. She lifted her up and dug her fingers in, causing the blocker to scream in pain, and Rei threw her to the ground with tremendous force. The impact of Rei's action could be heard throughout the area, and Sunraku commented that he didn't think that was judo, but more of a pro wrestling powerbomb. In the next scene, we move to real life, focusing on Rumi, who was singing while walking. She mentioned it was day 2 of her photo studio rental, and she finally got some photos she was happy with. She said she just needed to get Towa's contacts from her brother and send the files to her, adding that she couldn't believe that Towa Amine would be critiquing her fashion, which made her nose bleed and drool. She wiped her nose, so amazed that by just picturing it got her all bothered. And at that moment, she noticed something. It was a delivery truck and delivery guys in front of her house, so she wondered why the truck was there and asked the delivery guys if they had a package. One of them asked if she lived there, while another mentioned they had been ringing the doorbell but no one answered. He added that the package was quite large, so they wanted to make sure if it was really for Rumi's house, which shocked her when she saw it, and she asked what it was. Back in the world of SLF, in Reluyith, Sunraku said that the 4 blockers guarding the 4 towers were obviously some kind of trigger, but finally, they had defeated each one of them, so he wondered what would happen next. Would the town transform, or maybe invert again and return to the surface? Or what if they suddenly got whipped by the tentacles of an angry Katarnid? Sunraku thought of other possibilities, and he mentioned he had been thinking of possibilities for half an hour, and that high was gone, but a mole said that instead of what Sunraku suggested happening, nothing happened. Akane mentioned they had returned to their base, and Sunraku still looked sad, asking what was wrong and what was the point of defeating the blockers. Mordo answered that they got rare-looking materials, and it was probably related to the plot, while Sunraku said they were there to defeat Katarnid and they had a time limit. Then, he asked Araba if he had any great ideas, and Araba replied he only had piecemeal knowledge about what was happening there, reminding Sunraku that this was his first time in Reluyith. Meanwhile, Russ seemed to be thinking while looking at the game menu, and Mordo guessed that the castle in the center was what mattered, to which Sunraku agreed that was sure. He seemed to perk up, adding that their time limit would expire tomorrow, and they should stop moping and check out the castle. Russ then said, speaking of time, she was out of time, and she and Mordo needed to log out. Sunraku was surprised they were leaving, and Mordo had the same reaction realizing it was past noon, while Rust added she needed to eat and they would play Nephilim with Mordo afterward. Mordo mentioned it was busy in Nephilim at that time because the player base had grown since the sequel was announced. Sunraku said that was good, and Rust told Sunraku to log back in too, to which he replied in time. He then asked if they planned to continue playing SLF when the new Nephilim came out, and both looked at him because of it. Rust said that someday, when she was on her deathbed, decades from now, she was sure she would recall her time in Nephilim. That's how much she was married to that game. And the time Sunraku played there added to her passion. So when its sequel comes out, she would stop playing SLF and focus on the original Nephilim and its sequel. Sunraku seemed saddened to hear this, and Rust added that was the plan, while Mordo laughed, which made Sunraku wonder what they meant. Mordo then explained it was because they didn't know the new Nephilim would run on the SLF engine, which surprised Sunraku. He asked if they were serious that SLF's engine was licensed to Nephilim, and he thought it was also used in Galaxia Heroes Chaos, so he wondered if other games were picking it up. He said the developers made SLF such a great open-world game, and it was practically bug-free, so there was no doubt other devs wanted to use it. Mordo said they should hand it to Blockdoll, the developers of Nephilim, for their decision to make a sequel to a game that was almost dead, But Rust told Mordo not to say that because she would play it for life. So for her, playing SLF provided key practice time for Nephilim, so she had no reason to quit, and the same went for Mordo. This made Akane and Sunraka happy, saying that was good, and that's all he needed to hear. Nevertheless, the two still left, saying they would return tomorrow, so Sunraka replied that was fine, and they would discuss the time in their group chat, while Akane and Rei thanked them both for joining. Rei was thinking, and based on the conversation, Rust and Sunraku were friends in another game, and she thought Akane and Pencilgon had similar relationships with Sunraku. Meanwhile, she remembered that Katsuo was a boy. However, it seemed Sunraku had many female friends, so she has her work cut out for her, and Sunraku asked what their next move would be, so Amul asked if Sunraku wanted to explore the town more. Akane said they might find other things like the ship graveyard, and Sunraku agreed that was true. For him, if possible, he wanted to make sure they were ready for tomorrow, the final day. To ensure that, he needed to address the kind of wonky feeling his VR headset was giving control-wise. At that moment, Akane received a surprising call, and Sunraku asked what it was. So Akane answered that she thinks she got a call in real life, and Sunraku said it was good that they were in the middle of big missions. Akane apologized and said she would let them know if she could log back in again that day. She said she will see them soon, and Sikuru said to let him guard at the base, while Rei thanked her, and Sunraku told Sikuru to watch Stewed for them. Then, both Sunraku and Rei fell into thought, and Sunraku asked Rei what she wanted to do. She asked if this was the first time they were alone in SLF since they fought Lycagon in the Barren Dark Ruin, and Sunraku said he thought so. And they had NPCs tethered to them now, and he was about to say something else, but Araba asked if that's how he was going to phrase it. He added that if he was getting in the way, he could rest at the base, but Rei replied he wasn't in the way. She thought this was a chance for her, a big chance to make up for the yawning gap that had formed in the past few days. Then, she mentioned that as she suggested earlier, maybe they could find sunken ships, and at that moment, Sunraku received a call. It was from his sister Rumi, who was waking him up using the pass-through feature of his VR headset, and she didn't seem sure if she pressed the right button. Sunraku's VR headset rang, and Rumi said it would turn off in 10 seconds if her brother didn't get up. Rumi started counting down, so Sunraku hurriedly apologized and said goodbye to Rei, causing her to panic too, but saying she understood. She added that she was thinking it was a good time to log out anyway, so Sunraku shouldn't worry, as he apologized again, saying they would continue tomorrow. Sunraku had 5 seconds left, and he said they had a group chat where they exchanged info, and he would send Rei an invite. The invite appeared in front of her, and Sunraku added that Rei could use that link to send a join request anytime, while Amul asked why he was in such a hurry. Rei thanked Sunraku for joining her, and when Sunraku was gone, she felt giddy that he invited her to his private chat, because now they could interact outside of SLF. She immediately told this to Mana, saying it was a huge step, more like 100 steps, but according to Mana, it might just be 0.8 steps. Back to Rumi and Sunraku in real life, and Rumi's countdown reached 1, so his VR headset rang again. As he got up, he bumped heads with his sister, and he said he was getting up, while Rumi screamed in pain. She said that hurt, and asked what Sunraku was doing to the face of a future top model. Sunraku apologized and asked his sister what was up, but Rumi was still angry and told her brother not to ask. Then, she asked when he would give her Towa's contacts, and Sunraku asked if he hadn't given them yet. He added that having a kid sister was such a pain, and said he had already sent it to her. Rumi's phone rang, indicating she had received what her brother sent, and she couldn't believe she now had Towa's account. Sunraku mentioned he would play again, but Rumi said she had something else to say. There was a large package outside addressed to him, and the delivery guys didn't know what to do with it, so she told Sunraku to go outside for her. Sunraku was shocked to see the package, and the delivery guy asked if he was Rakuro Hizutomi, because they had a package there, and it looked like a business delivery for them, so he clarified if the delivery looked correct to Sunraku, and the package was a pro gaming VR chair. The delivery guy added they were enlisted to install it, but he thought they couldn't get the crate through the door, so what should they do? Sunraku was still shocked, mentioning it was industry grade, so why was it there? He wondered who sent him a full-on VR chair, and the receipt showed it was from K, of Cyber Battalion, aka Katsuo. At that moment, Sunraku's phone was ringing, and the caller was Katsuo. Sunraku completed his fingerprint authentication to accept the package, and one delivery guy said that would be enough for now, thanking Sunraku for picking it up. Sunraku thanked them for coming, and the delivery guys left. When Sunraku entered his room, he still could hardly believe that he had a VR gaming chair there. When he answered Katsuo's call, he said, "What the dillio?" and asked Katsuo why there was a large gaming VR chair in his room, to which Katsuo asked why he was using 90s slang. Katsuo added that the VR chair seemed to arrive at the right time, and Sunraku asked if it wouldn't break the floor since it looked crazy heavy, to which Katsuo replied it wouldn't because 250 pounds won't break it. Sunraku said it looked even bigger inside his room and took up all the available floor space. Katsuo admitted he hadn't considered that, but told Sunraku to just deal with it. He also mentioned that the chief of the cyber battalion wanted to give No Face, aka Sunraku, a small gift, which was the UCE chair-type full-dive VR System Pro. He said it was an industry-spec VR system used by all the top pros, and Sunraku just got it for free, and for a gamer, it's gotta be like a dream. Sunraku asked what if Katsuo had one with his name on it at the door, and Katsuo replied that Sunraku's gaming chair was special, which made him wonder. Katsuo asked if he hadn't seen the Cursed Prison and Pumpkin Mercenary art on the chair, explaining that those prints were original art from the creators, making it one of a kind, plus it had the Cyber Battalion logo on the back. Sunraku asked if he was really getting it all for free, since he didn't even know those two titles, and he thought he knew where this was going. Katsuo said to just call it an investment in the future, but if Sunraku received an invite email from Cyber Battalion, it was okay if he ignored it, and just accept any freebies he could get. Sunraku asked how Katsuo knew his address, and Katsuo wondered before answering that it was easy, asking didn't Sunraku put it on the GGC entry form, which made him angry as he asked what happened to his right to privacy. Katsuo added that he shared it with Pencilgon, so Sunraku got even more annoyed, and asked if he would win if he sued Katsuo, saying there were laws about personal information and stuff, so he called Katsuo a creep. Katsuo seemed to be teasing when he said he was glad Sunraku loved the VR gaming chair, and nothing like a smile to perk him up. He said goodbye after that because his boss was calling, and told Sunraku to enjoy making the most of his life in VR. Sunraku said he wasn't done yet, and was annoyed that Katsuo hung up on him. He added that it felt like he signed a deal with the devil to power himself up. Maybe he was coerced to do it, and it sucked. However, if thought about, the timing was kind of perfect, because after all, he got the greatest rig he could ask for just when he was about to fight Katarnit. He was very happy about that, and said he'd log into Shangri-La Frontier and test out the Pro Spec gear, but the joy seemed to fade from his face, because using a VR chair to play SLF wasn't new to him anymore, and he kind of knew how it worked. Because of that, he thought about trying other games first, and the only question was which game. He thought Burp would be a good pick, while he really disliked Philia Chronicle, and he also thought about Unite Rounds, but he didn't want that either. He said there probably wasn't anything wrong with playing Nephilim Hollow, and he knew Rust and Mordo were playing at that time, but he seemed to pause when he saw a certain game, and its title was Survival Gunman, which he called Servile. He mentioned that it was not bad for a little test drive, and he thought he was in his second year of middle school when he got that game, and he was a day one player, and in a way, it was more notorious than Philia, and it was definitely a title that left a deep mark on his life. He explained that Survival Gunman, or Servile as they called it, was a survival game where you wager your life against other players online on a deserted island. He was playing offline game mode, and he added that due to certain infamous events, the online gameplay was currently shut off for good. At that moment, he was hiding inside a bush, and it looked like he was aiming at something. It was a group of monkeys who were screaming while being hit in the head and back by Sunraku's bullets, and he explained that the game had insanely gory visuals. But that wasn't the reason why the online servers were shut down. That wasn't the main reason, and at that moment, Sunraku was ambushed by a monkey, and he seemed surprised when he saw it, but it was too late because it had already scratched him. He came out of the bush, and we were shown that the result of the monkey's attack was 2 slash marks on Sunraku's arm. He added that the real problem was how fully simulated the physical pain was in this game. The monkey attacked again, and Sunraku jumped backward while screwing an attachment to his gun. He said the game rewarded you for having a good avatar, and he made his as small a girl as possible for better stealth, but the low-level enemies didn't seem to care about that, and at that moment, he shot the monkey that was attacking him. The result of that attack was shown, and it even had a filter because of how gory it was, and he said he was digging the VR chair so far, because is able to take evasive action much faster from a lying position. He added that if this was practice, it would be a no-damage run, and while saying that, there were trees being destroyed nearby. It was caused by a creature that looked like a wild boar, which surprised him. He laughed while shooting it, and said there it was and he knew it, calling it a giant-ass pig. He explained that this was the real draw of the game, a world that let players experience real-life pain in a fantasy environment. He added that players could feel what it's like to have their head blown off, or how guts were torn out from the abdomen. He said it was a hidden feature at first, and once a certain incident let the cat out of the bag, which caused a big furor, and it was reported on various news stations. A newscaster asked if the game was encouraging crime, and another said the pain simulation was outrageous, and they needed stricter regulations on what VR games could do. Another one said there were concerns about the effects of full dive VR on the brain. Sunraku added that nowadays, full pain simulation was only available in the game, and when played online, even then, it was only in a subset of servers, but the devs were scared of even more controversy, so they removed the entire online service. In the game's heyday, it was an insane game of true survival driven by the intensity of actual pain while fighting. Now that players were alone fighting monster mobs on a deserted island, the game was only known for its crazy gore. At that moment, Sunraka seemed annoyed because his gun broke, and he said that was maybe enough. Then, the pig jumped at him, and he was asking if this really isn't it, referring to the pain of having his arm torn off, but it seemed it wasn't like as he remembered. He explained that this was only just 1/10 of the real thing. But he quickly took that back, saying it was just 1/100th of the real thing. The servile he knew wasn't this annoyingly restricted. It wasn't like this kiddie playland, missing the thrill of real pain, and at that moment, he attacked the pig's rear with a slingshot. It hit his target perfectly, and it even went inside the pig's rear, which felt the pain. Then, the pig suddenly exploded and broke into pieces with blood splattering everywhere. Only half of the pig's body remained, and Sunraku said that Servile's offline gameplay wasn't crap or so bad it's good kind of game, as he explained that it's only a 6 out of 10 game filled with grotesque visuals. He logged out of the game and said there was no point in keeping that box instead of getting a refund after the recall, and he missed the sheer insanity of classic Servile. He added that he couldn't end the session on a downer, and he thought he'd just playing a film, and Rust and Mordo should just wait, because it was time to show them Sunraku 2.0. The next day, Sunraku appeared to be reading a note, and there were items placed on his bed. He said it was great and asked if it was another package, and it looked like energy drinks from Riot Blood. He wondered who sent it this time, thinking they weren't from Katso. The sender was thanking Sunraku for his killer advertising at the GGC stage, and it came from Gatling Drum. He was overjoyed because it came directly from the makers of Riot Blood, and he couldn't believe they saw his comments at the GGC stage as advertising. They gave him various flavors like regular, backdraft, undead, quantum, and tonight, and according to him, Gatling Drum gave him all 5 currently available flavors, but one drink caught his attention. He was surprised there was another drink, and he asked who the pumpkin guy in the design was, saying he didn't know that design. It was Riot Blood Revolve Lantern, and he asked if it was a trial run. The note that came with it explained that this was the Riot Blood Revolve Lantern, developed on a trial basis for customers seeking intense focus in short order, and they guaranteed that the caffeine inside was effective enough to keep someone awake even after taking a dose of sleeping pills, though they said that was just a joke, and they were looking forward to Sunraka's feedback. He pondered about this, saying that between the nutrition stats and the fact that they knew his address, the question of whether it was safe to drink made him wonder if he should call the police, as he was also suspicious about the drink with the pumpkin icon, but he liked it because now he could stage his own energy drink taste tests every day, so he thanked Gatling Drum. However, he said he wouldn't drink an unknown energy drink on a performance day like today, so he put it back in the box. For that day, he was targeting Katarnit, so he decided to start with Riot Blood Undead, which, as the ad said, would bring you back from the dead. With that, he said he was all set to go, almost too prepared for what's coming. He entered the world of SLF and was jumping between buildings. His companions saw this, and Akane said speed-oriented builds like Sunraka's looked like a lot of fun. while Rei mentioned that even though her stats were the same as Sunraka's, she didn't know if she could move like that. Sunraka laughed, saying his senses had returned and it was perfect, noting that the Pro-Spec VR chair really makes a big difference. Amul asked if that was true, saying she couldn't see any difference, so Sunraku sarcastically made fun of her, calling her pretty slow, saying the difference was like night and day. Rust then mentioned that Sunraka's movement in the film last night was also very different, so she asked what he did, which confused him. Sunraku answered that he didn't know. Maybe he just drank higher quality caffeine than usual, which made Rust curious about it. He added that there was no guarantee they wouldn't find out about Pumpkinhead from somewhere, so it was better to stay quiet about it. Mordo mentioned it was already day 7, the final day, but Sunraku argued that the 168 hours of abyssal time given to them didn't start until they actually arrived in Reluyith. He added that the tentacles pulled them in on the morning of day 1, and in terms of time, their time limit was at 8 o'clock on day 8, in other words, tomorrow morning. He said it could be a long day, depending on what happened, which made Russ think. Then, she called out to Sunraku, saying that at times like these, it would be good to decide on team and operation names to unite them more, and Akane suddenly said that was a good idea, so they should think about it, which made Russ shiver in surprise. Sunraku thought about it, and for him, he didn't care personally, but if it motivated his companions a little then fine, and Akane mentioned they should throw around ideas. According to Sunraku, it was Rust's proposal, so he asked if she had any suggestions. She thought of the team name, Raise Up Your Spirit, and they would call the mission Operation Daybreak. She explained rays as in light, saying she was playing with rays of light against daybreak, but Mordo said it barely made sense even in written form. Akane volunteered to go next, suggesting they call themselves the Reluyith Expedition, while the operation name would be Operation Plum The Secrets of Reluyith. Sunraku said those were safe options, and they were better than Rust's, but repeating Reluyith wasn't very cool. Amul asked if she could try next, and Sunraku agreed, while Rei wondered if she needed to join in too. The name Amul suggested was Vorpal Assault, and she was about to say her preferred operation name, but before she could finish, Sunraka said it sounded like a suicide run so pass, which seemed to annoy Amul. She added that she hadn't even mentioned the operation name yet, while Sunraku was asking Rei and Mordo if they had any ideas. Rei said she couldn't think of anything so she'd pass, while on the other hand, Mordo was thinking. The team name he thought of was Team Octonom, with Operation Katarnid Crusher for the mission name, and he asked if that was too literal. Sunraku looked really bored and said Mordo's suggestion wasn't exciting, which explained why he was laughing at everything. He added that the worst part was that Octonom sounded like an attempt at a joke, so if they were going to suggest puns, they should at least take it seriously. Mordo hadn't expected to hear that, so he asked if Sunraka needed to say that, adding that he wasn't trying to make a pun. Meanwhile, Rei was trembling, thinking she was glad she didn't participate, and Sunraku asked them all if they didn't get it. He explained that this kind of thing needed some fanboy fantasy pizzazz, which seemed to surprise Rust. He said Katarnid had turned the ocean upside down, making it the heavens, and it wasn't the sky they normally looked at, so they should call themselves Under the Enemy's Canopy. And since they were trying to restore their normal sky, they should call the mission Operation to the Stars. His whole group stared at him because he was making gestures while explaining, and Akane said what Sunraka was referring to was the seabed, not the sky. So she asked if astronomy was really appropriate there, while Rust mockingly said that to the stars was pretty lame as well. Sunraku argued that the sky was messed up, and they were trying to fix it, so how is that lame? Rust replied that it didn't fit what they were trying to do, and Sunraka said that Raise Up Your Spirit wasn't that great a name either, but Rust thought it was good. Araba asked how long this would go on, while Rei suggested they decide by vote. Soon after, Sunraku looked annoyed and mentioned they had finally chosen, and it was by majority vote, so nobody's got room to complain. Mordo couldn't believe how stressful it got, and Rust said she still didn't like it, so Sunraku told her to drop it. He added that they couldn't waste time on this, and since they were there, they should head to the central castle. He added that it was time to fight, asking if they were ready, but Araba said to wait a moment. Sunraku asked what he was bitching about now, and he answered he wasn't, asking if they didn't have one more companion. Sunraku wondered who that was, and the door to their base opened, where Stude emerged, game face on. Sunraku was surprised it was Stewed, and Araba asked if Stewed was going to do it, to which he nodded in response. He asked if they were going to the castle, saying he would join them. He said he would defeat the Master of the Abyss using the cutlass in his hand and win revenge for his father. The others seemed shocked while Araba seemed proud of what Stewed said, saying it was well said and that Stewed was truly a man of the sea. Sunraku looked surprised and asked what was going on between the two. Araba answered that they just talked a little, and according to Stewed, they shouldn't get him wrong, and he could recover without Araba talking to him, who was laughing while saying that was funny. Akane whispered to Mordo, asking if NPCs could carry out events on their own, and Mordo answered that he imagined Stewed and Araba were different AI constructs, so it might be possible in theory. Sunraku seemed surprised and asked if this was done to shut players out of their own game, and what kind of whacked-out design that was. Rust was furious, asking why she even bothered to roleplay at all earlier, and Sunraku said maybe Rust triggered it, and her roleplaying wasn't wasted, he was sure of that. Nevertheless, either way, the whole gang was together, and they had kept Katarnid of the Abyss waiting too long, so it was time to storm the main keep that it called home. He added that everything from that point on was unknown, and it was like they were entering a demon boss's castle, just feeling around, with no idea what they were doing, so they should all prepare. It was time for Under the Enemy's Canopy to kick off Operation Katarnid Crusher. Under the Enemy's Canopy had reached the castle in the center of Reluiath, and Sunraku said they were now at Katarnid's castle. They entered inside, and according to Mordo, that castle had always been in the center of Reluiath, but this was their first time exploring its interior. Akane agreed, saying she had figured that just approaching it would trigger an event, so she had kept her distance, while Stewed was already searching for the accursed Master of the Abyss, declaring he would slice it to pieces as mighty pirate Stewed, telling it to come out whenever it wanted. Sunraku told Stewed not to get carried away and run off on them. Not that Stewed is about to, looking at how scared he is, but Stewed told him to shut up, because he is not scared. As for Sikru, he thought it was a tranquil scene for a castle keep, wondering why he couldn't see any enemies at all. Amul said the silence added to the fear of the place, and Araba mentioned it was almost creepy, so they should all be careful. Sunraku seemed surprised that Araba was unnerved by the situation, and he said Araba's suggestion was a good idea, saying he could already see the enemy, trying to lull them into complacency, only to have monsters bust down a wall and swarm them. Mordo replied that could be true, but they weren't wholly sure whether Katarnid was there, and according to Sunraku, he thought this wasn't just a stop on a sightseeing tour. At that moment, a candle suddenly flickered, which amazed Akane, and she showed it to Sikru, saying what a pretty blue flame it was. Ray said blue was the dominant color among Reluiath's buildings, so maybe that meant something, but according to Mordo, that was hard to say since they got barely anything to go on. Sunraku said that for now, they should just keep walking around and exploring, which made Rust comment that it was a pain. Sunraku told her not to be like that, because exploration was a key part of any role-playing game. He added that if anything, with all the atmosphere surrounding Reluiath and its monsters, he got the urge to play a tabletop RPG at that moment. Rust asked what that was, which made Sunraku incredulous that she didn't know, and he explained that tabletop RPGs use dice to determine if a move works or not, so Rust asked why. Meanwhile, Akane saw something that made her scream in surprise, which startled Stewed too. Akane called her companions, saying she had found some really suspicious-looking stairs, and Sunraku said that was nice. He added they should check it out, but Stewed got angry, telling them not to scream like that without warning. Sunraku was puzzled by the set of stairs he saw, saying he preferred to fully examine their current floor before going deeper, but he seemed to notice something. What they saw were 3 staircases, 2 going up and 1 going down, and Sunraku asked if they both go up and down. Akane confirmed this, saying she couldn't tell what was upstairs. According to Araba, the stairs going down didn't seem as long, but Akane disagreed. She said she could see a door at the end of the hallway, and Mordo said he could too. Though it was dim, it's still somewhat visible. Sunraku asked what now, while Rust asked if they should roll a die to choose which stairway to take, but he replied that wasn't how it worked. Rust said they could do that, or split into 2 groups, but according to Sunraku, he was somewhat afraid to divide their fighting force in half when they didn't know what might happen. Akane mentioned she was looking around using the blue candle she was holding, and it kind of led her to that stairway. Sunraku said it was pretty damn obvious they were being led there. So he asked his companions if they wanted to go along with what the devs wanted, and Mordo said he'd go for it. Because of that, they all decided to go down, and even Stude agreed, though he looked terrified. They went down the stairs, and Sunraku opened the door at the end of the hallway, but he wondered why it had no lock. They were shocked by what they saw inside, and Sunraku said it was pitch dark in there, and he couldn't see anything deeper in. According to Akane, her candle could only illuminate the wall, and Mordo seemed to notice something. It was a gutter with liquid in that room, so he asked if there was anything inside it. He borrowed the candle from Akane for a moment and pointed it at the gutter, which then ignited, bringing light to the entire place. Stude mentioned that the fire spiraled upward, reaching a chandelier which startled Ray with its brightness. They were impressed by what they saw, and someone said the ceiling was incredibly high. For Ray, it looked like a pretty big chamber, and Sunraku said, "Big doesn't even begin to describe it." Stude mentioned that even with the lights on, it was still quite dark in there, and he seemed to bump into something that startled him, saying it was slimy. Akane, Ray, and Mordo were also shocked when they saw what Stude had bumped into, and Araba told him to back away. The child pirate asked what he had bumped into, and Sunraku asked if what they were seeing was for real, saying he didn't waste any time showing up for them. It was Katarnid, the master of the abyss, one of the 7 colossi. Mordo mentioned with surprise that he hadn't expected Katarnid to just pop up like that, which Ray called a giant black octopus. Akane said he was indeed huge, and Sunraku said that was great, as it saved them a lot of trouble, so they should get going. However, Katarnid seemed to be snoring, which made Sunraku wonder, and Ray mentioned that the master of the abyss wasn't moving, to which Akane replied he might just be sleeping. Mordo asked if some of Katarnid's tentacles were chained, and Imul said that was a big chance for them. Araba told Neri that it was time, and according to Stude, it was time to avenge his father. For Sunraku, there was something weird about this, saying he had fought 2 unique monsters up to now, and they were different types from each other, but they had one thing in common, and at that moment, Imul was pestering him because it was time to go. The one thing in common Sunraku was referring to was the overwhelming sort of intimidation that overflowed the moment he met those unique monsters. He said this awe-inspiring sense of strength was broadcast directly to the player's mind. However, all he could see here was just a huge monster sitting there, with no intimidation at all. Akane said that with the size of their party, she couldn't see how they could lose, and the rabbit siblings agreed with her. Back to Sunraku, who was asking himself what he was feeling, the feeling that something wasn't okay, and after a while, he said he got it and that was low, which confused Rust and Imul. Rust called out to him as if asking what he meant, while Imul asked what was wrong, telling him not to just stand there because they needed to launch their attack soon. However, Sunraku mentioned they should go back, which surprised Akane. He told his companions they all needed to leave there, and Stu didn't seem to like that. He asked what Sunraku meant, and if this was really the moment he chose to lose his nerve, asking weren't they there to beat up Katarnid. He added that he would fight alone, but Sunraku grabbed his clothes, saying he had already told them they needed to leave. Akane was about to ask why they were leaving, but Sunraku cut her off, saying he would explain later. He said none of them yet understood Katarnid, and he smiled while saying that, more like, he had totally underestimated how insane the SLF dev team can get. They ran out of the large room where Katarnid was, with Stude telling Sunraku to let him go, while Imul was asking why they were running. Akane asked if they weren't going to fight Katarnid, since it was a unique monster. Araba couldn't believe Sunraku would let such a chance slip through his fingers, and Stude agreed with him, saying Katarnid wasn't even raging and they could defeat him. However, Sunraku said they couldn't do it, which surprised Imul. Sunraku explained that even if they fought Katarnid like this, they are absolutely guaranteed to lose, and it was shown that something was happening in the unique monster's eyes. When they reached the room with 3 staircases, Stude was angry as making Sunraku explain, while Araba asked what all of this meant. Mordo asked if they were really that certain to lose, which made Akane ask why. Sunraku said before he answered that they should straighten out one thing. He called out to Akane and Saiger Zero, saying that for both of them, this wasn't their first encounter with a unique monster, the Seven Colossi. Akane confirmed this, saying she had fought Seagworm the Sky Ruler before. She said she wasn't aware of the Seven Colossi thing at that time, but she had indeed fought it. Seacrew confirmed this, saying Akane's fighting prowess was recognized, so she was marked as a reward and invited to the Rabituza Palace. Akane said that was correct, and she was also there in the fight against Lycagon, which Sunraku confirmed was true. He asked when it was when he and Rei were fighting the wolf, which Rei confirmed. As for her, she had fought Lycagon many times with her fellow Schwartz Wolf members, and truthfully, she had also received Lycagon's mark once, which greatly surprised Sunraku, confirming if she did. Rei said she did, but as the attack master, losing access to her gear is lethal. So through the connections of a guild member, she gained an audience with Aristella, the Saint of Love, and quickly had the mark removed. Sunraku thought that was right, because that saint could remove a mark in the early stages, and he asked if Rei had it removed before getting an invite to Rabituza. He stared at Rei, who seemed very nervous, and he thought about whether Rei had a Vorpal hammer, part of the Vorpal weapon series. He added that with Rei's skills, it wasn't out of the question. Rust asked, so what? And what that had to do with anything, which made Sunraku quickly apologize for getting sidetracked. He added that he wanted to ask Akane and Rei what impression the unique monsters gave them when they encountered them. Akane wondered about the impression she got, saying Seagworm was a huge dragon, so it was quite a big surprise, but she was impressed by its sheer intimidation factor. It made her say, wow, and she could tell right off that it was a powerful, mean monster. Rei said intimidation was a good way to put it, and every time she meets Lycagon, she gets just as nervous like the very first time. Sunraku replied that's what he thought, which confused Rei, while Stude asked what he meant. Sunraku explained he was the same, and he couldn't feel anything else when he saw Lycagon the Night Slayer and Weathermon the Tomb Guard. He said the sheer, overwhelming intimidation of an all-powerful creature was the trademark of the Seven Colossi, but look at Katarnid, there wasn't even a hint of that with him. Rei seemed shocked by this, and Akane said Sunraku was right. Stude asked what Sunraku meant, saying if there was no intimidation, that just meant Katarnid was no great shakes at all, and according to Araba, that was without a doubt. He added that in fact, it seemed Katarnid was being imprisoned, chained up and unable to move, so it wouldn't look intimidating in that state. However, Sunraku disagreed and explained how he saw it. He explained that Katarnid's innate special ability was to take its intimidating force and reverse it. Everyone was shocked by what Sunraku mentioned, saying to call it the inversion of emotions. He said Katarnid aside, completely flipping the awe-inspiring intimidation from other colossi, and forced it to dissipate all of that and making them relax. Araba said that was crazy, and Sunraku added that when they first saw Katarnid, didn't they all think the same thing, that it wasn't a big deal, and just a weirdly big octopus? They also thought they couldn't lose, and should attack while the Master of the Abyss was immobile. Wasn't that what they thought? And they seemed to have no answer for Sunraku. He was pretty much the same, but wasn't that weird, since they were talking about a colossus? No matter how chained up it was, they saw how huge it was, and they had no idea what kind of attacks it had, but they became too comfortable, and they were so sure they would win. So wasn't that just bizarre? Stude was shocked by this, and Mordo had nothing to say, while Russ thought it seemed legitimate. She said they saw how scared witless Stude was, and how skittish Araba acted. She said it was somewhat odd that they were all motivated to beat up Katarnid, and it seemed valid to her at that time. Stude was just dazed by this, and Araba couldn't believe Katarnid had inverted their emotions. Amul said even if Katarnid did that, what was it for? Rei said if she had to guess, he wanted them to assume he wasn't a big challenge, and then would suddenly sneak up on them. According to Sunraku, maybe Katarnid would only see them as worthy foes if they figured this out. And in the way Araba puts it, the Master of the Abyss got excited when it saw its enemies running around in panic. Rei said that with the way inversion-themed gimmicks were strewn across the city, so was this Katarnid's way of testing them? Sunraku said judging by Katarnid's twisted personality, it was fair to say that Katarnid was likely just that kind of gimmick-oriented boss, the kind where you needed to follow a certain procedure to defeat. Mordo seemed to disagree, asking if Sunraku was sure they weren't overthinking it. He said it was odd to him, and maybe because he didn't know about the intimidation yet, since he hadn't experienced it. However, as Araba said, Katarnid was chained down, and maybe between that and how they found him, he wasn't as epic as the other 7 colossi. Sunraka thought about this, and said he saw that take coming, which confused Amol. He added that it was actually the opposite of what Mordo said, because the weird thing was the fact that they had felt something before, which seemed to confuse Mordo. Sunraku explained he had played hundreds of games up to this point, and many of them were incredibly awful, worthless games. He had fought many big bad monsters, and some were even insane enough to make actual pain seem like a joke. Before, he could even say that even if a creature attacked him head-on, he would still fight it because it was just a game. They weren't VR beginners anymore, so they usually don't feel that at all. Like, the sense of intimidation that immediately tensed up a player's body and removed the chill in an instant. In truth, life was cheap in a game, and he said that such a thing wasn't just about visuals or production, and Katarnid wasn't just a unique monster. He said that was the raw emotion forcefully planted in them by the VR system, and if he had to guess, there was something in the SLF engine that could control players' emotions. His allies couldn't believe what he mentioned, and he added that it wasn't surprising tech-wise. He explained that full-dive VR games worked by sending weak electric currents to the player's brain, controlling the signal like a TV tuner. That's how it created the virtual game world for a player. He added that the VR system could work with all of a person's senses, like smell, taste, touch, and hearing, and some of them could even recreate pain. Ray asked if that was how players' emotions were manipulated, or at least the SLF engine does, and she asked if whenever a player encountered one of the 7 colossi, that sort of thing was triggered for players, which seemed to surprise Mordo. He seemed to realize why the feeling was weird, and said it wasn't just the NPCs who were underestimating Katarnid, but the players too. He added that if the game controlled their emotions, the whole story would make sense, because it was impossible otherwise. Rust asked if that's what Sunraka was saying, and he answered that honestly, he wasn't sure if he should discuss it. He said they were talking about controlling people's feelings, and he didn't know how deep the game went with that, but it implied the devs were totally nuts. If the realists, the anti-VR camp, found out about this and forced some regulations on them, that would be bad. He said the devs might be insane, but he needed to thank them. After all, the whole reason he got addicted to SLF was the moment he ran into Lycagon. Everyone was stunned by what Sunraka said, and Ray said she agreed, which seemed to surprise Sunraku. In Ray's mind, because of SLF, she could now play together with Sunraku, and she was so glad for that. As for Sunraku, he thought Ray must be a battle maniac too, since she also got addicted to Lycagon's intensity. Rust said the more she heard about intimidation, the more she wanted to experience it for herself, and Mordo felt the same. Akane said she became an SLF devotee because it was fun to play, and she had no problem with them controlling their emotions. Because of this, Sunraku seemed weirded out by her mentioning it was no problem. Araba said that truthfully, the second half of what Sunraka said made some sense to him, but it seemed clear to him that tackling the Master of the Abyss was ill-advised, and Seacrew agreed. Stude couldn't believe Katarnid could play with his emotions, and Imul asked what they should do in this situation. Mordo answered that as it stands, they would have difficulty creating a strategy for the Master of the Abyss. Sunraka said that truthfully, they didn't understand anything yet about Katarnid and Reluyith. He added that this town had been weird to him from the very beginning, so Ray asked if something had occurred to him or what. Sunraku answered that their conversation helped him organize his thoughts, and he's gonna have them to scout out intel for him, which made Akane wonder. Sunraku explained that in games like this, things like diaries or experiment records usually contained real vital info, and if they could find a library, that would be better. He said they should gain everything they could from that castle, and they gotta crack the puzzle of Reluyith. The key word he wanted them to keep in mind was the word contract. Sunraka's group roamed around the castle of Reluyith, and they seemed to have split up. Ray said, now that she thought about it, they really knew almost nothing about that town. Akane agreed, mentioning they didn't have much to go on if they couldn't find any books or something. Sunraku said that was right, and that was the classic in-game world-building item. He added that Rust and Mordo's team was tackling the upper floor, while they would explore the floor where they were, which Ray understood. Akane opened a door, saying they seemed to be in an enormous room. Seacrew told them to be alert, because enemies might be lurking around them. The room they entered had a big chair inside, and Sunraku asked if it was a throne room, judging by the large and imposing chair there. He laughed because he bets there's a ton of info they can find around there. So they should case the room, and according to a mole, she was sure they would find it. Akane asked what that sculpture thing sitting on the throne was, and if it was made of crystal. Rei seemed to have an idea, and according to her, this situation was perfect, and she would contribute a lot to this exploration, making up for all her goof-ups, saying it all got weird during the blocker fight. At that moment, Sikru seemed to shiver, and Sunraku was having trouble opening a door. He mentioned it was weird that the door was locked, and he thought there must be something important inside, which made Rei think this was her chance. She said she would handle the door and would break it with her hammer, but before she could finish, Akane volunteered to help first, saying she had a lockpicking skill in that character build, so she could open it easily. Sunraku said that was good, and Akane should try it. Meanwhile, Rei was calming herself down, thinking that playing SLF like this might make her a tad too violent for her own good. She added that it might be because her avatar was a big macho man, and her older sister said that was best to keep creepers away from her. Sunraku apologized to Rei, saying Katarnid might get turned loose if they bust things up, and Rei replied that was a good point, so she apologized too. Soon after, Akane opened the door, which impressed Sunraku with her speed, and he said she was even better than Katsuo, while Emole praised her talent. On the other hand, Rei realized she had made a mistake, and she hadn't expected to play with Hizutomi like this. But before she could finish, Sunraku told her they were leaving. Rei added that she couldn't let herself be timid, because after all, she had something very important to talk about Hizutomi today. They explored that room, and Sunraku wondered if it was the king's office, while Rei was visibly restless. She saw a book and told Sunraku about it, and he noticed it. He praised Rei, who was overjoyed, and mentioned it was some kind of written record. He read what was written there. How long has it been since that dreadful blue appeared from the depths? The blue has swallowed first the west of town, and now the south as well. The ship carrying the ministers as they tried to flee the island was dragged down to the bottom of the sea by a blue bigger than the one eating away at our land. The sight was enough to make our people, and I, wail in despair. And we learned that the king was the one who wrote this book. Akane was wondering about the mention of the dreadful blue, and Rei said it seemed the blue invaded their land based on how it dragged them to the sea bottom, which might explain Reluiatha's blue coloring. Sunraku said that blue was the reason why Reluiath was completely destroyed, and that's what he understood. Akane asked what that blue thing was, and if they thought it meant Katarnid. Sunraku answered no, because wasn't he more black than blue, but Akane made him look at the next page, which said that blue had fully occupied the entire city. That page was shown to us, and it also stated that people swallowed by blue became part of it. If there was a silver lining, it lies in how the fastidious ministers who stayed in the castle were now gone, allowing them to house their refugees inside. From that day on, they would no longer close their gates to the common man. Sunraku asked if Katarnid had fully taken over Reluiath, causing all of this. The king added in the book that with the soldiers lost engaging a portion of the blue, the total number of survivors was small enough to fit inside the castle. He said the might of his shining crown has proven meaningless in the face of this disaster. Because of this, Rei said it seemed those people tried to fight the blue but were defeated in the end. Sunraku said that's what it says on the face of it, but something struck him as odd. Emole mentioned that Sunraku had said a contract would be important, and Rei asked why Sunraku said that. He answered that contract was just a word he picked out from nowhere special, but regarding Katarnid and Reluiath, he thought they were more than just straight-up enemies. They should just assume the invading blue was Katarnid. They saw how huge that monster was, so wouldn't they think it would level more of Reluiath's buildings? And by the looks of it, the city seemed to be decaying naturally at a slow pace. Akane had a thought, suggesting maybe Katarnid restored the buildings, and Sunraku had seen how the crumbled structure was rebuilt. Sunraku said he had thoughts about that too, which made Akane curious. Sunraku talked about how buildings returned to their original form when destroyed, and at first, he thought it applied to everything in Reluiath, but that wasn't true. He asked if they remembered the ship graveyard they explored yesterday, and if they remembered how Araba destroyed the floor, and how Rei fell to them with the Gigor fish. He explained that ship remained destroyed even after time passed. Ray seemed to have a realization because of that, saying Sunraku was right, that Katarnid only restored the buildings in Reluyith, and ships and things from outside weren't counted. She thought Katarnid must have a soft spot for that city. Ray then said if it did have a soft spot, why would it allow Reluyith to remain semi-ruined? She said it could probably restore the city to its normal state, but it seemed to want the place to stay that way. Sunraku said maybe that was the only state Katarnid could restore it to, which shocked his companions. He added that this was because Katarnid probably wasn't the one who destroyed Reluyith, but rather that blue thing. He said maybe the people of Reluyith made a pact with Katarnid to protect them from the blue, and to keep things from getting any worse, though he couldn't guess the details. But before he could finish, a mole mentioned that was pretty tricky. Sunraku explained that the blue had enough power to destroy that city at once, and Katarnid fought it, and that was his theory. He added that they still didn't know where the city's people went, and Ray said she thought Sunraku's theory was close to hitting the mark. She read from the book, which contained the words, "Amid the storm we saw it tear apart the blue that emerged from the ocean, a dragon with 8 heads. For our huddled mass of survivors, it was a truly divine savior even if it should decide to trample them after defeating the blue, which remained quiet, while the god was victorious. The god spoke and introduced itself as Katarnid, resident of the abyss. In exchange for saving them, the god wanted to possess this country. What the god really wanted was Reluyith, their nation, but without them there. That land was no longer fit for habitation, and even in death, the blue was soaked into the soil of that land. The crazed horde of blue, as it called that menace, would someday resurrect itself to consume everything, so the writer would raise the island from the depths of the ocean. Mordo seemed impressed reading that, saying it was funny that Katarnid was painted as the good guy in Reluyith. Akane mentioned he was even a hero, and Araba said it was unthinkable that the Master of the Abyss saved Reluyith. Stu didn't seem to like Akane calling him a hero because he killed his father. Ray said she was starting to wonder what that blue was in the end, and Sunraku agreed, saying it was definitely something scary. Mordo made them look at the last line in the diary, where it stated that the Keystone Monument sitting on the throne was the new leader of the land of Reluyith, and the king gave it his power and his oath as king. Mordo thought about the Keystone Monument, guessing it was the crystal statue sitting on the throne. Sunraku agreed with that, and for him, it was probably a trigger for an event, though they didn't know yet exactly what to do with the crystal. Akane asked if they wanted to destroy it, but according to Ray, they shouldn't, and should think of a more peaceful way. Sunraku then asked Mordo if they had found anything, and Rust showed them a crown they had found. Sunraku said it looked like a somewhat lame-looking crown, and asked what was special about it. Mordo answered that they fought a monster on the top floor, and Rust said they defeated it, and it dropped the crown. Sunraku couldn't believe there were monsters there, and said it might be a key story item or something. Mordo added that was all they found, with no useful-looking books or anything else. According to Sunraku, it seemed they just found a rare item there, and suddenly Rust yawned, saying she was tired. Sunraku wondered about this because it wasn't that late yet, just the afternoon. Rust answered that she had stayed up until way late last night playing Nephilim, which seemed to anger Sunraku because he had told her to show up in top shape. He added that she needed to use a bed to log out, and he'd hate to return to their base. Mordo said that wasn't a problem, because they had found something like barracks full of beds upstairs, which Sunraku said was cool. Meanwhile, Akane was hungry, and according to Sunraku, that was fair, and they had a long stretch ahead of them, so they should rest for an hour for food. Rust bargained for 3 hours, saying she demands 3 hours to sleep. Sunraku agreed to this, and said anyone who could log in after an hour could join him in the search, and if they wanted to nap, they could join after 3 hours. Mordo, Ray, Rust, and Akane agreed to this, and someone mentioned there were less than 20 hours remaining. Sunraku told them they weren't allowed to be late, and he didn't know how long this would take them, so they shouldn't waste valuable time. After all, Katarnid was way more of a pain compared to other unique monsters, so they should prepare for anything. When he finished speaking, his teammates had disappeared, making him wonder where they went. A mole answered that they had gone up to the barracks, which seemed to annoy Sunraku because he hadn't even asked where that room was, but someone called out to him. It was Ray who was still there, which surprised him, and he asked if she hadn't gone with the others. Ray thought this was her only chance to tell Sunraku what she wanted to say, so she spoke to him. She said she wanted to discuss something personal, asking if he had time, while cheering herself up. Sunraku wondered what Ray wanted to tell him, and internally, he was nervous because she said it was something personal. Ray was stuttering as she spoke because she had something she was wondering about, which made Sunraku think something was wrong with her, and he asked if it was related to Lycagon. He also thought about what it could be about, and the only thing he could think of was that Ray wanted to crush him. Ray asked if Sunraku's clan, the Wolf Gang, was accepting new members at that time. Sunraku was extremely shocked by what he heard, and he couldn't believe Ray was asking about new members. Ray had an internal panic, thinking if she looked like she wanted to join the Wolf Gang because of her question, and she answered herself that yes, because she wouldn't ask if she didn't want to join. She also thought that since her drama with her older sister, things had become awkward in Schwarz-Wolf, and if she was going to do something, this was the time. Sunraku was thinking, and he asked himself what was the point of that question, and why Ray cared about the Wolf Gang's member roster. He seemed to panic as he wondered if Ray knew he had invited other members to the clan besides her. He also wondered if Ray was thinking about why they were adding members. He thought about what Ray's position was in that game, because she said she wanted to work with him, but at the core, she's a member of Schwarz-Wolf. He felt he needed to wonder if Ray was looking for info about Lycagon, but he remembered he had decided to drop that topic. Both were quiet, and Sunraku thought he needed to answer Ray because their silence was weird. He spoke, and Ray looked excited about his upcoming answer. He asked Ray why she asked that, because he thought he needed to do it, and he answered a question with another question. He was extremely weirded out by himself because of that, and he still couldn't believe he had done that, because it was rude and even taboo. He wondered if he wanted Ray to kill him, so he was terrified while waiting for her to answer, thinking he was done for. Sunraku added that Ray's force or presence and her armor reminded him of Weathermon. He said Ray was always like that, so he asked himself if she was one of the 7 Colossi. He stopped himself from joking, because he needed to think of a way to get out alive, while a mole seemed completely clueless about what was happening. On the other hand, Ray was wondering why Sunraku asked her like that, and he neither confirmed or denied if they were accepting new people. For someone of Sunraku's stature, she wondered how she should take that, so she was panicking. She wondered if it was an interview, and thought that Sunraku was evaluating her to see if she deserved an invite. Now that she was thinking about it, Sunraku's clan was a small team of super elites, and it was a team that had defeated Weathermon, the Colossus. She thought the door probably wasn't that wide open, so if she gave a namby-pamby answer, she would be rejected, but she wondered what the right answer to that question would be. If she continued fretting about her answers, Sunraku would see through that, so it would be better to be sincere and honest. She told herself to be honest and express what she was feeling. She spoke, and internally, she just wanted to be with Hizutomi more. However, she seemed unable to say what she wanted to say, which made Sunraku wonder. She panicked because she couldn't say it, and she said she hadn't come there prepared to say what she wanted to say. She quickly apologized to Sunraku and asked if it was okay to sleep on that question, which seemed to surprise Sunraku. Ray said she would give Sunraku a perfect answer and promised she would show she could earn it.
Huh?
Sunraku was trembling with fear because of Ray, who was telling him she would return later. Sunraku wondered how and what Ray wanted to earn, and on who, and he couldn't believe what had happened. Let's move to real life, where Sunraku seemed to have calmed down because he was about to eat. He decided to set aside what happened with Ray and go over what he knew about Katarnid while he still had time. From the journal they found, they learned that Reluiath was destroyed by something called the Crazed Horde of Blue. They didn't know what that blue thing was yet, but Katarnid fought it and saved the city from complete destruction. However, even though the blue died, it had embedded itself in the city, waiting to be revived. To make that impossible, Katarnid made all the people leave the city, which he inverted and sealed it off on the seabed. He added that during their castle exploration, they found 2 important things, one of them being the Keystone Monument, a chunk of crystal shaped like a person. The other thing was the shabby-looking crown that Rust's group found. He said they needed to examine the throne in more detail because there must be a trick to it. He mentioned he couldn't waste time, so he returned to his gaming VR chair while wobbling. He seemed surprised by what was happening to him and said that the meal he ate made him incredibly tired out of nowhere, though he knew he had slept the night before while looking at the time. He thought about how Rust wanted 3 hours to take a nap, so he thought he'd take a 1-hour nap too. So he set an alarm, but he didn't confirm it on his phone because he fell asleep. Time passed, and Sunraku woke up drooling. He panicked while asking what time it was, but calmed himself because it was still light outside. He calmed down and said he thought he had overslept, but there was still daylight. His alarm hadn't gone off, so he thought his sleep hadn't gone over an hour, but he saw it was past 5 o'clock. He wondered about this and looked out the window, where he heard birds chirping and realized it was sunrise. He counted how many hours had passed, and in the end, learned he had slept for 14 hours. He couldn't believe he had slept that long, and his companions were looking for him in the group chat because they didn't know what to do. He slammed his phone against his bed, asking if it was just a dream, and if it was possible to sleep for 14 hours. He had just eaten, but he was already hungry, wondering if this was energy drink whiplash or what. He thought this might be the fatigue from GGC catching up with him, and he had been playing nothing but SLF since getting home, but he said the reason wasn't important now, because how was he going to get out of the hole he had dug for himself? He added that he had even pestered his companions, especially Rust, and in his current state, he couldn't face them. He said he was too unmotivated to seriously face Katarnid, so he needed to up the voltage, and he noticed the Riot Blood at that moment. He picked up the newly released Riot Blood Revolve Lantern and said this might be pushing it way too much, but he was placing his hopes on this mystery drink, and in truth, he was staking everything on it. He suddenly seemed revitalized after drinking it, and mentioned the effect was extremely fast, as he could feel the caffeine soaking through his entire body. He laughed while saying there was nothing healthy about it, but who gives a crap about that since he wouldn't get anywhere if he minded the small stuff. He said he could do it, and he didn't know how or what, but he felt he could win over his party again. He said even Katarnid would be a walk in the park now, and it was time to show his perfect communication skills to other people, so he logged in again. He told his companions what happened, but told them not to worry because he was in the best shape of his life at that moment, and he was ready to perform like gangbusters, so they should get busy. However, Rust started punching him, so he tried to explain because she had said she would forgive him if he told the truth. Rust replied that she couldn't forgive Sunraku because that was lame, and Imul seemed to panic because she said something was terribly wrong with Sunraku. Rust continued beating up Sunraku, who was telling her to stop because he would die and get penalized, while Imul worried. Meanwhile, Mordo said that was in the past, but they had little abyssal time left, so they should get moving. Rust stopped, and Akane said Mordo was right, and because of what Sunraka did, they had slept soundly. According to Rei, she knew she had been a bit absent too, so she was glad Sunraku was okay, who said he knew what he did was wrong. Imul said they had all been worried, while Rei gave Sunraku a healing potion. For him, Rust's beating had helped calm his mind a bit, and they should finish this easygoing break. "You're one to talk," Rust replied. Sunraku added that it was time to solve Katarnid's riddle and beat him up, and the first step was the throne. They needed to figure out the trick behind it, and Mordo said they already knew it. Rust hinted by saying that while he was sleeping, they had tried some things, and as she thought, that crown was the real key item to all of it. Sunraku was extremely surprised that the crown was such an important item, and he asked if the crown had become a lot prettier or a lot gaudier. Rust giggled, and Mordo said they were just testing out a bunch of stuff, asking Sunraku if he wanted an update. Let's go back to the past, about around 30 minutes ago, showing the group meeting in the throne room without Sunraku. Akane asked if they had heard from Sunraku, but Rei answered they hadn't yet, so she was getting worried, which seemed to surprise Akane. Rust said they should forget about that fool, referring to Sunraku, and they should just solve the puzzle themselves. Mordo agreed, but they had already explored the entire castle grounds. Rei said that was right, and they had found more records, but none of them added any information beyond the first diary. Akane asked if Rust and Mordo had examined the 4 towers again, and if they had learned anything new. Mordo answered that nothing had changed, but they had a question about the blockers inside the towers, which made Akane ask what it was. Mordo asked her if she recalls how each blocker bore the same mark on one part of their body or the other. Akane said she thought she remembered that, or maybe not. So Mordo explained that the mark was also on Katarnid's tentacles. This surprised Akane and Rei, and Mordo added that only the 4 chained-up tentacles of Katarnid had marks. Rust said they had just checked there, and the marks were the same. Rust wondered, because hadn't they heard that the blockers were born from Katarnid, and she thought it wasn't weird that their marks were the same. For Rei, if the marks were only on the 4 chain tentacles, which maybe suggested a link to the 4 towers. However, she asked if the chains only appeared after they defeated the blockers, or if the other tentacles had been unchained, leaving only 4. She added that they didn't know that yet, and according to Mordo, they still hadn't figured out the trick behind it, and all they have to work with now was the dingy crown dropped by the enemy and the crystal sitting on the throne. Rei said it was called the Keystone Monument in the diary, and Rust said it was described like a symbol of the handover of power, which made Akane wonder about the handover. At that moment, she had an idea and asked if they should put the crown on the statue, which made Mordo curious. That's what they did, but nothing happened, and Mordo said it was a good idea anyway. According to Akane, the statue looked really pretty, and she bets it would go for a lot of money, but Rust didn't want to sell it. Rei agreed with Akane, mentioning there wasn't even any dust or dirt on it. She asked wasn't the shape incredibly beautiful, sitting in this deserted castle for so long, and someone said the jewels were even sparkling. Rei giggled like a little girl and found it very pretty, which weirded out Mordo. She was surprised because Mordo called her, and she said she was looking at the different shapes. Rust seemed to notice something about the jewels, and Rei noticed it too. They took a jewel from the statue together, which surprised Mordo at what they were doing. He asked the two what they were doing, saying that just because they were beautiful, that doesn't mean they could take them. Rust replied that wasn't it, and Rei asked if Mordo could see the crown, because she thought the indentions there were where the jewels used to be. She said she noticed that the sizes and shapes were close to the jewels on the statue. Mordo noticed this too, and realized they should put the jewels in the crown, so Rust did it. However, she said she had a problem because it wouldn't stay in, which surprised Rei, who asked if she was sure that was the right spot. Rust was trying to force the jewel in, so Mordo was telling her not to force it because it would break, and she answered she was sure it was the right spot. Akane wanted to try because she said she was good at puzzles, but Rust argued it wasn't really a puzzle, it just didn't fit. Akane put the jewel in, and it clicked, so she explained she just turned it around, and it stuck. Mordo was surprised by her speed, and realized it was a reference to Katarnid's inversion skills, while Rust seemed unable to believe it. Akane noticed something because the jewel flickered, and it was shown sparkling. She mentioned the tarnish on the jewel was gone, which surprised her companions, and according to Rei, she thought what they were doing was right, so they should try putting in the other jewels. That's what they did, and Akane mentioned the crown looked good as new. Mordo said all that was left was the large one in the middle. They looked at the statue on the throne, and they saw the last jewel in its eye. At that moment, they all received a message simultaneously, and according to Rei, it was from Sunraku, and it looked like he would be playing soon. Back to the present, and Sunraku realized the jewels symbolized the royal throne. So if they took the jewels from that statue and returned them to the crown, it would take back the throne given to Katarnid and return it to Reluyith. The crown became extremely bright after Sunraku returned the last jewel to the crown, and he waited to see what would happen. He asked how this would affect the fight with Katarnid, and Rust answered not to ask her. Sunraku said he was really asking Rust because all she did was clean the crown a little, and nothing was happening. Amul reasoned that Sunraku had completed the crown, and Rust replied that Sunraku should figure it out, while he wondered how this became his fault. While reading the journal, Mordo asked if there were any other processes to follow, and Akane thought the crown goes on the statue after all. Sunraku said they could try that, but wasn't that handing over power, and he seemed to notice something. He said if you think about it, the clothing worn by the statue resembled what Setsuna of the bygone days wore. At that moment, the castle flipped over, causing them all to fall, which shocked them. The god spoke, and said that he was Katarnid, the resident of the deep abyss, while he broke free from the chains, causing his tentacles to break. He said he wasn't a god, but one who wielded godly force. They all screamed because of their sudden fall. Sunraku mentioned that the floor had become the ceiling, while a mole was screaming in fear. According to Sunraku, they would be in deep trouble if they took that fall, so he used his Skywalker skill, combined with Shano possession to reach the throne. He managed to reach it and said they had a close call, while a mole was checking if everybody else were okay. We were shown Akane and Sikuru, who was reaching out for one another, but Rei caught them both, which surprised them. While she was drawing her weapon, she struck it into a pillar, embedding it deeply, and that's what stopped their fall. Akane thanked Rei. On the other hand, Araba seemed to be struggling, saying he barely managed to catch Mordo, Rust, and Stude in time. Mordo said they were okay, while Stude couldn't believe they were floating in the sky, so Rust was trying to quiet him down. Sunraku asked if everyone was safe there, and he said there was no doubt about that sudden inversion because putting the crown on the head definitely moved the Katarnid event along. While climbing to the throne, he asked what they supposed to do next. He noticed something at that moment and mentioned there was writing on the back of the throne. Several walls and windows inside the throne room started moving, which put Sunraku on alert, while Araba's group panicked because of the movement around. The rumbling and movement in the castle continued, so Rei asked if it was transforming. Some parts detached from the castle, and the words, "Never under the same heaven," were mentioned. The scene returned to the room where Katarnid was, and it was explained to us that those words meant a form of absolute hostility. At that moment, Araba suddenly screamed because he was shaken and mentioned he couldn't swim anymore, which confused Stude. Meanwhile, the pillar where Rei's weapon was embedded gave way, causing her group to fall too. They all screamed again as they were falling once more, and someone spoke the words, "A hatred that makes it impossible to even exist underneath the same sky." Much like how oil cannot mix with water, two bodies repelling one another. Nevertheless, the heaven, earth, and providence, following the release of the right to rule over Reluia from the Keystone Monument, everything was inverted, and the shock was visible in a mole and Sunraku's eyes. Sunraku was alerted at what was happening, and at that moment, they all fell into what appeared to be a battle arena. Sunraku was surprised at where they ended up and asked his companions if they were okay. Akane answered yes, and they hadn't taken any damage or anything. Mordo asked where they were, while Araba was pointing something out to them. That was the sky, so Sunraku asked if that meant Reluia had been freed from the inversion. Akane was overjoyed because it seemed they had found a way to escape from there. Rust, Mordo, and Rei seemed to notice something. It was Katarnid approaching them, and while this was being shown, it was explained to us that this was the reason why. The master lurking in the depths of the deep sea had decided to stage a confrontation. While Sunraku and the others were looking at the Colossus approaching them, it was explained that to reach the future that once left them, to return to the rote routine of tomorrow, the heirs to the mighty divines who fought against the world would determine if they had the power to move on their own feet. At that moment, something glowed from Katarnid, seemingly casting a skill, and it looked like its tentacles were doing something too. They all saw it, which made Mordo and Russ nervous, asking if this was the sheer intimidation of a unique monster. Someone said the abyss holding the heavens aloft was united again, and it was shown that Katarnid's tentacles detached from it. Sunraku and the others officially encountered Katarnid of the abyss, and he answered Rust that this was indeed it. He added that there was really nothing like the Uniques, and asked Katarnid if it was starting to get fun. Araba asked if that was the master of the abyss, and Sunraku said that this colossus seemed to be more than just a really big octopus, and now that bastard had shown its true colors. Mordo asked what they were seeing, and Rust was trying to figure out if this was Katarnid's second form or what. Akane answered that it was a magic circle with tentacles coming out of it. Rei told them to stay alert because they didn't know what it would do yet, and Sunraku said that was a good point. He called out to Katarnid and asked what tricks he got up his sleeve. We turned to Katarnid, who spoke the words, "Show me," which surprised Sunraku and his group. Katarnid wanted them to show him the will of the successor, and Sunraku said the unique monster's speech was so scratchy he could barely make it out. Araba mentioned that was awful, and according to Akane, apparently Katarnid could speak after all. Mordo said that in the diary, it seemed pretty clear that the unique monster was communicating with people. On the other hand, Stude couldn't believe he was facing Katarnid. He said he wasn't afraid, and he would do it. It had killed his father, and now he would get revenge. But his expression seemed to change at that moment. Sunraku told him to look out, because one of Katarnid's tentacles was attacking them. They were surprised by this, and Sunraku called Stude a dumbass, telling him not to jump ahead like that, because unlike them explorers, when NPCs die, they don't come back to life, which seemed to frighten Stude even more. The mini tentacles that grew from one of Katarnid's tentacles seemed to be doing something, so Araba warned her companions. The mini tentacles attacked, causing Sunraku's group to scatter. They screamed because of this, and Mordo told Rust he was getting hit, but she told him to be quiet. Sunraku seemed annoyed while watching this happen, because first, Katarnid was talking, then it was beating them up. At that moment, he let go of Stude, causing him to panic, and he said he thought they were in the middle of a conversational event, while stabbing Katarnid's tentacle with his sword. However, it seemed to have no effect, and Sunraku mentioned this was weird because he couldn't see any damage visuals. A mini tentacle was about to attack him, but he noticed it, so he used Skywalker. He jumped upward and ordered a mole to throw a bunch of magic edge at Katarnid. That's what a mole did, but it had no effect either, which surprised both of them. The mini tentacles continued attacking, and Sunraku said he was pretty sure Araba and Seacrew wouldn't go down that easily, but it was a bad idea for NPCs to fight like this when they had no idea what Katarnid could do. He told a mole to take cover in a corner with Stude, which the two didn't seem to like. Sunraku left, so a mole called out to him, and he told her to keep Stude safe. Meanwhile, Mordo was about to buff Rust, but a mini tentacle attacked him. Fortunately, Ray hit it with his hammer, squishing it, which he thanked her for, and she said the damage wasn't a threat, but it could become one if Katarnid's attacks continued. Ray noticed the small tentacles had moved away from under her hammer and entered the main tentacle. Sunraku noticed this too, and wondered about how Katarnid sucked up the smaller tentacle. At that moment, a tentacle attacked him, but he countered it with his weapon, causing it to return to the main tentacle. Sunraku said he got it now, and Katarnid's first form was simple. He thought attacking the thicker tentacles wouldn't matter, so they should aim for the smaller branching ones. Katarnid would suck them in after damaged enough. His companions understood this too, and he added that he finally got his unique monster fight, and he no longer needed to worry about damaging his weapons. He drew out his Moonblade Waxing and Moonblade Waning, and mentioned he would shave off all the crap from Katarnid's legs until nothing remained. They all attacked the smaller tentacles, and they were returning to the thicker tentacles. Amul was overjoyed and told Sunraku to just keep doing his best because there were less and less tentacles now. Russ said the sheer number was a pain, so she called Mordo because she was going to wrap them up. Sunraku wondered what they were doing. Then, Mordo called his companions and told them to watch Rust because it would only work for an instant, and Rust used the false gather-ram skill, a type of ball that she shot at a tentacle. It hit Katarnid's tentacle, causing the little ones to get tangled up. Araba said the thinner tentacles were bound up, and she told Neri this was their chance, so he used Deep Pressure Crack. Meanwhile, Ray buffed her skills and attacked the tentacles simultaneously with Araba. All of them retracted toward the thicker tentacle, which made Akane say, "Wow," because they had defeated so many at once. She asked about the others, and Sunraku answered he would handle it, and those were the last ones. He used Unbroken Light Dance on them, causing them to return to the thicker tentacle as well. Akane said that was the last of the small tentacles, and according to Sunraku, he had heard that Katarnid enjoyed watching people struggle like them. He apologized to the unique monster because it would be the one struggling today. He asked if that was all it had, and told Katarnid of the Abyss to let him have a little more fun with him. At that moment, something seemed to be happening in Katarnid's eye. A thick tentacle of Katarnid returned to the magic circle, which Ray noticed and reported to her companions. Araba mentioned that, just as Sunraku thought, attacking the smaller tentacles to make Katarnid pull them back was the right answer. As for Sunraku, he suggested they should continue doing this with the remaining tentacles. The unique monster seemed to want to say something, and on the other hand, Emul and Stude were no longer happy with their situation. Stude said he would join the fight after all, and Emul supported him, saying he was right and that they could fight just fine. Katarnid uttered the words, "With a heart that never wavers," and Sunraka's group's ears hurt because Katarnid was speaking again with its awful voice. It seemed Katarnid cast a spell by uttering those words which he told to proceed, and shock was visible on the NPCs' faces. Sunraka told it to stop with the poetry and just fight, saying he can't attack while floating like that. Araba appeared to be struggling, which made Sunraka wonder when he saw it. It wasn't just Araba who was struggling, but also Stewed, who was shivering and couldn't stand. The same went for Amol, who was afraid of the eye, and even her brother was the same way, making Akane worry about him. Sunraku was also worried about Araba, asking what happened to him out of nowhere. Mordo asked what was wrong with them, and Rei wanted to know the same thing. Sunraku was puzzled because nothing was wrong with the players, and only the NPCs were having problems. He asked Katarnid what he had done, but it attacked them at that moment. The unique monster attacked with 3 tentacles simultaneously, surprising Akane and Rust. The 3 tentacles shook, which Sunraka noticed, so he told Akane to take Sikru to a safe place. He jumped to push away Araba from Katarnid's attacks, while Akane was rescuing Sikru, and she seemed to be struggling, so Rei mentioned to Rust and Mordo that they needed to help her. Mordo and Rust helped Akane by shooting arrows and casting spells at the tentacles, while Rei struck the tentacle that was about to attack Sunraku. Sunraku arrived at a safe place, saying that was close and they should be safe there. He saw Stewed there shivering, and thought that if he hadn't shoofed a mole and Stewed away earlier, he wasn't sure if they could have saved the NPCs. Akane arrived too, and Sunraku asked if Sikru was okay, to which she replied yes. She added that they took some damage, but she managed to get Sikru, and while she was saying this, one of Katarnid's tentacles seemed about to attack her, which Sunraka noticed. Sunraku protected Akane, saying that apparently the arena's edges weren't fully safe after all, and they couldn't mess around anymore. He ordered Akane to protect the NPCs and fight off any tentacles leaving the perimeter. He was angry at Katarnid, demanding to know why it neutralized all their NPCs. Then, he called Rei, Rust, and Mordo, telling them that attacking this guy willy-nilly is a bad idea. He ordered them to work together targeting 1 tentacle at a time, trying to reduce their numbers. If they didn't address the attacks from all directions, they would mess up. Mordo understood this, while Rei asked what Sunraka would do, to which he replied that as long as he could, he would make himself a target for the unique monster. That's what Sunraka did, and he was delighted because his industry-grade VR hardware kicked so much ass, allowing him to move exactly as he wanted. Rust wondered about Sunraka's mention of industry-grade, but Sunraku told her not to think about it. Sunraku added that the tentacles were the same as before, the only difference being there were more of them. He said the smaller tentacles would attack after shaking a bit. They would home in slightly, but not enough to be unavoidable, and there was no tricky timing to their attacks. He added that the attack had a 5-second cooldown, during which it was wide open to his strikes. He asked Katarnid if it thought taking out their NPCs and attacking with 3 tentacles would be enough to win. He said it underestimated them too much, as they had an SLF hardcore and 2 Nephilim addicts. That was more than insane enough to entertain the Master of the Abyss. On the other hand, Katarnid recalled the 3 tentacles it had used to attack, which made Akane happy because they had achieved their goal of making Katarnid pull back its tentacles. Sunraka said it was a good thing the same approach worked whether they had NPCs or not. Then Mordo asked what would happen next. The unique monster seemed to be doing something, and the black part of its body separated from its spell lines. Sunraku was surprised by this, and Katarnid's black body part fell in front of them. Mordo was shocked that the main body had fallen, while Rei warned them to stay alert. According to Sunraku, Katarnid was about to transform into its next phase, so he said to bring it on. The black body part of Katarnid that fell in front of them started to bubble, putting Sunraku on alert. It gradually disappeared before their eyes, leaving Sunraku and the others shocked, unable to believe it had just vanished. At that moment, the NPCs could move again, wondering what had happened, and Sikru said the manacles were off. Stewed said the shivering was gone, and Amol said they were back at it, while Akane and Sikru could be seen very happy. Rei said it looked like the NPCs' status effects were gone, and Sunraka wondered if they had won or what. Araba asked them how they could be so oblivious, saying this wasn't all the Master of the Abyss had. It was above them, causing Sunraku to look up, wondering what he was seeing. It was Katarnid charging at them, its appearance having changed, now see-through, with a body that appeared to be made of lines. Sunraku wondered if the magic circle was changing shape, and he realized that it wasn't the main body that fell, but the circle itself. Rust said that it was changing itself even more now, and Mordo asked what's it gonna look like next. Katarnid declared that there was no height that couldn't be reached, and at the peak, where will man decide to travel next? Sunraku was getting annoyed, saying he wouldn't get used to that voice. Emil agreed, saying it was annoying, but she could still move just fine this time. Araba told her to stay alert, as he doubted the Master of the Abyss would admit defeat after that much. Sunraku teased him about what he said because he was whimpering just like Stude moments ago. Araba didn't like that, and Stude asked what Sunraku meant by like him. Sunraku told them not to worry, because whatever comes along, they could handle it. He reminded them that they had 2 level 99 extend party members, himself and Ray. He added that he would rely on Ray, and she seemed nervous responding to him. Their NPCs were back in action, but without support for them, he was still worried, and with all of Ray's knowledge of the game, it was reassuring to have her there. As for Ray, she was happy that Sunraku was relying on her, but if she had her way, she wanted to experience being the one Sunraku helped. However, she seemed disgusted by her thoughts, saying she needed to focus. Sunraku was puzzled by Ray's behavior, and he said Katarnid was taking his time to transform, so he asked if they could hit it with long-range damage while it was still quiet. Rust answered that it was difficult to aim upward with her strongbow, and Mordo said he thought arrows and magic were no longer options due to inertia and distance decay. Akane seemed to notice something and told her companions about it. It was Katarnid, who had finished transforming. Mordo couldn't believe that the unique monster's body was made of a magic circle. According to Sunraku, so this was Katarnid's third form, and he wondered what it would do, telling it to show him. Katarnid uttered the words, "Find yourself that can believe," and revealed its tentacles holding chalices. Sunraku was surprised, while Akane asked what they think that is and if the unique monster was carrying stuff. Katarnid seemed to do something with its 4 tentacles that weren't holding chalices, and their end parts detached from the tentacles. Then, the chalices lit up, which Sunraku noticed, prompting him to ask if it was an attack. Katarnid said that even if the world is completely changed, its foundation would never waver. The light from Katarnid grew brighter, and Sunraku asked what that intense blue light was. However, there was no damage, so he wondered if it was just a smoke screen. He also mentioned that he was having trouble seeing, asking if his eye holes were out of position because they weren't matching his eyes. And what was this? He told himself to forget it, and said he would remove his bird mask first. He removed his bird mask, and he looked like a woman with enormous melons.
Hey, that's pretty good.
He was puzzled by the large melons his character had, wondering what was happening. He couldn't believe he suddenly grew 2 nuclear cannons in an instant, while his fingers were small and his shoulders were narrow. He asked what the deal was with all of this, saying he had become a woman. Someone told him they thought it was the effect of the light, and it seemed to have changed their genders. He asked who that stud was, not realizing it was Rust who had become a man. He asked what kind of world-class hero that was, or if it came from a girl's dating simulator. He knew his party members were ugly, but this was different. Rust replied that she didn't know, it just happened. Someone called for their attention, saying he didn't want to brag, but argued that the character he had created was pretty handsome. It was Mordo who had become a small and cute girl, adding that he was so tiny now, he's practically swimming in his outfit. Rust seemed to laugh at what happened to Mordo, who was surprised by Rust's new appearance. Sunraku asked if all their genders had changed, and someone said Mordo was cute. They looked to see who said that, and Mordo asked who it was. It was Akane, who now looked like an old man, who asked the terrified Mordo if it was okay to pat his head. Mordo told Akane to stop because it's scaring him. Sunraku couldn't believe what had happened to Akane, saying she had become a big stubble-faced macho man. Rust said she was glad she wasn't targeted by what happened to Akane, which made Sunraku ask why she was so calm about what happened. Rust struck a pose, answering that she was okay with it. Because of that, Someone told her to stop with the tropey fantasy stud poses. Sunraku noticed that his voice pitch had also risen, and we learned that voice changers couldn't be used in SLF, which was quite novel. At that moment, Araba, who had become a woman, called him, asking if he could believe what happened. Sunraku was surprised to see Araba, who added that the Master of the Abyss wasn't making any moves for now, while Nereid called him weird. Stud was there too, also unable to believe what happened, and Araba asked what they would do, and if they would fight like this. Because of that, Sunraku remembered they were still in a battle, saying he had forgotten after that shock. He seemed to notice something, and Araba wondered what it was. Sunraku apologized, saying he didn't know much about this kind of scene, so he wouldn't comment. Araba asked what kind of scene he meant, and Nereid said she hadn't changed. Sunraku replied that maybe spirits didn't have genders, and at that moment, Emol called him. She asked what happened to everyone, and Sunraku was happy she hadn't changed. It seemed the Vorpal bunnies were as is, but he pointed at something on Emol's body and asked what it was. Emol also wondered what it was, and she was shocked that she had something between her legs. On the other hand, something seemed to be missing from Sikru, who said his treasure was gone and wondered where he dropped it. She called to Emol, accusing her of stealing their eggplant, but Emol reasoned that she thought it belonged to her. Sunraku said this was chaos, what a mess, and who knew what would come next. He addressed Katarnid, saying there were rumors that it wanted to see people like them panic in confusion, and honestly, up to this point, he thought it was just going easy on them. But now he could see it clearly. What it was doing was screwing with them as hard as he can. While everyone was in chaos, Rei seemed to be thinking, and she said she had really changed, because now she had a female avatar. Sunraku was getting angry because Katarnid was toying with them like that, and Mordo said that to think he even inverted their genders. Akane mentioned that the unique monster wasn't attacking them, and according to Mordo, it might be gauging their reactions. Sunraku added that he was sure Katarnid was enjoying every moment of their freaking out like this. That was exactly the panic Katarnid wanted to see. The chaos happening in Sunraku's group was shown to us, with Rei still unable to believe that her avatar had become female. She thought that if this was how she looked, it wouldn't be weird if she became Sunraku's target for protection. Meanwhile, Katarnid seemed to be doing something with its tentacles and the chalices it was holding. Sunraku noticed that Katarnid's severed tentacles were about to attack them, and fortunately, they managed to dodge. Sunraku, Rust, and Mordo shouted because of that, making Rei look at them. She said she couldn't space out like that during battle, but when she moved, she noticed her armor was too big and hard to move in. On the other hand, Sunraku ordered Araba to handle the little guys, which confused him about what he meant. Sunraku had him watch over the smaller NPCs because they were still in such a panic, and if they were thrown into battle, it would be lethal. Then, he told the others to start wailing on Katarnid, and Russ said it was good that all the NPCs were shunted to the sidelines. As for Mordo, his mind was becoming more at ease because of that. While attacking Katarnid, Sunraku asked if he was happy stirring up the pot, and that it was about time their turn to have fun. Sunraku's close-range attacks didn't work on Katarnid, and he mentioned he already knew that would happen. Russ tried to shoot arrows at the unique monster, but that didn't work either, prompting Akane to say it wasn't working at all. Sunraku said that in Katarnid's third form, attacks on the main body seemed pointless. He said they needed to target the light-emitting Holy Grails. The unique monster had 4 of them. One had gender signs in its design, another had designs that looked like plasma balls, one had eye designs, and one had cross and sword designs. Mordo asked if they would move to the next phase if they destroyed all of them, and Rust answered that it was hard to say unless they try. Sunraku said that was true, but he definitely felt it was worth trying. He said they should continue solving the puzzles Katarnid was posing to them, and it would eventually run out of tricks, and they would win. At that moment, Sunraku seemed disturbed by his character's melons, because they kept bouncing whenever he ran fast. He said this was what happened when reality was pursued too much. Akane seemed to notice something, and told Sunraku that Katarnid was attacking him from behind. Sunraku saw it, but was surprised because someone jumped in front of him. It was Rei, who told him he's alright, and used her collision counter skill. According to Rei, this wasn't the time to have weird fantasies about being protected, and it was explained to us that Collision Counter was a tank skill that reduced damage and reflected the impact back to the enemy. Sunraku thanked Rei, and on Rei's mind, she knew Sunraku was counting on her a lot. She said that there's no way she can get all wimpy in her gameplay, and promised she would protect him, saying she's jumping in on support. Sunraku apologized because he wasn't used to his new avatar, and according to Rei, the gender inversion didn't seem to change their stats at all, but their new sizes make some of their gear was less compatible. However, Sunraku replied that he wasn't talking about the gear. Rei said she switched to lighter gear because it pairs more easily, but her vitality was still close to 600, so she could continue covering Sunraku. He was surprised that her vitality was 600, saying she really was a tank. Sunraku added that they were still at a disadvantage, so they should destroy the grails Katarnid was holding and finish this event. He said he would attack like crazy, asking if Rei could cover him from behind. Rei seemed shocked that he wanted to destroy them, so Sunraku asked what she meant and if that was an issue. Rei nervously answered, no, saying she just wasn't sure if those grails were breakable objects or not. According to Sunraku, there was only one way to find out, so they should charge in. Rei said that was a good point and apologized if that sounded weird. A grail lit up again, alerting Akane, who mentioned it to her companions. Sunraku said it wasn't blue like before, but green now. The color of the entire place seemed to change, surprising Sunraku, who said it was gross and asked what was up with this. Rust mentioned that the colors were weird, and according to Mordo, Katarnid had inverted the game's colors. Stude said the unique monster was messing with his eyes now, and his body was gradually breaking down, while Imol continued to panic as her brother asked what kind of foul spell this was. Katarnid attacked them at that moment, and while dodging, Rei said that light was coming from a different grail compared to before, so she asked if the 4 grails had different effects. Sunraku answered that it seemed so, but he wondered about the color inversion. He bets they could get used to it easily, and it wasn't really a hindrance to them. Mordo asked if that was really what Sunraku thought, to which he replied that more than that, he was distracted by his character's jiggling melons. He told his companions they would destroy the grails as he said, but suggested they focus on the gender-inverting grail first. His companions understood, and Mordo said he was in a hurry to get back too. Rei didn't seem to like that idea, because she now had a female avatar, and she was hoping to stay that way longer. She caught herself thinking about what she wanted if she had her way, but brought her focus back. Sunraku noticed her behavior and wondered about her. Rei said the inversion effect happened whenever they were exposed to the grail's light, so if they destroyed them, wouldn't there be a chance the effect would become permanent? Sunraku answered that he doesn't think they would be shut out from returning to normal, but then considered that in this game, maybe so. He said he was going on the idea that destroying the grails would cancel out all effects, but Rei's theory seemed valid. If they destroyed them and got stuck like that, it wouldn't be funny. Rei said he was right, so they should test Katarnid out longer. Rust suggested they first check if the grails were breakable to start with, which surprised Rei. She added that her strongbow could barely reach the grail from her angle, and she did hit the gender-inverting grail, but only grazed it. Sunraku was pleased because Rust had damaged it slightly, showing it was indeed breakable. Rei seemed to panic because that was the gender grail, telling Rust not to hit it and that they should test out something else first, but Rust replied that it was the only stationary grail. Mordo reasoned that whatever they struck, shouldn't they continue damaging them until they were almost down? Rei admitted it was a good point and thought about what she was doing, restricting their targets for personal reasons, when she had promised not to wimp out. She told her companions to hit the grails as much as they could, but at that moment, a grail lit up and Rust mentioned it to her companions, saying she couldn't tell what color it was with the colors inverted. Mordo asked what was being inverted now, and Rust seemed puzzled because she couldn't draw her strongbow. Meanwhile, Rei seemed to have an error with her weapon, which startled her. A pop-up appeared in front of her, saying her stats weren't high enough to use her weapon. She was shocked by this, and even more shocked that her vitality was cut in half to just 321. At that moment, Katarnid attacked Rei, who was wondering what was happening. Fortunately, Sunraku blocked with his body to protect Rei, saying he sees it now. First, gender was reversed, then colors, and now it was inverting their stats. He said that his luck took a huge hit, but his armor had gone from paper to tungsten level, showing his vitality was now 529. He told Ray they would switch roles, and now he would be the one protecting her, which greatly shocked Ray. She couldn't believe Sunraku would do that for her, and on the other hand, Mordo was wondering about their inverted stats, wanting to know exactly what had changed. Sunraku answered that Katarnid had reversed 2 of their stats, vitality and luck. He told them to check the stats required for their weapons, as they might not be able to equip them anymore. Akane mentioned she was okay, prompting Sunraku to say that was cool. As for Mordo, his swapped stats were almost the same as his original stats, so he had no problem, while for Rust, with her lower luck, her strong bow was off the table, so she's switching to her magic bow instead. Sunraku checked on Ray, and she answered that her vitality was a bit short for the Vorpal sledgehammer, but she fixed that by changing her leg gear. She added that it became tricky due to the new size difference, but she thought it would work, and at that moment, Katarnid attacked them. They noticed it, but it was too late for Sunraku as he was hit by the unique monster's attack, making Ray worry about him. Ray thought that whether his vitality was high or not, Hizutome's avatar has really low HP, so she said she better take over as tank after all. Sunraku told her not to worry because he was fine, which surprised Ray. He said he wasn't who he used to be, and right now, he could put on a little fashion show, showing himself wearing full body tank armor. It was called the Suit of the Protector, which added 1,000 to his defense and reduces damage when hit if the target had no active skill or magic. He added that the master and ancient craftsman, Belak, hadn't let him down, and it wasn't just any suit of armor she made for him, showing that only 8 HP was deducted. Ray was very surprised, thinking that in that one moment, Sunraku had worked the game menu to change all his gear out, and she had never seen a veteran player change everything that quickly. Katarnid attacked again, and Sunraku said that if he only equipped the armor for the moment of impact, its size didn't matter, which impressed Ray with how quickly he could remove it. Sunraku added that they should move, and there was no way to parry those large tentacles. Ray mentioned that with Sunraku's contusion, he can now put armor on his body and legs for a short time. He replied that was correct. In his mind, after 180 seconds, it all explodes off him, so he couldn't use that armor for as long as he wanted, and he would only use it to defend against Katarnid's attacks until the armor's limit. He told Ray to stick close to him and not go far. He said he would escort her damage-free straight to the grail they were targeting. Ray was delighted and replied to Sunraku with, "Whatever you say." Sunraku said that being said, he was nervous about being down to under half his HP, so he took out a fish. He said he would eat it to heal, and Ray could be seen behind him, seemingly giddy. According to Mordo, even without the bird head, Sunraku was still eating raw fish headfirst while running, so he called him a wild guy. Russ said he might even be a mountain witch. Sunraku said he had no choice because he had run out of healing potions long ago. He wondered who could have predicted that he wouldn't be able to leave that area for 7 whole days, and at that moment, an error popped up beside him. He was surprised because it showed his healing had failed, making him realize that his Fool Arcanum was why his healing sometimes failed. He continued eating the fish, but his healing kept failing. He then realized it might be because his luck was dropped to 1. So he asked how many fish he needed to eat, and he got angry at the stupid goddess of random numbers. Katarnid attacked them again, prompting him to say it should wait until he could heal. Akane asked if she could attack any grail, and if they didn't have a specific target. At that moment, Sunraku swallowed something, and his HP increased by 30, which pleased him. It was shown to us that Sunraku and Ray were above Katarnid, and Sunraku asked if the unique monster would use the same grail multiple times. If so, he wondered if the inversion would cancel out, because they still didn't know much about how the grails work yet. Until they knew more about it, they should continue damaging them without destroying them. Ray looked like she was about to be hit by one of Katarnid's tentacles, causing her to grunt, but Sunraku used Flitfoot and blocked that attack. Because of that, a grail came close to Ray, so Sunraku told her to attack it. She struck the grail with the cross and sword's design using her weapon. She was thrown back by the impact of her strike, but she managed to crack a small part of it. Sunraku caught her, praising himself for catching her, and she seemed very thrilled about it. Sunraku also praised her because they were gradually damaging it. In Rei's mind, she was overjoyed because this was probably the most fun she'd had in SLF so far. Sunraku seemed to notice something, and Rei noticed it too, because another grail lit up. Mordo asked if that was the color invert grail, and when Akane opened her eyes, she was happy because the colors were back to normal. She added that it's great because that palette was really nauseating. Mordo said that they now knew that Katarnid could use the same grail again, and when it did, what it had inverted would return to normal. According to Rust, that just meant they knew which grail to target. She shot the grail that inverted the colors, and its cracks increased from her attack. Sunraku said that before Katarnid reversed the colors again, they should focus all their attacks on the color grail. He told Rei to hold on to him again, saying he would use the Shanoo possession to close the gap quickly. They got close to the color grail, and Sunraku brought out his Gilta-Brill. He said they should finish it, and Rei replied, "Got it," while chanting a strengthened chant. She used Collision Counter, while Sunraku used Sengoku Burai. The color grail completely cracked and broke, and Mordo mentioned it. Sunraku was very pleased, saying there were no follow-up effects after that. He and Rei landed on Katarnid's body, and Sunraku added that the inversions weren't impossible to deal with after all, and Katarnid wasn't as tough as people said. Rei said they should continue because she wanted to target the next grail, and Akane wondered which one. Mordo realized there was still one grail that was safe for them to target, the grail the unique monster hadn't activated yet. Rei said they should shatter it before it could invert something new for them. Sunraku was pleased that Rei was raring to fight, but said before that he would eat a bit more to heal. However, they were too late because Katarnid looked like it was about to use that grail. It lit up, and according to Rust, its light was purple, and Mordo said this was the first time. Sunraku was surprised by this, and he wasn't happy that the unique monster had chosen that moment to light up. Akane asked what would be inverted this time, and Rust checked her stats, saying their stats and their gear were normal. Mordo was also puzzled because he couldn't see anything that had changed. According to Rust, if nothing's all that different, they should continue piling up the damage, but Sunraku seemed to notice something, making him say hang on. He tried to stop Rei, because they couldn't attack Katarnid at that moment, but Rei was already in the middle of her attack action. Rei's weapon hit her targeted grail, but instead of breaking it completely, the cracks seemed to disappear, and it returned to a better condition. She was shocked that she didn't damage the grail, and in fact, it had repaired itself. She wondered what was happening there, and Mordo told her to look out, but she was too late as the grail hit her. It looked like she would fall toward Araba, so Sunraku tried to reach where Rei was, but he said he couldn't catch up from where he was. In Rei's mind, there was no escape, and she would be crushed against the ground. On the other hand, Akane was doing some Naruto hand signs, saying that with her new body, she felt she could bust out stronger moves. She inhaled deeply and used Dragon Breath. She aimed it at Katarnid's tentacle that was holding the grail it had just used. It hit the tentacle she was targeting, causing it to move slightly. That knocked down Rei. Mordo was surprised by what he saw, saying Akane's Dragon Breath had indeed become stronger than before, but according to Rust, it was just Mordo's imagination. Araba saw Rei falling, so he called Nereid, and it seemed she cast a spell to catch Rei. Rei fell right there, and Araba checked on her, saying she thought that had softened the blow a bit. Rei slowly got up and thanked Araba for helping her. Sunraku asked if she was okay and apologized that he couldn't back her up. Rei told him not to worry about it and asked about the grails. He replied that he saw what happened. After Rei attacked it, it repaired itself. It seemed the effect of the last grail was to invert damage into healing. Mordo was shocked that it inverted damage, and Akane asked if attacking Katarnid would be the same as healing the unique monster. Rei said it seemed Sunraku had figured it out before she attacked, and asked how he knew. Rei took out a healing potion, but Sunraku stopped her, making her wonder why. Sunraku explained that before the grail glowed purple, he was trying to eat fish to heal himself, but it lit up while he was eating. He added that healing only took effect after he swallowed the fish, so when he swallowed it, he lost 30 HP, which surprised him. He hadn't expected that healing suddenly turned into damage, so he realized it was an inversion, wondering what kind. thinking if it was healing inversion. He quickly deduced that if healing became damage, then when they damaged Katarnid, it would heal, which is why he stopped Rei. Back to the present, and Rei understood why Sunraku had tried to stop her from attacking earlier. Sunraku added that maybe it only inverted healing, but they were dealing with someone as twisted as Katarnid, so he thought it might have inverted attack damage too. It turned out he was right, and the unique monster had inverted both damage and healing. Rei worked out the situation that healing potions would actually cause damage now, and she was surprised that her HP hadn't decreased, and in fact, she had been healed. She thought about her fall earlier and mentioned that maybe she had been healed by the fall damage, which seemed to surprise Araba. Nereid sadly asked if she had overdone it, but Rei told her no. They didn't know what was happening at the time, and she was happy that Nereid had stepped up to help her. Mordo understood that they would heal when Katarnid attacked them, and that was somewhat reassuring, but according to Akane, if they couldn't attack the unique monster, how would they fight? Katarnid banged two grails together, and Rust wondered about this, as their cracks were disappearing from this action. Rei mentioned that Katarnid was healing them, and Sunraku seemed to realize something. He said he hadn't understood why Katarnid attacked Rei even though damage was inverted, but it wasn't an attack, since Katarnid was trying to slam the grail against the floor to restore it to good as new. He added that the damage inversion was Katarnid's way of repairing all the damage to its grails. They had no time to think about it, and they needed to stop Katarnid from fixing the grails. They needed to hurry, or all their damage to them would disappear. Roger that, Rei replied, saying they should focus on blocking any attempts to repair the grails until the damaged grail lit up again. However, Mordo told them to wait, saying he thought he had a better idea than ducking and covering. Rust called out to Sunraku, Saiger Zero aka Rei, and Akane, saying they needed everyone to pitch in. Then, we were shown Katarnid's tentacle holding the stat inversion grail, about to bang it against the gender-inverting grail. Akane used her dragon breath to separate the two tentacles, saying that wouldn't happen. Meanwhile, Rei struck Katarnid's tentacle holding the gender grail, saying she would cover that grail for them. It looked like Katarnid was going to slam a grail against the wall, but using his bamboo lightning skill, Seacrew shot up countless bamboo toward Katarnid's tentacle. He said the unique monster had stolen his most valued treasures, and such an intolerable act shouldn't be forgiven. Amul used magic chain to hold down Katarnid's tentacle, but being so light, she was easily lifted by it due to her lightness, so she asked for help. Seacrew worried about her, not knowing whether to call her sister or brother, but she replied anything was fine. Amul continued shouting, and at that moment, Sunraku rescued her, telling her that whether unhurt or not, she shouldn't take such risks. He told her to just hang tight, and Sunraku seemed to be running toward Akane. Rei joined him at that time, and Sunraku apologized to her because he was late in taking over from Rust. The stat inversion grail seemed to lit up at that moment, and Amul mentioned this to Sunraku, who said it was the stat inversion grail. Rei immediately checked her stats and said they were back to normal, so Sunraku said that was great. He ordered Rei and Akane to hold on to him, saying they would all jump toward Katarnid together. Rust said, "Talk about good timing," as she now had access to her strong bow again. Mordo used his false gather ram, while Rust used her strong bow. They said they would target the stat inversion grail. That's what Rust did, and her attack solidly hit the target. Mordo was delighted it hit, and Rust said Sunraku and the others would handle the rest. According to Sunraku, if healing had become damage, they would take as many healing potions as they could, collect them together with magic, and smash them at the target, and that should be enough. That's what happened, and the grail gradually started to crumble, so Sunraku cheered for it to break for him. Before long, the stat inversion grail was completely destroyed. Sunraku's group was delighted with the destruction of the stat inversion grail, and Rei said only 2 grails remained. She explained how they countered the effects of the damage inversion grail by attacking with healing potions had worked out really great. Akane asked if Rust and Mordo's plan had worked out well, and Sunraku replied yes, but he had to say he had no idea they had so many potions. Rust asked, seemingly in disbelief, if Sunraku really had no healing potions left. She added that they could lend him some, but wondered what they would get in return. Sunraku answered he would let Rust pet his robots all she wants. Mordo said he and Rust had healed themselves using all of Rust's caught fish, so they hadn't used their potions. According to Rust, she still had some left, and Sunraku seemed pleased, asking Katarnid if it had heard what the two said, betting that it wanted to invert damage and healing to fix its grails, but for them, this inversion was like a bonus stage. At that moment, the damage/healing inversion grail lit up, surprising Sunraku. Ray had the same reaction, and Sunraku said it was doing it once more. Mordo mentioned that damage and healing were no longer swapped. According to Sunraku, Katarnid didn't waste time going back on that, so he wondered if he had seen there was no point to it, mentioning this while wobbling. They were all surprised by what happened, and they suddenly got thrown from atop Katarnid. Sunraku said Katarnid was usually super chill after lighting up one of his grails, so he wondered why it was becoming aggressive. According to a mole, she thought it was angry because they had stepped on its head. Sunraku said he was using Flitfoot to dump the potions on Katarnid, but it was still reloading, with 6 seconds left on the recast time. Akane grabbed onto Katarnid, surprised she could hold onto its magic circle. She noticed something at that moment, and told the falling Sunraku and Ray to look out because Katarnid was attacking them with its tentacles. Sunraku was shocked they were being attacked from both sides by the unique monster, and thought he couldn't duck into his inventory to hide because he had a mole on him. So he wondered if he should throw a mole somewhere and teleport out. He also thought that Ray's collision counter only targeted a single direction, and whatever happened, he would be seriously hurt from that height. Ray said that if their stat inversion was over, it was her turn to protect Sunraku, and she held his hand. She threw Sunraku and a mole away from Katarnid's tentacles, telling him it was time to switch roles again. Sunraku worried about Ray, and we were shown that she was trapped between Katarnid's tentacles, which Rust and Mordo also saw. Akane also worried about Ray, saying she didn't know if she could instantly change out her gear like Sunraku, but she could change her upper body armor at least, making her vitality 872. Sunraku was pleased with what Ray did, and asked Katarnid if it was ready, because he's coming. Ray said she would let Sunraku be the attacker this time. "You got it," Sunraku replied, saying he would finish it extremely quickly. Ray threw Sunraku toward the damage/healing inversion grail. The mole was screaming because of their speed, so Sunraku told her not to think about letting go because they were going straight for the grail. They've reached their target, and Sunraku pierced it with his blades. The grail looked damaged from what Sunraku did, but a mole mentioned it wasn't broken yet, so Sunraku told her to pitch in too. They both noticed something, and it seemed Katarnid was moving the grail away from them. A mole said it was going away, but Sunraku replied not if he could help it. Sunraku's Flitfoot cooldown had finished, so he used it along with Shano possession. According to a mole, they get close, but Katarnid just kept moving it away, and Sunraku said he couldn't jump that many times. At that moment, Akane used her Dragon Breath skill, aiming it at Katarnid's tentacle that was holding the grail Sunraku was chasing. It wobbled from what she did, and though she thought her attack had missed, it was still slowing down. Sunraku thanked her for the help and told a mole they should attack. Sunraku used Unbroken Light Dance, while a mole used Magic Edge. It gradually cracked from what they did, and it wasn't long before it completely broke, which delighted them. Sunraku said the damage inversion grail was history now, and Akane was also happy they had destroyed it. However, Sunraku wondered where he would land, saying they would fall straight to the ground, making Mordo say, "Oh crap." Ray hooked her weapon to Katarnid's body, called out to Sunraku, and reached out her hand to him. She caught Sunraku, who praised her for what she did, saying he owed Ray a lot after that day. Ray was overjoyed, and to her, she was holding hands with Sunraku. At that moment, they both noticed something, and Ray realized it was a new flash of light, saying it was the gender inversion grail. Ray was shocked, and imagined how will Sunraku react to his male avatar's face. She also thought about how she was interacting so much as a female avatar, and wanted to put on her mask but her hands were full. She apologized to Sunraku, as she was shown unequipping her weapon. That made Sunraku wonder. She told him that she'll be the one to take the fall damage for him, and we were shown Sunraku and a mole screaming as they fell. Katarnid stopped making the gender inverting grail glow, and Mordo noticed he was male again. He was happy they were back to their normal genders, but Rust didn't seem to like it. As for Akane, she said she was back to normal, but felt smaller than ever before. At that moment, Rei landed beside her, holding Sunraku and a mole, causing her to be shocked. Rei lost 120 HP from fall damage, and to her, the gender inversion was just a fleeting dream, and she regretted not starting as a female avatar from the beginning. She apologized to Sunraku and thought that now that their genders were back to normal, she had a killer chance because she would see Sunraku's male avatar, his true face. However, when she looked at him, he was already wearing a bird mask, saying he really thought he was a goner. Rei was surprised by how quickly Sunraku could change equipment, and on the other side, the NPCs were delighted that their genders were back to normal. Sunraku said he thought they would have an easier time moving now, so they should return to the battle, and Rei said that was a good point. Sunraku added that only one grail remained, and the unique monster seemed to want to say something. According to Sunraku, they should give it one final big effort before Katarnid changed their genders again, and as he was saying this, one of Katarnid's tentacles tensed up. Sunraku wondered what it wanted to do, and it seemed they were all shocked by something. In the next scene, it was shown that Katarnid appeared to have crushed them using its body. The NPCs were shocked by what happened in front of them, and Stude mentioned that Sunraku and the others had been crushed by the unique monster, but Sikru seemed to notice something. He said they weren't crushed yet because they were still alive. They hadn't been crushed because they had managed to avoid it by positioning themselves to dodge the lines in Katarnid's body. Sunraku said that was so close, while Rei was curled into a ball, trembling in fear. According to Akane, that went down to the wire, and Mordo said they would have been crushed if Akane hadn't shouted for them to get into the holes, but Rust said she already knew about that. Sunraku agreed with Mordo, saying only the lines interacted with them, so it made sense they could shimmy their way through the circles, and Rei said she hadn't healed yet, so it was really dicey. Mordo asked if they could avoid all of Katarnid's attacks by just going inside him, and if that was the trick, but Katarnid moved at that moment, causing him to lose his balance. They all shouted, and according to a mole, the unique monster was shaking around too much. Araba asked them what they were doing and told them to get out of there. Inside Katarnid's body, Mordo said he was taking back what he said because they could barely move in there. According to Sunraku, Katarnid was a bastard, and now it was frantically struggling against them. Then, he called Akane and told her to take care of a mole for him while throwing her toward Akane. He told everyone to get out at that moment, which puzzled Rei. Sunraku said that for him, it was easier to move inside than outside, and it was shown that he was jumping around inside the unique monster's body. He was delighted because he moved better in his true form. He said only one grail remained, and it had a lot of built-up damage, so before it could twist them up in another gender change, he would destroy that grail. While running away from Katarnid, Mordo was impressed that Sunraku could handle himself inside the unique monster, while a mole was screaming in fear. She told them to get away from Katarnid, while Akane looked for Saiger Zero. It was shown that she was holding onto the outside of Katarnid's body, saying she needed to support Sunraku until the end because that was her role in the party, but she thought it would also be nice if they had one more gender shift. They saw Rei climbing on the outside of Katarnid's body, and she seemed to be in panic, while Mordo wondered what she was doing there. Meanwhile, Sunraku brought out his Gilta-Brill and said this was the end for the unique monster. He said it should have a taste of his attack, because now that his luck stat was back, he had the Gilta-Brill, along with his Air Get Lamb skill, which he aimed at the gender-inverting grail. Foreign characters seemed to emerge from the grail after Sunraku's attack, and he couldn't believe the grail wasn't completely destroyed by his attack. Mordo seemed to notice something and told Sunraku to look out because Katarnid's tentacle was going to attack him. Sunraku said, "Nice try," while changing into his full body armor, and he caught the unique monster's attack while wearing that armor. He removed it after that and told Katarnid to just try to whip him away because it wouldn't work, and next time. But before he could finish, Katarnid did something that seemed to shock Sunraku. He couldn't understand why Katarnid was raising the grail, but he quickly realized the unique monster was going to set it off again. He thought it was too far to chase using Flitfoot, so he wondered if he should throw his blade, but realized the damage wouldn't be strong enough from where he was. If he became a female again, he wouldn't be able to destroy that grail, and at that moment, he saw Rei, which surprised him. He was pleased with her backup, and called to her while throwing his blade to her. Rei caught it, wondering why Sunraka gave it to her. Sunraku told her to shatter the grail with it before Katarnid could swap their genders again. Rei tightened her grip on the blade Sunraku gave her, telling her not to worry about its durability because it wouldn't break from a single javelin throw. The gender-inverting grail lit up at that moment, and Rei released the blade Sunraku had given her. For Rei, the gender inversion was such an enjoyable moment, but in the end, at the very least, she wanted to be the one to finish it herself, and it was shown that she had brought out her weapon and caught Sunraka's blade with it. She flung up Sunraka's blade toward the gender-inverting grail, and it hit the mark. Katarnid's grail was completely shattered because of what Rei did, and Akane, Rust, and Mordo saw it. Akane said that Rei had finally done it. They had destroyed all the grails. According to Rust, it was needlessly long, but Mordo asked, wasn't it fun? The NPCs were also delighted that the grails were destroyed, and Araba said Rei was brilliant as ever, while Stude asked if there would be no more freaky stuff from this point on. Meanwhile, Sunraka went to Rei and praised her for what she did, saying he knew she had it in her. Rei was trembling as she thanked him, making Sunraka look clueless. At that moment, Katarnid moved, surprising them both, and Sunraku told Rei they should leave because now that the grails were destroyed, Katarnid would shift to its next form. The two had gotten away from the unique monster's body, and its body seemed to be shrinking. Mordo was surprised there was another form, and it was shown that Katarnid's body was becoming a black substance. Rei noticed this and mentioned it to Sunraku, who asked if it was going back to octopus form. The unique monster's body seemed to become liquid, and he said that even if the world changed beyond recognition, its core shall remain firm. And so people, too, would they swim in the ocean of stars, and Rust and Mordo looked very surprised by what it said. Sunraku thought the poetic crap was starting again, and wondered what was up with that, asking if there was any meaning to it. Katarnid added that he had come from a far, far place, and G didn't know if he homeland. He said his home was in the sea of stars, his brethren, and also within the her smile. He said he existed in this world, but also didn't exist there. There was no flesh in his form, no bones in his form, and no blood flowing inside him. Sunraku was puzzled by the large pit that appeared before them, and a loud roar came from the depths of that large pit. The mole told Sunraku not to get too close, asking what if he fell, and she hit him, which startled him. He told the mole not to hit him without warning, so he called her an idiot, asking what if he had really fallen. At that moment, Rei warned Sunraku to look at what he was stepping on, because there were wriggly lines emerging from the large pit. Mordo was surprised by what he saw and asked what those black lines were. The lines formed into the shape of magic circles, which also surprised Araba. It was shown to us that the entire arena was filled with magic circles, and they were throbbing. Akane wondered about the magic circles that had formed around them, and Seacrew mentioned there were so many of them. At that moment, Katarnid began speaking again, saying that if so, he was making delusion into reality and bringing life to himself as fantasy. He would let itself spring forth from a daydream. Then he shall become pure imagination. Katarnid was about to say something about the reason for this, but it was shown that Mordo was surprised by what they heard, and Rei called to Sunraku, who said they should prepare their weapons. He said to keep a sharp eye in all directions, and to stay close to each other to be able to provide support when needed. The unique monster continued what he was saying, stating that was the reason why it would become an illusion on who seeks flesh. Now, they should resist the crushing flood of life, because the essence of life truly lies in conflict, and at that moment, countless zombie fishmen emerged from the magic circles in the arena. The zombie fishmen rushed at Sunraku's group, and a mole said there were so many of them, while Sunraku couldn't believe how many the bastard unique monster had summoned. According to Mordo, it wasn't just zombie fishmen that were summoned, because there were many big guys too. Meanwhile, Araba told Stude to hide behind him, but Stude said they were already surrounded and there was nowhere to hide. Akane said this wasn't a gimmicky boss fight anymore, and Seacrew mentioned this was a battle of pure resources. According to Sunraku, this wouldn't be a regular battle, and Rei asked if Katarnid was making them fight these monsters while it was doing something in the pit, so Sunraku wondered if this was a stalling move. He asked if they should check out the hole in the arena first, and another black line emerged from there, which puzzled Sunraku. Meanwhile, Stude was being attacked by a fishman zombie, so Araba worried for him. But at that moment, the zombie was hit by a black line. It wrapped around the screaming fishman zombie, and soon it turned black. The zombie seemed to be crushed inside what had wrapped around it, and Sunraku saw this and was shocked by what happened. Stude asked what was happening, saying the fishman zombie that was attacking him had become a black puddle. That black puddle returned to the center of the hole in the arena, and Araba asked what it was, saying it seemed to have come from the pit. Sikru agreed, asking if Katarnid had attacked the monster it had conjured itself. On the other hand, while defending himself from a fishman zombie, Sunraku was about to say something, but 3 more black lines emerged from the large pit. They attacked several more fishman zombies, which also became black puddles like the first one, and were carried to the large pit. Sunraku said this wasn't a regular group fight at all, but wondered what the trick behind it was. He concluded that if there were hints to be found, they would be in Katarnid's speeches. He revisited Katarnid's speech about the heart that never wavers, and thought that when the unique monster was high in the air, they didn't waver while attacking its tentacles and brought it down. Then he followed with the Find Yourself speech, saying that when the Grails inverted the world around them, they held onto their foundation and destroyed all of them. He said many of Katarnid's lines were relevant to them, so they should think about what the unique monster had just told them. He remembered the line about the crashing flood of life, and Imul said they were defeating the fishman zombies, but they kept coming, like they were trying to fend off a tsunami. Sunraku seemed to realize what the clue to this stage was, while a black line was about to take a zombie. Sunraku kicked the zombie away from the black line, making it miss. Ray wondered about what Sunraku did, who told them not to let Katarnid liquefy the monsters. They needed to block the black tentacles from doing their thing, because they couldn't liquefy the monsters if they couldn't catch them. Akane asked if Sunraku was sure about blocking them, and Sunraku answered it was his guess that in the form Katarnid was taking, the monsters being liquefied by the tentacles were being pulled down into the pit and fed to Katarnid, providing energy for its final form. Mordo was shocked that Katarnid was being fed by the black tentacles, while Rust was surprised about the unique monster's final form. Mordo couldn't believe that Katarnid had summoned the monsters to absorb them, and Rust mentioned that Katarnid had said something about seeking flesh. At that moment, a large monster was liquefied in front of Akane, surprising her. The black tentacle carried it to the giant pit in the center, and Akane said she thought stronger monsters resulted in larger puddles of liquid, and according to Sikru, it was a ghastly sight to behold. Ray asked if the more Katarnid absorbed, the stronger its final form's power would be, but wondered how Sunraku knew Katarnid's next form would be its last. Sunraku answered that it was in the unique monster speeches and in the series of words it used. These were the 5 words: delusion, fantasy, daydream, imagination, and illusion. He said these could be interpreted as representing each form it took. In its first form, it made delusion into reality. In its second, it brought itself to life as fantasy. In its third, it let itself spring forth from a daydream, and finally, it would become pure imagination. That was the reason why it would become an illusion seeking flesh. Sunraku said it was somewhat out of order, so it wasn't obvious at first, but he thought imagination was Katarnid's final form, and his current form, the one seeking flesh, was the illusion. Akane was surprised that Sunraku had memorized all of that, and according to Ray, the seeking flesh applied to the form they were fighting, explaining why Katarnid was liquefying monsters. Sunraku said the resist the crashing flood of life line was also a hint. Life was the monsters being liquefied into a flood, and Katarnid had challenged them to try to resist it. Araba asked what that meant, and Mordo answered that it meant if they could defeat as many monsters as possible before Katarnid absorbed them, they could reduce its final form's power by that much. As for Sunraku, he doubted Katarnid's final form had anything to do with ordering so much seafood at this critical moment. Then he apologized to Katarnid, saying they would cancel its entire order slip. Russ said that now they knew how it worked, and it wasn't that tricky, and Mordo agreed with her. However, Mordo seemed to notice something, and said he wasn't sure he liked what he was seeing. It was the giant magic circle in the air. In the next scene, Sunraku used his unbroken light dance skill to defeat many fishmen zombies. Rei and Akane were there too, attacking the fishmen zombies, so they were gradually being eliminated. Sunraku said that was good, and they should continue defeating them before Katarnid could take them in, but at that moment, 2 fishmen zombies were caught by black tentacles near Sunraku's side. Like the others, those 2 also became black puddles, which Sunraku saw, and a mole mentioned to him that Katarnid had already taken those 2 fishmen zombies, so Sunraku said they couldn't win them all. Akane asked if Katarnid's final form would be weaker if it absorbed fewer of the fishmen zombies, and according to Araba, defeating a foe of that level was no sweat. However, Mordo said sorry to disappoint, but it might not be that easy, which seemed to surprise Araba. At that moment, the magic circles appeared to do something, so a mole called out to Sunraku, but he said he had already seen it. He added that the swarm of wimpy foes was just a tutorial to demonstrate the gimmick, and it looked like Katarnid was releasing something from the magic circles. According to Sunraku, the real fight was now beginning, and before Katarnid could eat what it had released, it was daring them to try and defeat those giant monsters. A mole pointed out to Sunraku the large monsters Katarnid had released, and Mordo was asking what that large flaming thing was because he hadn't seen it yet, while Araba couldn't believe that Atlanticus Lepnorca, which Mordo was asking about, was there. Araba added that he hadn't thought they would need to fight it again, so they should prepare because a half-hearted effort wouldn't be enough. But before he could finish, Atlanticus Lepnorca attacked them with its lightning bolts, making them all shout. Sunraku said they should stay on the move, because they needed to avoid the bolts or else they would take heavy damage. At that moment, the monkfish attacked too, crushing the fishmen zombies. Sunraku and a mole saw this, and Sunraku called the monkfish a bastard, saying it was taking in the remaining fishmen zombies, and its attack was about to come. Those were the fishmen zombie torpedoes, he said, and they should watch out because they were homing missiles, and they were being backed up by the oarfish's cannon fire. Mordo said that was too much, and just crazy. Meanwhile, Araba told Stude to run, because if not, he would be hit by the monster's attacks, but according to Stude, at least that would put him out of his misery. Sunraku was laughing hard, saying the goddamn bastard Katarnid was insane. He said it had summoned 3 giant monsters at once in a closed space, adding that unique monster fights were just as unbalanced as ever. Rust asked why Sunraku was laughing, and while dodging attacks, Mordo answered that he might still be high from the caffeine he drank. Because of that, Akane asked if caffeine really did that to people. At that moment, Katarnid caught some fishmen zombies, surprising Mordo. Sunraku told him to leave it, as it was just a drop in the bucket. He said that right now, if they let up even for a second, it would be game over, so they should run with every fiber of their bodies. At that moment, they were attacked again by the oarfish, and Mordo asked what they should do about it. According to Akane, just dodging was taking her full attention. Then, we were shown Rei about to attack the oarfish, saying she would handle it. She hit it very hard on the head, making it cry out in pain, and Rei added that she knew how to defeat Arctis regalicus. Then, she stabbed Arctis regalicus in the gills, making it cry out even louder. It fell because of what Rei did, and Sunraku said way to hit its weak spot, telling anyone who was free to hit it hard. He added that even if they only defeated that one, things would get easier. Roger that, Mordo replied, while Rust shot with her weapon. Meanwhile, Sunraku was using his blades to attack the oarfish, and there were black tentacles approaching it. The black tentacles had caught that monster, and it was gradually being surrounded, which Sunraku couldn't believe. Sunraku was annoyed because Katarnid was going to liquefy the monsters attacking them, and at that moment, the monkfish was threatening to attack. It released the fishmen zombies it had taken in, so Amul warned Sunraku about them. She added that they needed to get away from them, and Sunraku agreed with her, but said they would keep chasing. Sunraku used the Mirror of Fading, telling the monkfish to try it for size, while he dodged the fishmen zombies released by the monkfish. The fishmen zombies hit Arctis regalicus's gills, and it finally died. Amul was happy they had defeated it, and Sunraku said they were lucky, as it seemed the homing function had come back to bite a little, because they had hit Arctis regalicus's gills, its weak spot. He added that he seemed to be seeing something, and he thought he knew how to defeat this phase. Something lit up at that moment, making Sunraku wonder, and Araba said the attack was aimed at Sunraku. Atlanticus Lepnorca was charging up a lightning ball, scaring Amul, and Sunraku couldn't believe it was going to attack them. He mentioned it was a super high-speed laser, making Mordo say that was bad news, while Rei worried about Sunraku and Akane wondered about the high-speed laser. Amul panically asked what Atlanticus Lepnorca was charging up, but Sunraku told her to calm down. He added that he could toss Amul aside and enter his Inventoria to avoid it. Sunraku noticed the monkfish was behind him, and it looked like it would attack him too, so he said he had an idea and wanted to try it. He used Shano possession to jump toward the monkfish, making Amul ask where he was going. Akane and Rei were also puzzled by what Sunraku did, and at that moment, the monkfish attacked. Sunraku said this was a way to kill two birds with one stone, and he used Flit-Foot. He avoided the fishman's zombie missiles from the monkfish, and Sunraku said that even for a moment, he hadn't given up on taking down 3 giant monsters in a row. Then, he used the Trial Traverse skill and climbed the monkfish's body using that skill. It was shown to us that Trial Traverse added a bonus to climbing skill when equipped with daggers, and it reduced the user's weight burden more as the climb grows more difficult. Sunraku reached the monkfish's face and ordered Amul to hold its nose for him, which puzzled her. Sunraku jumped into the monkfish's mouth, saying its breath was basically rotten sushi, which Amul really hated. Akane asked if Sunraku had been eaten, who was inside the monkfish, and he was saying he had bad news for it, but it shouldn't blame him, and should blame the dual-element orca for aiming at him. Atlanticus Lepnorca finished charging up, and attacked the monkfish because Sunraku, its target, was inside it. Akane screamed because of Atlanticus Lepnorca's attack, and Mordo said that attack was too much for them, saying if it had been aimed at them, they would be dead. Rei asked how Sunraku was doing, while Seacrew worried about his sibling. Let's move to the monkfish being attacked by Atlanticus Lepnorca, with Amul screaming inside it. Sunraku told her to chill out because if the monkfish swallowed and digested him, it would be all over. Sunraku added that Amul should just hold on tight so she wouldn't be blown away by the shockwave. Amul said it was hell on all sides, and Sunraku told her to just trust in the anglerfish's armor. He reminded Amul that with its enormous stamina, it had taken all night to defeat it. Atlanticus Lepnorca continued attacking the anglerfish, and after its attack, the anglerfish was still alive. Araba was surprised it held out against Lepnorca's attack, while Sunraku was delighted because he had told Amul it would be okay. But Amul said she wanted to get out because it stank in there. Sunraku told her not to freak out, and now it would get really fun. Meanwhile, the anglerfish's expression turned hostile, and it prepared to attack. It targeted Atlanticus Lepnorca, which seemed surprised by the anglerfish's action. The anglerfish's homing missiles hit Lepnorca, making Sunraku excited because it was perfect, and it had riled up Lepnorca just right. He cheered for the two monsters to fight, and his companions could see it too. At that moment, Lepnorca charged up electricity and used it as a counter to the anglerfish's homing missiles. Sunraku shouted to look out, and meanwhile, Mordo, Rust, and Rei were surprised because a lightning strike hit in front of them, and Rei said wow, unsure if they could fend that off at all. The anglerfish seemed to be getting more agitated, and Amul said it had closed its mouth, and according to Sunraku, they hadn't gotten out in time. Amul asked if that was bad, and Sunraku said yes, it was his fault. He had wanted to watch from below because the anglerfish and Lepnorca were about to begin a full-on kaiju battle. Akane pointed out the force from the collision of the two giant monsters, and meanwhile, Lepnorca stabbed the anglerfish near its mouth, and its fins seemed to be sparking, making Amul panic, while Sunraku said he couldn't stand it anymore, so they should leave. Sunraku used his Shano possession skill to get away from the two monsters, and at that moment, Lepnorca electrocuted the anglerfish. The effect of Lepnorca's electrocution on the anglerfish was so intense that the light on its head cracked. That light was completely destroyed, making Amul say that the bad breath anglerfish had been defeated, but according to Sunraku, not yet. He said it still had a show to give them, and it seemed to be absorbing the shattered pieces of its light into its body. Sunraku added that the anglerfish has a megaton-class firework to light up the glorious shine of life when it was on the brink of death. Now, he said, the grand finale would occur. The anglerfish released the shattered pieces of light it had absorbed, and they all hit Lepnorka. Lepnorka was weakened from what the anglerfish did, which finally died after that attack. The anglerfish gradually disappeared from the arena, leaving only Lepnorka, and Araba said it was down for the count. Sunraku praised the anglerfish, telling it to rest in peace for him. Now, he said, it could sit back while he got revenge for it. But Amul said it was Sunraku's fault it was defeated. Then, Sunraku told his companions it was their chance to attack. He added that he wanted to see an all-out strike on Lepnorka, and his companions agreed. Rust said she had run out of strongbow arrows, and at that moment, she noticed the black tentacles about to take Lepnorka. Sunraku and Amul noticed it too, saying that inky stuff was whirling around them. Sunraku said, looking back at the Giga or fish, Katarnid couldn't liquefy what it caught unless its ink surrounded the entire body of what it caught. He said it was a race against time, but if they hit hard with their party, they had enough firepower. The anglerfish screeched, and Sunraku told his companions not to waste its last gasp. However, Sunraku seemed to think of something about the last gasp, so he stopped his companions from attacking. Akane wondered about what she heard, and Sunraku explained that Lepnorka had a move it would launch when on the brink of death, one that could instantly kill them if it hit, and even worse, it had quite a wide range. If Lepnorka tried it in an area that big, there was no way they could block it, and Araba said Sunraku was right, and he had failed to keep that in mind. According to Ray, they might be too late. It looked like Katarnid would completely surround Lepnorka, and soon enough, it did. Sunraku was annoyed because Katarnid had done it, saying that unless they had arrived there with a strategy in advance, Katarnid's absorption of Lepnorka was never going to be preventable from the start. Araba seemed unable to believe that Lepnorka had been liquefied, and according to Ray, it is so huge. Akane said there was so much liquid compared to other monsters, and meanwhile, Sunraku seemed annoyed because they had almost defeated it. Katarnid carried the liquefied Lepnorka to the pit, but it barely fit because of its size, and it still seemed to be bubbling. Rust asked if they have failed at stopping the absorption, and Mordo agreed, but at the very least they defeated two big monsters. Sunraku and Amul seemed to notice something at that moment, and Katarnid spoke again, uttering the words, "People, born far and wide, ever expanding, the first miracle." Then it returned to the word people, and at that moment, the black liquid seemed to be forming into the shape of ribs. It added that proceeding forward, lighting up the darkness. The second miracle. What will all of them achieve? And what had they already achieved? Stude seemed terrified of Katarnid, while Araba and Nereid were just stunned. Katarnid repeated the words, "Show me," 3 times, and at that moment, its arms and hands were forming. Then, it called out to the seeds spread from up high, asking if they were spreading their roots far. While saying this, it completed its transformation, and Sunraku said there it was, Katarnid's imagination form, its final form, with 8 tentacles for the lower body, 8 tentacles on the back of its head, and 8 mini tentacles as its beard. Sunraku said they had finally made it that far, so he brought out his moonblades while telling his companions to get psyched. Right now, he said, they were the team under the enemy's canopy, and this was the honest, true blue final battle. Akane asked with a smile if this was the main event, and Sunraku told her that was correct. He said to Katarnid of the Abyss, one of the 7 colossi, that they were there, and what kind of fight would it bring them? Katarnid spoke again, saying it was the upholder of the united heavens, the one who gazes at the world from deep in the abyss. At that moment, Katarnid waved 2 tentacles behind its head, and a diamond-shaped jewel lit up on one of its tentacles. Sunraku noticed it, asking if that was a jewel. Those tentacles straightened up with different shapes on each one, and Katarnid added that he was the one who knew the afterglow of how great things came to be. The light emanating from each jewel was extremely bright, and Mordo's jaw dropped at the sight of them. According to Ray, it somewhat resembled a halo, and meanwhile, it was shown that Katarnid had something like a halo on 2 fingers, and he said the words, "Show me," once again. Then, it used an analysis skill on Sunraku's group, where they were surrounded by 2 rings like halos. They were surprised by what the unique monster did, and Mordo asked what was surrounding them. Sunraku answered that he guessed it was some kind of analysis, and it was scanning them or something. What Katarnid wanted to see was their life values, and at that moment, something lit up on all their chests, which puzzled Sunraku, and Amol was shocked that she had one too. They got jewels on their chests, and Sunraku couldn't believe Katarnid had put a jewel on his body. Akane asked what was happening, and Russ said she couldn't remove her jewel, while Araba was also surprised he had a jewel in his chest area. Meanwhile, Katarnid held his tentacle with the diamond jewel and pulled it, while saying to show him if their or if her wish ever came true at the end of it all. He snapped the tentacle he was holding, and Amol was shocked he did that, while Sunraku asked what it would do next. Katarnid used the reflexes skill and split the tentacle he had pulled out, turning them into blades. Mordo couldn't believe Katarnid had transformed the pulled tentacle into two swords, and its jewel, hanging on the right blade, made a sound. Sunraku noticed it and said that was the same jewel Katarnid had embedded in him, who said that the essence of life truly lies in conflict. Rei seemed to notice something about the unique monster's stance, and Sunraku noticed it too, which worried him. Katarnid charged forward, targeting Sunraku. Mordo was impressed by the unique monster's speed, while Rust was impressed by its moves, and Katarnid said he was asking Sunraku to prove to him that life truly lies in conflict. At that moment, Sunraku asked himself if Katarnid was copying his fighting style. Amol screamed because the unique monster was attacking them, and Sunraku seemed alarmed. Fortunately, he managed to jump to avoid Katarnid's attack, and Amol said he was incredibly fast, while Sunraku seemed annoyed. The jewel on one of Katarnid's blades was shown to us again, identical to Sunraku's, and in the next scene, Katarnid was jumping around like Sunraku and heading toward Rei, who seemed surprised. Sunraku realized something about the unique monster's moves, because it wasn't just copying his weapon, but even his style, and he called Katarnid a bastard. Back to Katarnid, and Rei managed to fend off his attack by using her weapon as a shield against its weapon. Rei even grunted from the force of the unique monster's attack, and she tried to attack him, but he easily jumped back to dodge. Rei couldn't believe how nimble the unique monster moved with its big size, while Mordo attacked next, using the Slagfire bullet skill. However, Katarnid still managed to dodge by jumping around like Sunraku. Then, he attacked Mordo, sending him flying with tremendous force, making Akane worry about him. Rust was the next to attack, but as usual, Katarnid dodged, and in an instant, the unique monster was beside her, surprising her. Katarnid was about to stab her with his blade, but Sunraku arrived, telling Katarnid not to get his hopes up, calling it a copy and paste faker. He used Unbroken Light Dance on the unique monster, saying that when it came to his moves, there's no way anyone knew them better than him. Using Unbroken Light Dance, he managed to scratch the jewel on Katarnid's weapon, which quickly jumped back to retreat. Sunraku added that he guessed in Katarnid's imagination form. It wasn't like any form before it, because in this form, they were damaging the unique monster himself. However, they still needed to wonder about the jewel on its weapon, which matched the shape of the jewel on his chest. He asked if breaking it would stop Katarnid from copying him. Meanwhile, Katarnid returned the blades to his back, and they became a single tentacle again, as if nothing had happened. Mordo and Araba couldn't believe Katarnid had restored it, which then took and snapped another tentacle. That tentacle became staff-shaped, and Sunraku wondered why the unique monster was taking another tentacle. He tried to attack it, but there seemed to be a force field protecting it, which surprised him because it was defense magic. Mordo noticed the jewel on Katarnid's staff, and Russ said it was now copying Mordo. Katarnid cast a magic skill like fireballs, and Sunraku said he got it now, explaining that Katarnid could freely change who he links up with. Katarnid tried to drive his staff into Sunraku's face, but he dodged the attack, and at that moment, Rei was pleased because she could freely attack Katarnid, hitting one of his jeweled tentacles. Sunraku said that compared to when Katarnid was copying him, he was extremely weak, and he thought they had a big chance here, so they should pile up damage while he was in Ultra Wimp mode. That's what he and Rei were doing, and Akane replied they were on the job. Meanwhile, Mordo seemed annoyed, saying that was a way to make him feel bad, asking if Sunraku couldn't have phrased it better. According to Rust, Mordo was a support job, so of course he was worthless solo, but Mordo replied to her that he was referring to the phrasing. Russ said they should attack, but Mordo suddenly thought about the support job. He seemed to realize something because of that, making Russ turn to look at him, wondering. At that moment, the jewel on Katarnid's staff lit up, making Sunraku suddenly jump back, taunting that Katarnid wouldn't hit him if it was that slow to invoke magic. It looked like Katarnid was casting something on himself, and Sunraku noticed it was buffs. "I knew it," Mordo said, saying that was why the unique monster had copied him. Then, Katarnid returned the tentacle with the jewel matching Mordo's to his back, and Araba seemed annoyed that Katarnid was switching again, making Sikru ask who it would choose next. In the next scene, Katarnid was shown holding an enormous sword, with a jewel in an X shape. Akane mentioned how huge the sword was, so Araba asked if that meant it was copying him now. Sunraku answered no, telling them to look at the shape of the jewel. Rei seemed to realize something at that moment, because the shape of the jewel embedded in her was the same, making her ask if she was being copied. Katarnid charged at that moment, alerting Sunraku. Katarnid's sword hit the floor, releasing a giant slash move. It seemed to hit Sunraku directly, but he was able to dodge, yet the impact was still huge. Mordo and Akane screamed because of the unique monster's attack, and Sunraku said there was no doubt he was copying Rei, because she was the only one capable of slashing with such insane force. Rust asked if what they had equipped when Katarnid scanned them didn't matter, and Akane asked if it was picking up any gear they were used to using. Rei thought at that moment, and Sunraku told them to brace themselves, because even a defending tank could be one-shot at this point. He said they should focus on not dying for the time being, and dodging was the name of the game, but at that moment, Rei charged. She struck Katarnid's lower body tentacles, but he blocked with his sword, making her seem unhappy with her own attack. Katarnid tried to counter, but Rei blocked, though she was still thrown back by the force of the unique monster's attack, making Sunraku worry about her. Rei said her gear wouldn't work, so she was looking for something in her game menu. She seemed to find something that caught her attention, saying she had assumed it wouldn't be in time for this event, making Sunraku wonder what it was. She said she had shouldered that debuff since the Shadow Lycagon fight, and it had given her sword and armor stats a big penalty. She said the debuff wasn't just long-lasting, because the time and effect changed under certain conditions. At that moment, she switched to her knight armor to use her ace in the hole, the Armageddon, so she brought out a massive sword. Mordo wondered what Rei meant by Armageddon, while Sunraku remembered it had something to do with Rei's gear. He said it used to be beat up, but it was clean now, and according to Rei, that was right. She said the debuff from Armageddon long ago has finally expired, so now she could unleash her full powers. Akane wondered why only now, because she thought that Rei had said that debuff disappeared after one day of real time. Rei answered that that was a debuff that halved all her stats. To be exact, the penalty she paid for her last use of Armageddon was having all her stats halved for one day, as well as no access to any of her skills. But there's one more thing. For about a week, her armor and sword had also weakened. Mordo was surprised by how long it lasted, so he asked if the penalty for using that skill was that much, then how big is that Armageddon skill anyway? While they were busy talking, Katarnid charged at Rei, who was alarmed by the unique monster's rush. Katarnid released a downward slash, but Rei managed to dodge his attack, and she told her companions that she needed all of them to help her with Armageddon. Sure, Akane answered, saying it was just like the Shadow Lycagon fight, and Sikru said she would cover Akane's back. Araba asked what was happening, and Mordo answered they needed to protect Rei, who was about to explain what she needed to invoke Armageddon, but Sunraku stopped her. She wondered why, and Sunraku explained that this wasn't the time for a lecture, and she needed to focus on fighting Katarnid. Rei realized he was right, and Sunraku added that he would explain to the others. He told Akane and Sikru to provide support but not to overdo it, and not to discuss Armageddon at all. Akane wondered why, but she complied, and like her, Rei also wondered why they shouldn't talk about Armageddon. Then, Sikru said he would cover the front, and Akane replied, "All yours." Katarnid glanced at the two charging at him, and Rei noticed this, seeming to realize something. She charged at Katarnid at that moment, and he couldn't dodge or block her attack. Akane told Rei they were there to help her out, so Rei ordered Sikru to use bamboo lighting to block the unique monster's sight, and they would pin him down from the left and right. Then, she signaled Seacrew to use bamboo lighting, which Seacrew did while saying, "It shall be done." A multitude of bamboo sprouted in front of Katarnid, and Akane and Seacrew simultaneously circled the bamboo from different sides. At that moment, Katarnid heard a sound from in front of him, and Ray said that between the records they found and the dialogue they heard in this battle, it was pretty clear that Katarnid is capable of understanding player conversation, and as she was saying this, she emerged from the bamboo. She added that if they talked too much during this battle, they could reveal their strategy to the unique monster, and if so, they would just use that trait against Katarnid. At that moment, she used the Apocalypse skill, and it hit Katarnid's jewel tentacles. Because of that, one of the unique monster's jewel tentacles cracked, and Mordo asked if that was the Apocalypse. Sunraku answered yes, and said they needed Ray to strike Katarnid 5 times each using that and another skill, Catastrophe, and that was the setup Ray needed to use Armageddon. Rust asked if that was how much was needed for one skill, and according to Sunraku, that was right, plus the extended casting time afterward. Unless the whole party helped, it would be difficult to pull off. Rust asked if it was really that hard to use, and with such a huge debuff, did Ray really need to use it, because to her, it seemed like a real risky bet. At that moment, Sunraku was looking at his game menu and said he only had 2 fish left, while Araba seemed puzzled. Sunraku added those were his last healing items, and he asked Rust and Mordo how many they have left. Rust answered she had 3 fish and 5 potions, and as for Mordo, he said he had 7 potions, and he asked why Sunraku was asking. At that moment, he heard a loud sound behind him, and it was Akane about to be attacked by Katarnid. Akane said she was too far in front, so Seacrew cast bamboo lighting to save her. Fortunately, Seacrew's timing was right, and his bamboo blocked the unique monster's attack, while Akane ran away. However, the bamboo suddenly cracked, and before long, Katarnid had completely cut through it. Seacrew was annoyed by this, saying the devil should take Katarnid, and it was shown that he was still attacking Akane, who blocked with her sword, but due to the force of the attack, she was thrown far back, making Seacrew worry about her. Meanwhile, Ray's armor had darkened in color, and she was about to use the Catastrophe skill. Katarnid saw Ray charging, but he couldn't do anything because she had already hit his jewel tentacles, and the cracks on one of his jewels increased. He tried to counter, but Ray jumped away, wondering if that happened by chance. On the other hand, Seacrew was asking if Akane was hurt, and she answered that attack was a close one, as that one shot had nearly depleted her HP. While drinking an HP potion, Akane seemed to notice something, and Sunraku said that even though this was a gimmick-driven boss fight, Katarnid was still a unique monster, one of the 7 colossi. He added that they would see their healing items disappear from their inventory in the blink of an eye, and after a week of abuse, who knows how long their weapons would last. Rust asked if they couldn't afford to stretch this out, and answered her own question, saying they needed to finish this quickly or not at all. Mordo said Siger Zero, aka Ray, was also aware of this, and according to Sunraku, he was sure Ray was aware, but if it were him, he would figure it out. As for Ray, she thought that with so many allies, relying on Armageddon to win this wasn't such a big risk at all. At that moment, Katarnid attacked her again, but she dodged, and she seemed annoyed by his tough strikes. Katarnid charged again, but was stopped when something hit him from his left. Ray was surprised by this, and we learned it came from Mordo, whom Rust was trying to stop, saying he'd had enough fun. However, Mordo replied that Rust shouldn't diss him just because he was a support job. Amul said she could do a lot too, and at that moment, Araba and Nereid were about to attack. Araba used Deep Pressure Crack on Katarnid's already damaged jewel tentacle, resulting in more cracks in the jewel. Sunraku followed it with Unbroken Light Dance, which Ray could see from not too far away. Ray was happy Sunraku was back, and he apologized to her because he had explained to the others how Armageddon worked. Then, he asked how many strikes were left, and she answered there were 3 left for each. Sunraku said that was a good pace, and they would all step up to support Ray from this point, and when she sees a chance, she should continue bashing away at the unique monster. Ray said she needed to tell Sunraku something, and he asked what it was. Ray explained that while she was using Apocalypse and Catastrophe on Katarnid, she saw that a jewel on his back was about to break. Sunraku saw it too and said Ray was right, realizing they could damage all the jewels, not just the ones Katarnid was using. He added that he's gotta hand it to Rei because it was hard to aim at something as difficult to hit as a jewel. But according to Rei, she didn't meant to hit it. But before she could finish, Sunraku had already charged forward, saying he heard Rei loud and clear and she couldn't stop him. Sunraku added that he would destroy that jewel, but Katarnid swung at him at that moment, though he managed to jump to avoid it. He said they would destroy that jewel before Katarnid could copy them with it, and while saying this, he was bringing out his Gilta Brill. He used Air Get Lamb on the heavily cracked jewel, and it finally broke, making him pleased. He even taunted Katarnid that his attack had hit the jewel, and it seemed that destroying one of Katarnid's jewels caused significant damage. Rei told Sunraku to stay on guard, which puzzled him. Rei explained that it might be just her imagination, but she thought there was a chance that Katarnid had deliberately let them destroy that jewel. At that moment, a black substance emerged from Katarnid's back, seemingly replacing the destroyed jeweled tentacle, and it had a mark. Sunraku asked if Rei thought Katarnid had deliberately let them destroy that jewel, and Rei answered that she wasn't completely sure about it, but yes. Sunraku said if that was the case, what was Katarnid's aim? According to Rust, either way, destroying that jewel meant one less person whose moves Katarnid could copy, and Mordo agreed with her. Akane asked who among them was linked to that jewel, and at that moment, Araba suddenly noticed something. He said something was happening to the jewel on his chest, and Sunraku asked if Araba was linked to the jewel. Rei asked if the jewel linked to the one they destroyed would also break, and Araba seemed surprised about the mark on his jewel, saying it was the same with his sword. Then, Nereid seemed to weaken, making Araba worried, and Sunraku wondered about this. Araba asked what was happening, because his favorite blade was caught in a seal. Sunraku wondered about the seal, and realized that when they destroyed a jewel, it not only dealt great damage to Katarnid and stopped his copied moves, but also sealed away the corresponding weapon on their side. Because of this, he said Katarnid had an annoying gimmick, which returned the jewel corresponding to Rei. Sunraku added that they needed to think carefully about what they would destroy, because if not, their tactics would quickly fall apart. Araba was angry at Katarnid, and Sunraku told him to stay back for now. Katarnid used the jewel corresponding to Sunraku again, surprising him as the unique monster returned to his dual-wield style, and it seemed his copying wasn't in order. Katarnid charged at Sunraku, but he managed to dodge his slash attacks. Sunraku thought that if Rei was right and Katarnid deliberately let them destroy that jewel, why would he take Araba's weapon out of the picture? While continuing to dodge Katarnid's attacks, he said the biggest blow he could think of would be losing Rei's greatsword. Then, he said that for Katarnid's size, he shouldn't be able to make those springy motions, but it would become difficult to hit a small target by ripping him off, as if he could be struck by Katarnid spamming every move like crazy. At that moment, the black tentacle that emerged from Katarnid's back twitched, and he thrust it at Sunraku, who couldn't even move. Everyone worried for Sunraku, while someone said, "Wow," and it was Sunraku, saying that was close, because he had blocked with his Moonblade. He told his companions to be careful and not discount Katarnid's tentacles, because he could put real speed into them. Rei asked if destroying a jewel would turn it into a black tentacle. Meanwhile, Katarnid took another jewel tentacle, and it was the jewel corresponding to Mordo. Then, Rei charged to attack, but Katarnid jumped up to dodge, and he took a new jewel tentacle, and the weapon he got from it was a bow. He shot at Rei with what seemed like a multi-arrow shot, and Rei could do nothing but take the arrows. Mordo told Rust to buff Rei, and according to Rust, her shot couldn't miss. Then, she shot at Katarnid, who noticed her attack and dodged, but Rust's attack still hit one of his jewel tentacles. Mordo was delighted that Rust's attack hit, but she didn't seem pleased, which puzzled him. At that moment, Katarnid switched weapons again and caught himself using a tentacle that grew from his back. He used it to jump up, and Sunraku couldn't believe Katarnid could jump using his tentacles. The unique monster's new weapon came from a square-shaped jewel, and he was going to attack Mordo and Emol. Rust worried for Mordo, who blocked Katarnid's attack with his staff, while Emol screamed in fear. The two were thrown back by the force of the attack, and Akane seemed to be doing something. She inhaled air and used dragon breath. Katarnid was about to attack her, but Seacrew stopped him, telling someone it was time for their attack. It was Rei, who used Apocalypse on the unique monster, and he tried to block with his weapon. So Ray's attack hit the weapon's jewel, cracking it slightly. Katarnid's tentacle hit her, throwing her far away, and he seemed unstoppable at that moment. Ray said those dark tentacles were bad news, and regardless of what style Katarnid was copying, he could deftly wield those anytime. Mordo was drinking a healing potion and said the idea of weakening Katarnid by destroying his jewels seemed like wishful thinking, and Akane agreed with him because it shut out their weapons and created more annoying tentacles. According to Sunraku, at least one hit wasn't a guaranteed instant kill, unlike with Weathermon, but the tricky part in this battle was how skilled Katarnid was as an opponent. Ray agreed with this, saying that in a battle like this, where Katarnid could combine those weapon types in such a pinpoint fashion, it wasn't something commonly experienced. Sunraku said that was right, and Katarnid had been cycling through their weapons for a while now. So all their strikes hit the same exact jewel. His companions seemed unable to believe this, and Ray said that was exactly what she feared. Sunraku replied that was indeed the case, just like with Araba's jewel, but he now understood why Katarnid was quick to do away with Araba's weapon. Right now, the jewel the unique monster was making them destroy was the one linked to Sekru. In other words, Sekru's katana blade was a duplicate because Akane had one too. Ray wondered about this at first, but it didn't take long for her to understand, and she said that like her, Araba had a great sword as his main weapon. According to Sunraku, if Katarnid had duplicates of some weapons, it was better for him to convert those into tentacles. After all, the more jewels they destroyed, the more tentacle upgrades Katarnid would get, plus all the styles their party brought to the battle. That was Katarnid's strategy at this time, using his outstanding fighting skills to execute a perfect damage control strategy. He said Katarnid was continuously powering up, adding tentacles while keeping the weapons he needed. Sunraku said this was what separated the Colossi from the boys, saying the question was how they would land Armageddon on that beast. Meanwhile, Rust said it was true that Katarnid was baiting her to hit what he wanted. The way Sunraku had humiliated her in the Nephilim, making him wonder why he was brought into it. Mordo seemed worried about Rust, who said she couldn't let that happen anymore, so she told Mordo to keep up with her, because she thought it was time to get somewhat serious. Sunraku wondered about Rust's statement about getting serious, and Emol and Mordo also seemed surprised by what she said. Rust said she would make Katarnid regret picking on her, right to the tips of his tentacles, and while saying this, she was preparing to shoot. Sunraku seemed impressed that Rust had something hidden up her sleeve, using an arrow that seemed made of electricity, and it even appeared to be glowing. That skill was the Arrow of the Heavenly Eye. The attack was incredibly bright, and it seemed Katarnid couldn't do anything, but unexpectedly, he jumped to barely avoid it, and Rust's attack hit the wall behind the unique monster, nearly hitting Stewed. Sunraku wondered why Katarnid kept rising, and he taunted Rust. He said he didn't know what skill that was, but after all her talk, she would just miss, so he called it a wild pitch, saying it was lame. However, he noticed Rust was gone, and it was shown that she was running with Mordo. Rust ordered Mordo to do something, so he said he would buff her with everything he had. Meanwhile, Katarnid clung to a building by the wall and took out another weapon. That weapon was similar to Rust's, and he was preparing to shoot. He rained down tons of arrows on Rust and Mordo, which seemed to surprise Sunraku, who said that was unfair. According to Akane, their attacks couldn't reach from where they were, but Sunraku said that wasn't a problem because he would just claw Katarnid back down, so he used Trial Traverse to climb the wall. Meanwhile, Mordo used Far Away Cheer to buff Rust's attack, and Ray realized Rust had used this in their battle on the ship. Rust released that attack, and Sunraku noticed it would hit close to him and Katarnid. It resulted in an explosion that threw both him and Katarnid, making him angry at Rust as he asked if she was trying to blow him up, but Rust reasoned it was his fault for being close, and according to Mordo, he wasn't hurt so it was fine. Then, Rust ordered Mordo to aim at Katarnid's landing spot, and Sunraku seemed to be getting annoyed with her. Sunraku said Rust wouldn't beat Katarnid alone if he had anything to do with it, and he used Flitfoot to jump at Katarnid. He tried to slash the unique monster with his large sword, but he blocked it with a tentacle. Ray was charging in too, and she used Catastrophe on Katarnid, earning praise from Sunraku, who told her to keep going, and Rust saw this from not far away. She said she couldn't aim like that, so she told Mordo they should move, and Mordo couldn't believe Rust was getting serious. According to him, their main reason for playing SLF was for its mech content. Rust had chosen the bow as her main weapon because she thought it would feel similar to playing Nephilim, and she had even said before that she would use it like a laser beam. However, they had failed to find player-controlled mechs, and Rust clearly wasn't enjoying herself. Then, they had gotten new leads from Sunraku, but even after they returned to SLF, Rust's mind was still on Nephilim, but now she was serious? She was fighting the unique monster, even though there was no mech stuff on the other side. At that moment, Rust was asking for a buff from Mordo, but he answered he had been giving her buffs all along. Then, Katarnid suddenly threw Rust back, making Mordo worry, but Rust wasn't affected by it, and she used bucking horse archery on Katarnid. It hit various parts of the unique monster's body and even hit a jewel, cracking it. Ray was impressed by Rust and said what she was doing was great, playing with Katarnid, not afraid of being hit, and dodging his lures while using precise long-range attacks. Rust seemed like a different player now, and Sunraku agreed, saying she was somewhat like this in Nephilim too. He asked if Rust was really serious now, but why now, out of nowhere? Mordo thought about it, and seemed to have an idea why. He explained it was about Katarnid, because his style was familiar to them. Flexible, tricky, and somewhat toying with them this whole time. If Katarnid was really copying the real thing, Rust was being forced to recall her stinging loss to Sunraku. Mordo imagined Rust didn't know why, but she was itching to beat up Katarnid. He bets that might be her thought process right now. Mordo added that it wasn't until Sunraku gave her that killer blow that she really began to ramp up the voltage after all. Meanwhile, Sunraku charged in, saying there was no reason to stop someone when they were on a roll, and if Rust wanted to solo, they would just play along with her. Ray was about to say something about what she thought Rust was aiming for, but Sunraku already knew. He said their final goal was to invoke Armageddon, but he would go along with Rust's approach, and if it worked, they would gain a killer advantage. Meanwhile, while attacking, Rust noticed their position was bad, so she mentioned this to Mordo, who agreed with her, saying it was difficult with Katarnid moving around so much. According to Rust, at this rate, they needed to force what they were going to do. Rust noticed something at that moment, and Sunraku said that for now, would what he was going to do to Katarnid work. He used Mirror of Fading to try to deceive the unique monster, and it attacked his clone. He said that will pin down Katarnid, and he told Ray to move. Then, Rust called to Sunraku, saying to shoot the hell out of Katarnid and get him situated. Rust was surprised by this, and Mordo seemed pleased that Sunraku had also seen their plan. So if that was the case, he told Siger Zero to destroy his jewel, the one furthest to the right, because it was about to break. Ray wondered about Mordo's order, and he added that it was okay for his staff to be sealed off because he could still cast magic without it. Ray realized this was a better move, and that's what she did using Apocalypse, completely destroying the jewel corresponding to Mordo. Katarnid was knocked back by Ray's attack, and Sunraku said that was good because the knockback from destroying the jewel had placed Katarnid in the right spot. We were shown that the unique monster had been pushed closer to the arrow Rust had used earlier, and Sunraku said that now, it's up to Rust to finish that for them. Rust seemed annoyed because Sunraku was once again calling the shots, and she appeared to bring out a twisted arrow. Rust smiled while saying that Sunraku really pissed her off, and she used Stream Arrow on Katarnid. The attack hit the unique monster's chest dead on, and he was thrown toward the arrow Rust had used earlier. Katarnid hit that arrow, and it pierced his shoulder. Katarnid was hurt by the arrow that pierced his shoulder, and Amol and Sunraku were delighted, saying they had skewered Katarnid to the wall. Rust said that wasn't how it happened, because she was the one who skewered the unique monster, so Sunraku just agreed with her. Rust added that now, she would press Katarnid even more, and Ray thanked her for her help. Then, Ray used Catastrophe on Katarnid, and Rust didn't seem to like it, looking agitated, so Mordo comforted her, saying they were helping Ray do her thing so it was fine. According to Ray, even during Rust's assault, she had landed more hits, and if she wanted to launch Armageddon, she had one Apocalypse strike left. According to Akane, they were all doing great, while Mordo noticed he couldn't use his staff anymore. At that moment, a tentacle grew from the jewel they had destroyed, giving Katarnid 2 tentacles now. He attacked Ray using both of them, making her alert, but she couldn't do anything because Katarnid had caught her. He held her right arm and leg, making her wonder. Akane worried for her because Katarnid looked like he was about to throw her, and he did. Katarnid violently slammed Rei into a wall that even made her bounce to the floor. Sunraku became worried for Rei, so he charged in, and on the other hand, Rust was about to attack, while Katarnid was trying to break the arrow lodged in his shoulder. Katarnid broke it, surprising Mordo and Rust. Rei was getting up at that moment, and she was shocked by the damage she had taken, showing that she only had 180 HP left from her max of 500. She said she needed to heal quickly, so she drank healing potions, but at that moment Katarnid was charging at her, surprising her. However, Sunraku arrived to attack the unique monster from behind, and Akane told Seacrew they should join in too. Akane stabbed Katarnid's leg tentacle, but her attack had no effect, which shocked her. Katarnid hit her with one of his tentacles, making Seacrew worry about her. She was thrown far back, and Sunraku told her not to push it too much. He explained that every time Katarnid gained a tentacle, the battle's difficulty doubled, so destroying more jewels wasn't a good idea, at least until Armageddon was ready. Akane apologized, saying she would just heal and come back, but something seemed to shock her, as she only had 3 potions left. Rei said she had just used her last potion, which added 90 to her HP, and she didn't know if she could take another serious attack or not. According to Mordo, they had used most of their potions in the last battle, and for Rust, she couldn't stage suicide strikes like before anymore. Sunraku seemed to expect they were running out, saying they couldn't use healing potions any longer. Akane thought to herself that as low as her level is, the only way she could deal damage was with her dragon breath, but with Katarnid's speed, she might miss and hit something else, and even worse, she might accidentally destroy someone else's jewel. She asked what she could do to be like the others. She mentioned it wasn't looking good, and against a boss's final form like this, she thought she couldn't help in the battle. Back to the fight, and Sunraku continued dodging Katarnid's attacks, saying just one more hit and Rei's Armageddon would be ready. If they couldn't heal at this time, he didn't want to force Rei to take more damage, because even though he's ready, the spell casting would take a long time. But how will they find an opening against the extra tentacles? He said the safest way to go was Mirror of Fading, and although it was powerful, its recast time hadn't expired yet, with 103 seconds remaining, and that was the reason they needed to stall for time, and he wanted to save it for Rei's casting. But he had run out of choices, so he called a mole, ordering her to retreat to the arena's side with Araba and Stewed. He said the others should move aside too, because he would take on all of Katarnid's aggro, shocking everyone. Then, he called Rei, telling her that once he opened a hole for her, she should attack Katarnid with one of her skills. Katarnid seemed to be thinking, and Mordo asked if they should release long-range strikes, but Sunraku answered they should stand by for now, because Katarnid's aggro might switch to them. Sunraku fought Katarnid and his 2 attacking tentacles, saying this boss was a fancy gimmick, and the more they fought Katarnid, the more handful he became. He added that only 90 seconds remained on his Mirror of Fading, and he said he could hold out against the unique monster without taking damage at all. Seacrew asked if Akane really couldn't help in the battle, because it was very peculiar to say that, making Akane wonder. Seacrew said he didn't believe Akane was inferior to her companions, and that was true because none other than Seagworm the Sky Ruler, one of the 7 Colossi, had accepted Akane as a peer worthy of his favor, and there was no higher proof than the scar on her face. Akane suddenly remembered the scar given to her by Seagworm, and Seacrew added that perhaps Akane didn't understand how great a feat that act was. Akane thanked her because she said he had opened her eyes. According to Akane, in Shangri-La Frontier, one's level was just one of the many numerical stats, and she had let herself get carried away with all these needless thoughts. She said she wanted so badly to catch up to others that she tried to overreach a bit, and she should just be herself, making Seacrew wonder what she was doing. "Be myself," said Akane, saying she would accept the challenge no matter what happened, and she seemed to be counting as preparation for running. After counting to 3, she charged toward Katarnid, surprising her allies with what she was doing. Sunraku noticed her too, asking what she was doing. At that moment, Katarnid's tentacles twitched, and he attacked Akane with them. Akane said she would shut down the unique monster's tentacle, and while saying this, she dodged his attacks. She added that what matters the most is momentum, and she successfully avoided Katarnid's 2 tentacles. Then, she slid underneath him and grabbed one of his leg tentacles to pull it upward. Sunraku was impressed by what Akane was doing, and he could hardly believe what she had done. Akane was screaming at that moment, and Katarnid also seemed unable to believe what had happened, because Akane managed to get a hold of his 2 tentacles. Sunraku was surprised that Akane was grabbing the unique monster's tentacles, wondering how much of a suicide attack that was. At that moment, Akane called to Rei, telling her to execute her skill while she still could. However, while she was disgusted because Katarnid was wrapping his tentacles around her, Rei apologized to her because the recast time for Apocalypse hadn't expired yet, with 5 seconds still remaining. Akane was shocked by what she heard, and Katarnid suddenly started shaking her, making Sikru worry about her. Akane seemed to regret what she had done, saying she had jumped the gun on it. Then, she stuck something to Katarnid's head, making him scream, which surprised both Akane and Rei. Emil and Sunraku had the same reaction, asking where that came from. Katarnid looked like he was about to throw Akane, making Sunraku worry, and Rei said, "Not so fast." Katarnid was about to throw Akane to the ground, and at that moment, Rei arrived, showing that her Apocalypse's recast time had finished. She used Apocalypse on the unique monster's tentacles, making him drop Akane, who still looked like she would fall to the ground and be attacked by another of Katarnid's tentacles. However, Rei caught her, but the unique monster's tentacle was still pursuing them. Rei used collision counter on Katarnid's tentacle to block it, saying that she could hold out against that much. They were both thrown back by the force of the impact, but Rei managed to plant one foot on the ground and jump to reduce the force of their recoil, while Sunraku looked worried. Rei landed safely because of what she did, and Akane thanked her for saving her. But according to Rei, she was the one who should thank Akane, and to all of them, "Thank you very much," Rei said. She thrust her sword into the ground, saying she was ready to activate Armageddon. She began casting it, and according to Mordo, finally, Rei had started it, but Katarnid noticed her and charged at her. Rei was surprised by what the unique monster did, and Mordo was also surprised that he was charging at Rei. Sunraku said what they were doing was obvious, and of course if Rei started casting, Katarnid would attack her. At that moment, he charged at Katarnid, saying he wouldn't give him a chance to attack Rei, and he gave him a fierce moonblade attack to one of his jewels. The jewel cracked, and the unique monster's attention turned to him, trying to attack him with a tentacle. Then he called a mole, telling her to destroy the jewel he had cracked. He called her Rabbit Gun and had her fire attacks, so a mole used Magic Edge. It hit the jewel, completely destroying it, and according to Sunraku, he needed to keep Rei safe for 27 more seconds. In a flashback, Mordo asked if 27 seconds was really Armageddon's casting time, and Sunraku answered that apparently that was the approximate time it took for Rei to launch that skill, and Rei herself had said this when she last used it. He added that he had no spell casting skills, so he wasn't aware, but you couldn't rush speaking in spell casting. Of course, there was no room for slip-ups, and they needed to keep up smooth delivery without pauses, because if not, the game wouldn't count it as a spell. Furthermore, since the spell would invoke immediately after casting, they all needed to time themselves carefully with the target's location. Back to the present, and Sunraku said they had something they could do now to help. He said everyone who could attack persistently should throw everything they had at Katarnid's jewels. They would destroy all of them except the jewel corresponding to Rei, and earn time using the knockback from destroying the jewels. Sunraku attacked first, causing a crack in the pentagon-shaped jewel, and Rust wondered if they were attacking the jewelry, to which Mordo replied, "Roger that." On the other hand, Akane wanted to attack the jewel corresponding to her, but Sikru made her step back. However, according to Sunraku, that strategy was a double-edged one, because the more jewels they destroyed, the more weapons they would lose, and Katarnid would gain more devastating tentacles. So they needed to destroy them in rapid-fire fashion, one after the other, fast enough that Katarnid would have no time to counter. At that moment, Rust was raining arrows, while Sikru was destroying another jewel. Sunraku added that this strategy would only work in the battle's closing stages, when damage had piled up on the jewels. Then, he told Akane to watch a mole for him while throwing her there. He asked if Katarnid wanted them to destroy the jewels that much. Well, he would get what he wanted, and Seacrew's jewel would be the next to be destroyed. He also explained that they couldn't stall Katarnid for 27 seconds through knockbacks, and it was shown that Rei continued spell casting. Sunraku added that thanks to Akane, he had managed to hang on to Mirror of Fading, with only 12 seconds left on recast time. If he could hold out until it was available, that would make executing the placement and timing easier, and if the cast wasn't finished like in the battle with Lycagon, he would just use Exceed Charge Reject on Katarnid. At that moment, Sunraku had destroyed the jewel corresponding to Seacrew, so his weapon was sealed off, and he said it was time to withdraw. Katarnid now had 5 tentacles on his back, and Sunraku said Rust's jewel would be next, and if he had concerns at this time, it lay in how little energy he had charged in the Gilta Brill. With Reluiath reversed, there was no visible moon, and no way to charge up the Gilta Brill. The only time he had charged it up was after they defeated Shadow Lycagon. That little time was when they fought the Usurper Dragon. So he said he wished he had looked for a way if he had known this would happen, but if the juice wasn't enough, he had something else he could try, though he didn't know if he had time for it. At that moment, he saw 3 of Katarnid's tentacles about to attack him, but he avoided them. Akane was surprised that the unique monster was fully back in the battle, and Mordo said they didn't have as many attackers anymore, and the jewel was about to be broken, but it would take time. Meanwhile, Katarnid jumped upward, surprising Sunraku. He thought the unique monster would attack from above, and that's exactly what he did using Rust's weapon, targeting Rei. He released a multi-arrow attack, and Rust said she would shoot them down. She hit some arrows, but some still got through, and Akane said there were still some left that looked like they would hit Rei, while Araba could be seen running in the background. He shielded Rei from the arrows, making Akane worry about him, but he said mere arrows wouldn't faze him. Then, Katarnid used the jewel corresponding to Rei and attacked her using her weapon. Araba said that would faze him, while Rust tried to shoot Katarnid. Meanwhile, Rei continued casting Armageddon, and it seemed Katarnid's attack on her didn't continue because an explosion occurred in front of her. She wasn't affected by it and continued her casting. And we learned that what Katarnid had attacked was actually Sunraku's clone from the Mirror of Fading skill. Katarnid continued attacking the clone, and Sunraku told Rei not to worry because he wouldn't let Katarnid lay a finger, or more better, a tentacle on her, and he promised he would make a path for them. At that moment, Rei continued casting, and according to her, she wasn't worried at all, and she wouldn't waste the path they all had made for her. She said it was time to finish this with her almighty finisher. Sunraku used his Exceed Charge skill and told Rei they should attack. He added that now, the moment the effect of Mirror of Fading expires, he would strike his reject at Katarnid, even if it wasn't as punishing as last time. If it made Katarnid flinch for a moment, they would be fine. Rei continued casting, and she was at the line, bring forth the chaos. At that moment, Sunraku's Mirror of Fading expired, and Katarnid saw him charging. According to him, his attack would make a hole big enough for Armageddon to hit, but he seemed to realize something that made him stop. He realized that that alone wouldn't be enough, and he was about to say what the problem was, but he noticed Katarnid was about to attack Rei, who still hadn't finished chanting for Armageddon. He thought there was no time to dwell on that, and he needed to do what he could. At that moment, someone destroyed the teardrop-shaped jewel, and it was Rust who had shot the unique monster. Katarnid was knocked back by what Rust did, and Sunraku noticed his grip on his weapon had loosened. At that moment, Rust's weapon was sealed off, while Sunraku was smiling, and he used Exceed Charge Reject skill, telling him to put that goddamned sword out of their way. Sunraku knocked away Katarnid's sword weapon, which corresponded to Rei, and he was also thrown back by the impact of his attack. Katarnid's sword wasn't thrown too far, and while he was trying to reach it, Rei finished the last line of her casting. She jumped to charge at Katarnid, who saw her do this, and she used Armageddon. The unique monster's entire body seemed to disintegrate from that attack, and its intensity could be felt throughout the battle arena. Rust and Mordo were even shown screaming from the intensity of that attack, while Sunraku fell from being thrown back. He quickly stood up, and according to him, because of the Gilta Brill's lack of charge, he survived the blowback, with only 25 HP left from his max of 80. At that moment, he looked at Rei, who was still continuing to use Armageddon, and he cheered for her to defeat Katarnid. He said they had put together the whole puzzle, all the conditions needed for victory, like the position, the timing, and the built-up damage. At that moment, Katarnid grabbed his weapon, surprising Rei, but nevertheless, she continued her attack. For Rei's companions, they could barely see anything because of the attack's brightness, and Mordo couldn't believe this was Armageddon in action, saying it was way beyond anything he had ever seen. Meanwhile, Imol was screaming, while Sunraku was deep in thought. Russ seemed to notice something about what was happening, and Sunraku said it was perfect. We were shown the result of Rei's Armageddon, where Katarnid had a large slash on his body, face, and had lost his right hand. Sunraku added all too often, "When everything is perfect, that's when the gods start to sneer at you." Rust couldn't believe what she was seeing, and neither could Mordo, as he said Katarnid hadn't been defeated even after Armageddon. Stude was also shocked that the unique monster was still standing, and Araba said it was insane, and even after taking such a powerful attack. Akane asked Sunraku if he thought it might be like Lycagon who would explode after a few seconds, or maybe not. Mordo seemed dazed, also unable to believe what they were seeing, and he asked if Katarnid had so much HP that Armageddon couldn't take him down. Sunraku answered no, which seemed to surprise Mordo. Sunraku explained that it was cancelled out because of Katarnid's stupid gimmick. Armageddon hit Katarnid directly, but he took it and grabbed his sword again. Then, he threw it against Armageddon, which destroyed that weapon, along with the jewel on it. At that very moment, the take the player's weapon away gimmick activated, sealing away Rei's weapon, and that was enough to force quit Armageddon. Even at the very end, they couldn't fully tear down Katarnid, and Rei was shown looking defeated. Sunraku added that that should have been their top priority, how to prevent Katarnid from using that large sword. He said he had focused too much on landing Armageddon, so he noticed it too late. If he had just charged up the Gilta-Brill with a bit more magic, and if he had knocked Katarnid's sword just a bit more out of the unique monster's reach, they really could have defeated him. However, because of these razor-thin margins, their entire fighting force was gone, while Katarnid had gained all 7 of his tentacles. Plus, he had Sunraku's weapon, and worst of all, Katarnid was now complete. On the other hand, Rei also couldn't believe what was happening, saying the entire party had done so much to pitch in for her, and now, she had managed to screw up Armageddon. Akane asked what now, since all of them had been disarmed of their main weapons, except for Sunraku. According to Mordo, they were in trouble, and it was shown that Katarnid was about to attack again. He charged at someone, alarming Sunraku, and it was Rei, who was very weak after casting Armageddon. Rei jumped to avoid Katarnid's attack, but he had a follow-up attack, and according to Rei, she was still in recharge mode, so she couldn't launch any skills. She couldn't do anything about the unique monster's follow-up attack, and she was thrown far back, making Akane worry about her. Meanwhile, Sunraku brought out his decapitator blade and stabbed Katarnid's back with it, but it seemed to do nothing, and he turned to look at him. Sunraku was shocked that his decapitator did nothing, and at that moment, Katarnid attacked him too. Back to Akane, who was checking on Rei, and she answered she was okay, but that was close, as she only had 19 HP left from her max of 500. Sunraku said that even though Katarnid blocked Armageddon and all, he must have taken significant damage from it, and he told Katarnid to stop pretending. He said he could try to keep up his poker face with him, but he must be sweating inside. The torrent of strikes proved it, and he wasn't playing around like before, because he was freaking out now. Sunraku added that to him. Katarnid seemed to be approaching his limit, and at that moment, Sunraku suddenly got a damage warning, recommending to change his weapon. He was surprised by this, saying he thought the sword would reach its limit first, and if he continued using it, it would be fully broken and become impossible to repair again. After 7 days of combat, he said other weapons in his arsenal were getting pretty beat up too, but his Empire B Twinblade V4 was still somewhat okay. He said he would use corrosive poison on Katarnid to make one of his arms rot. Meanwhile, Rei was watching from not far away, and seemed to want to say something. She told Sunraku to let her come along, but Mordo stopped her, reminding her how low her HP was. Rei was about to argue, but according to Mordo, the rebound also lowered all her stats. Araba said it was irritating because without his faithful blade, all he could do was watch. Stude seemed to think about what Araba said, looking at his own sword. Rust said the seal applied to all weapons of that target type, not just one piece of gear. Akane asked if they had any other weapons, but Rust answered that she was a bow-only build, while Sikru only had a katana and Imul only had a book. As for Akane, the only attack tools she had besides her own sword were her kunai. She thought about this and did something that surprised Imul. She stabbed at the jewel embedded in her chest, which also surprised Sikru. Nothing happened from what she did, and Sikru couldn't understand what she was doing. Akane said her kunai couldn't destroy the jewel, and in fact, she couldn't even scratch it because the attack was cancelled out. She explained she thought the seal would be lifted if she could destroy the jewel, and Mordo said he bet she couldn't destroy it, and he was pretty sure that applied to Katarnid too. If it did apply, he said, Katarnid wouldn't have made them destroy the jewels he no longer needed, so Sikru agreed with him. Akane realized she couldn't destroy her own jewel, so she said she would try something else, and she stabbed Sikru's jewel with the kunai instead, making him scream in surprise. Akane said it didn't do any damage, and Sikru told her to stop menacing him. Imul seemed to be dramatic with her brother, saying the kunai only hit the edge so it was fine. According to Mordo, maybe the jewel can differentiate between Katarnid, the caster, and them, the targets. Rust asked if they could have Katarnid destroy it for them, so Mordo asked her if she wanted to ask a favor from the unique monster when they could barely heal, saying it was risky. At that moment, Sunraku was still dueling with Katarnid, and Araba said, in the end, was Sunraku their only hope? Rei was deep in thought, watching Sunraku dance with the unique monster. Sunraku was laughing, asking if this was a joke, because of Katarnid's speed and insane attack moves. He said there were almost no openings to exploit, and Katarnid kept darting around everywhere. He added that he was alone against 7 tentacles, and Katarnid was in a completely different tier from him. He was also getting annoyed because he was losing focus, wondering if the sketchy energy drink had tapped out on him, and he'd be in trouble if this continued. He seemed to need to tap into something else, and it was shown that Mirror of Fading's recast time had finished. He used it immediately, and the unique monster attacked his clone, giving him time to retreat and catch his breath. Then, he told his companions to listen. He told them he would be gone for a moment, making his companions wonder, but told them not to worry because he'd be back quickly. He said he had one more card up his sleeve, and he was going to wake it up. He disappeared at that moment, surprising Mordo, while Rust wondered what Sunraku meant by one more card. Mordo asked if it was some kind of other skill, and Stude was panicking, asking if they would be okay, and what they would do if that double faded away on them. Rei wanted to say something, and she apologized to all her companions, asking if they had any extra healing potions, could they entrust them to her. Meanwhile, Sunraku had entered his inventoria, and he was hurrying to find something in his inventory. He said he needed to check the non-standard ether reactor. Then, we were taken back a week to Belak's workshop, where she appeared surprised that Sunraku's non-standard ether reactor had no energy. Sunraku said it was empty, so he took it out of Suzaku and brought it to Belak. He asked how to charge it, and told Belak not to say he needed to find a new one, but Belak just looked dumbfounded. She asked what Sunraku was talking about, because the non-standard ether reactor had already recharged by itself at that time, which seemed to surprise Sunraku. He couldn't believe it was self-charging, and said that was awesome. He added that now that Belak mentioned it, the reactor had filled up a bit, and according to Belak, when the reactor got energy, he should press both ends, and it would stabilize and come online. Sunraku did this, and said Belak was right, because it was even written at the bottom of the description. Belak said he needed to read it, asking if she needed to spell out everything for him. Sunraku asked how it charged, and if it would charge faster if he carried it around while walking. Belak thought about it, and said she didn't know because she had never done that before. Back to the present, and Sunraku said he needed to experiment with the reactor after he was done with Katarnid. He had found it in his inventory, and said he was sure it had charged after 7 days. He was right because it was 100%, as full as it's ever gonna be. He walked toward the robot he wanted to activate, and asked himself if he should look at the manual for these tactical fighters, but decided not to, because he had skimmed them already, and he was sure they activated the same way as Suzaku, and he couldn't waste time. However, he said it was funny, talking about a long, winding road, saying this while activating the reactor. He added that after his experience fighting the shooting star, he felt more ready. He thought he had what it takes to unlock the full potential of the robot in front of him. It was Seiryu, the non-standard tactical dragon, which he told they were going to beat people up on the greatest stage ever. Katarnid continued attacking Sunraku's clone from the Mirror of Fating, while the real Sunraku was still inside the Inventoria, saying that the Mirror of Fating he left in the arena would soon disappear, so he needed to activate Seiryu and return to battle. However, he seemed to stop, puzzled by something. There was something he couldn't find, the hole where the ether reactor should be inserted, and he said he couldn't see it. The hole was on Suzaku's chest, but wasn't on Seiryu's, so he wondered if it was on the back or the rear, but he still couldn't find it, making him say that if it was a series, they should work the same way. He thought about checking the manual, because it might be there, but he couldn't find which page it was on, so he was getting annoyed, saying he wished he had actually read the manual a bit closer. Let's move to the battle arena where Akane, Rust, and Mordo were wondering why Rei was asking for their healing items. Rei was requesting these from them, and Rust said she had none left, while Mordo could give one healing potion, and Akane only had 2, but she seemed reluctant to give them. Rei said those would be fine, and Akane asked if she was planning to fight. Rei answered that Sunraku's deployed Mirror of Fating would disappear soon, and once it does, someone needed to distract Katarnid's attention. However, Mordo seemed unwilling to let her, since all her stats got cut in half because of Armageddon, and she couldn't use skills either. Rust said all of Rei's gear had taken a hit too, and Mordo agreed, but asked if Rei could change gear. Rei answered no, because of how the penalty worked, she was locked into her current gear for 24 hours. Akane then asked about weapons, wondering if Rei wasn't just weaker, but also shut out from her whole arsenal. Rei said there was a silver lining, because due to Katarnid's seal, her sword wasn't counted as a weapon anymore, meaning she could change weapons, and while saying this, she brought out her hammer. Mordo asked if she was really going to fight, and she answered she would be okay, and she wasn't aiming to defeat Katarnid, just to buy time for them. She was extremely embarrassed when she failed with Armageddon, so she asked them to let her make up for it now. Mordo called to Rei, but at that moment, she brought out something that looked like a scroll. Rust and Mordo wondered what it was, and Rei opened it. She said it would apply stat buffs that work in proportion to the amount and type of debuffs she had received, and it was called Countless Reawaken. She used it, and it seemed to burn immediately after use, until no paper remained in the scroll. Rust asked if it was a one-time use magic scroll, and Mordo answered that he thought it wasn't just any magic scroll, because based on its design, he thought it was a high-grade one. Rei brought out another scroll, saying it would apply large-scale stat boosts to her when fighting an enemy larger than her, and it was called Exaggeration Brave. At that moment, Sunraku's clone disappeared, and Rei used another scroll, explaining that it boosted her other stats in inverse proportion to stats like HP and Magic Force as they were used over time, and it was called Fey Reward. When that scroll dropped, we were taken to the past, where Siger 100 seemed unable to believe that Rei wanted a plan in case Armageddon didn't work. Rei answered that she wanted a plan because the subsequent penalty would leave her in no shape to fight, and she wanted to prop up her stats a bit, so she wouldn't just be deadweight for the party after Armageddon. Someone asked if there's any monster that could survive a direct hit from it, and another answered that maybe someone like Lycagon, or one of the 7 Colossi, betting they wouldn't be hit by Armageddon. The questioner asked if Rei would receive the penalty whether the skill hit or not, and another answered that was correct. Siger 100 said that if Rei couldn't use skills after Armageddon, magic scrolls were the answer to what she was looking for. She said there were many magic scrolls that boosted stats or gave greater effects the more drastic the debuff was, but if Rei was trying to counteract the Armageddon penalty, she showed her 4 of them. Their clan members shouted they're worth a fortune, and Siger 100 agreed, saying if Rei wanted to buy them, it would cost 50 million money roughly. One of their clan mates couldn't believe how expensive they were, saying their effects didn't even last that long, and he confessed his own entire fortune was only 10 million max. She said that even with her funding, she could only buy 2, and she hoped to save up for the remaining scrolls. Her clanmate seemed surprised she would actually do it, saying she was too timid to use them. Her sister asked if she really thought she needed them, and she answered yes. Saiger 100 thought about it after that, and said if that was the case, they would use clan money to buy the remaining two, surprising both Ray and their clanmate. The clanmate asked if that was true, and Saiger 100 answered there was nothing wrong with preparing for the unexpected. Plus, it boosted their fighting power. Not like they must use the scrolls only when that penalty kicks in. So the clanmate said they didn't think it was bad. Saiger 100 said of course Ray needed to choose carefully when to use them, and Ray agreed, while thinking that Armageddon was difficult to use alone, and that means that whenever she used it, she would always need people to help her. Back to the present, and Ray said that was far from her own problem, because just because she failed once with Armageddon didn't mean she could waste her companion's hopes. Katarnid looked at Ray, and at that moment, she brought out another scroll, saying it would give her a major boost to her stats, and it was called Regulus Gloria. To achieve this, whenever she used Armageddon in battle, she was duty-bound to lead them all to victory. Katarnid charged, and Mordo was impressed by all the buffs Ray had stacked. The unique monster jumped, and Ray wasn't even phased though he was above her. Katarnid used his tentacles to attack Ray, but she just dodged, and according to her, if she lost like this, then yes, they could call it a failure. At that moment, Katarnid grabbed her foot, and she said nevertheless, as long as they won. Everything up to this point was just a path to victory, and while saying this, she hit the tentacle that caught her, making it release her. While falling, Katarnid tried to attack using Sunraka's blades, and Ray said this was why she couldn't lose at this moment, no matter what happened. Simultaneously, she planted her hammer in the ground to catch herself, but Katarnid hit it, making her spin from its force. Katarnid saw this, and in the next scene, Ray hit him in the head with her hammer. His head got a hole from this, and Akane was delighted, asking wasn't Ray stronger than before she got the penalty, while Mordo clarified if Ray was really only buying time for them, while Araba said if only he had his weapon, but Mordo said it wasn't like that because it would be suicide either way if he joined the fight. Mordo added this was a different Katarnid from when his final form first appeared, and Rust asked what Sunraku was doing, while Stude was looking at his sword, trembling, wondering about the weapons being sealed. Let's return to Ray and Katarnid's battle, where she was doing well buying time for Sunraka's return. Akane was amazed by her, as she was dodging Katarnid's unpredictable tentacle attacks. According to Mordo, he knew the scrolls were helping Ray greatly, but he was amazed she could strike Katarnid at all. Meanwhile, Stude seemed to have internal problems while watching Ray and Katarnid's battle. Then Katarnid jumped around like Sunraku to get behind Ray, who was surprised by what he did. Ray barely avoided Katarnid's attack, only managing to block with her hammer, which resulted in her hammer cracking. She was shocked that her weapon was breaking, and asked if the blow it blocked was too much. Katarnid charged again, looking like he was dancing in a handstand breakdance while attacking Ray. According to Ray, she couldn't read the unique monster's movements at all, saying he was just too fast. At that moment, she blocked another of Katarnid's attacks with her hammer, causing her to be thrown toward Mordo, who was surprised. They all screamed when Ray crashed behind them, and Rust said all that remained was Sunraka's copy, and this was real trouble. Akane asked Amul if she thought Sunraka would fight like this if he had tentacles. Amul answered yes, but said it was disgusting to picture. In Ray's mind, she knew she couldn't take any more damage because she only had 20 HP left, so he told everyone to get back and hurry while the aggro was still focused on her. She added that the magic scroll buffs would expire soon, and Katarnid charged again, making Stude scream in fear. Ray said once the buffs were gone, she wouldn't be able to hold out anymore. Meanwhile, Stude was lying face down because he jumped away when Katarnid attacked, and he looked terrified. Amul said things weren't looking good, and Akane was worried about Saiger Zero. Mordo asked if he could cast a spell to distract Katarnid, but Rust answered that all that would do was change the order in which the unique monster would kill them. While Stude was picking up his sword, he seemed to realize he was the only one not affected by the seals, which made Araba wonder about what he was saying, and he added that if that was the case, he would just attack. He charged at Katarnid, saying this was for his father, which caught the unique monster's attention. Katarnid grabbed him by the neck with a tentacle, surprising Rust. Katarnid looked like he was about to say something, and said this too could become the essence of life, which surprised Ray that he was speaking. Stude was annoyed, saying he is a mighty pirate, and using his father's cutlass, he would smash him up, but his father's cutlass just bounced off. He was shocked by this, and Katarnid looked ready to punch him with another tentacle, making Ray worry, but she seemed to notice something. Someone said he's gotta hand it to Stude, because that was some gutsy courage. It was Sunraku, who punched Katarnid in the stomach, while Seiryu caught Stude and his cutlass. Sunraku was thrown back from the impact of his attack, and Katarnid seemed mad. Then, he told Stude that cutlass was important to him, so he should hold on to it. Stude seemed shocked by what he was seeing, while Ray called out to Sunraku, who apologized for being late. It was shown that everyone was shocked by what happened, while Sunraku was saying he meant to arrive earlier, but he seemed to have had trouble. Sunraku was surprised they were all okay, saying that was good. Of course, the two Nephilim players were incredibly shocked that Sunraku brought out a mech, and Mordo said so that was the card up Sunraku's sleeve. He said that was why Sunraku took so long, because he needed time to activate the mech, and Sunraku even stuttered while answering yes. He thought he couldn't tell his companions that he couldn't find where to insert the core, which turned out to be in the tail. At that moment, Seiryu asked for orders from Sunraku, who told him to calm down. "Wait a sec," Sunraku said, because he wasn't used to the UI of ones like Seiryu, as they seemed more chipper compared to Suzaku, and at that moment, Katarnid moved again. Sunraku was in the middle of a conversation, but he couldn't finish because he was surprised that the unique monster was charging at them. He dodged the attack, saying it had no chill at all, and while he was speaking, Contusion's time was running. He explained that if he wore that ultra-rare gear for more than 3 minutes, it would explode, so he couldn't waste time. And it showed that only 2 minutes and 35 seconds remained on the Contusion. Sunraku added that he never expected to say this in SLF, but he told Seiryu to take him to the skies. The two of them flew, and along with Katarnid, Akanea's group, who seemed surprised by what happened. Meanwhile, Sunraku told Seiryu to do it, meaning for them to combine. Rust was surprised when the two linked up, and Seiryu said all systems were ready to connect, so he initiated the full combine sequence. Meanwhile, Katarnid climbed the wall to reach Sunraku, and when he got close, there was a bright explosion. Sunraku jumped around, saying that not that he really wanted to, but he would just hurry this up. Ray was surprised by Sunraku's incredible speed, who said he had 2 minutes to decide the battle. He unleashed all sorts of beatdowns on Katarnid, leaving his companions slack-jawed as they watched him. He said that while he might not be as good as the shooting star, he was taught how to dogfight by the best gamer in the US. He added that someone who's only copying how he usually moves in SLF better not expect to beat him, asking if Katarnid hears him. Katarnid could do nothing against Sunraku's speed, as he looked ready to attack again. He punched Katarnid in the side using the Gilta Brill, and it showed his companions being very impressed with him, with Mordo asking if Sunraku had done multiple air jumps in one go. Ray answered no, saying it wasn't exactly like jumping, while Rust was amazed by Sunraku's link-up with the mech, making Mordo try to calm her down. At that moment, Sunraku got a damage warning again, recommending a weapon change, which surprised him, and he said his left-hand gear was at its limit. Besides that, Reject had pulverized his right hand, so he couldn't use the Gilta Brill anymore, and he thought it was time to pick up the partner to the Dukas Ram. He used the Foothold Skysoar skill to jump upward, explaining that it created a path that ran at high speed through the air, and by stepping on it, he could move quickly in the path's direction, a special skill he could launch when combined with Seiryu. Then, using the Shoro equipped on his head, he could visually see the path he was making. It was a straight road he could only make one at a time, but he could instantly summon it anywhere, with no wait time for recasting. Sunraku was delighted with his skill and equipment because of what he could do with them. Katarnid seemed to be getting irritated, while Sunraku's grip on his weapon tightened. The unique monster attacked, surprising Sunraku as he was climbing the wall again, so he told him to stop using power moves. Ray noticed the dagger Sunraku was using, saying it was the dagger she had thrown at Katarnid, making Mordo ask if the dagger flew that high up. At that moment, Katarnid attacked again, and Sunraku asked if he wasn't going to change his style, and if tentacle crap was his only original thing. He kept taunting Katarnid by pretending to cheer and asked him what was up. He told Katarnid he needed to get better at aiming to catch him, while praising Siryu, saying he was starting to like it. He thought he needed to watch his momentum because if not, he'd go haywire and crack up, but he said he was making good use of what he learned in his fight with Sylvie, as SLF used the same physics engine as that game. However, he said that was the reason why he hated contusion so much, so he cursed at Lycagon, showing 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining on contusion. Then, Siryu spoke, saying Sunraka needed to constantly define its coordinate path, making Sunraka realize he'd forgotten to make his next path. Because of that, he used his faraway skill, laughing while saying that when there was no path, it still worked as a jumping platform, and he couldn't believe how fun it was. Meanwhile, Rust was trembling, saying she would kill to ride the non-standard tactical dragon. So Mordo told her they should discuss that after the battle. However, Rust got angry because Sunraku had said the batteries were dead, while Mordo thought Sunraku had done that because he knew how Rust would react. On the other hand, Katarnid deflected Sunraku's attack, which seemed to have troubled him. He was annoyed because he said it was hard to attack Katarnid when his tentacles were blocking. Besides that, his gear would break after a minute, so he needed to finish this before time ran out, saying this was the last dance. At that moment, the Dukas Ram got a damage warning, and Sunraku said Weathermon had left behind more than just armor and robots, as he was still linked up with Siryu. So he said it was time to do away with swords and sorcery crap. He used non-standard armament, which wrapped around his arms as weapons. These were twin gun types called Castor and Pollux. Akane asked what those weapons were, and Siryu said the connection was complete, with energy charged and ammo charged at 20 bullets. Then Sunraku started shooting at Katarnid, surprising Mordo and Rust that he had 2 guns, while Ray had no idea such guns existed in SLF. Sunraku continued shooting, making Katarnid run to dodge, but he was still getting hit by bullets. He challenged Katarnid, asking if he wanted to jump around and see who would give in first. Rust said Sunraku was using energy bullets, and according to Akane, the attack was very one-sided. Sunraku said that he still got some energy on him, and commanded Siryu to keep charging him up. We were then shown that only 25 seconds were left in Sunraku's timer. He seemed surprised by his energy, saying he couldn't fight like this for long, and who cared about conserving energy. He released his current weapon and seemed to be looking for a new one. He said he should bring out the biggest gun he had, which looked like a giant cannon. His companions were shocked by what he brought out, and he was preparing to shoot the unique monster. The weapon he was using was the non-standard armament cannon type Regulus, and Katarnid twitched while watching Sunraku prepare to attack him. Katarnid moved, running away from Sunraku in a zigzag pattern, surprising Mordo. Sunraku chased the unique monster, asking why he suddenly got scared. Sunraku was descending to chase Katarnid, but he suddenly climbed the wall. He was annoyed at Katarnid climbing the wall, saying he'd already told him he was running out of time, so he should stop trying to make him lag out, showing 5 seconds remaining on Sunraku's timer. He jumped to shoot the unique monster while his time was winding down, and Katarnid used his tentacles as a shield against Sunraku's attack. Sunraku was about to shoot, saying he should get hit by all the ink Katarnid had, calling him an octopus bastard. Sunraku fired, and it hit Katarnid directly, but Sunraku wasn't happy because Katarnid had blocked it, and only 1 second remained on his contusion. Sunraku released everything he was wearing, and his companions were shocked that his combo didn't work, while Akane was surprised that the mech combo was falling apart. Sunraku said if he could just make Katarnid's tentacles open up, that would be enough, and he brought out his moonblades, which were at max combinable. He added that he could combine more than just a few mechs, and showed how he combined his moonblades, called twin moons. He said it was time to finish this, and he held on to Siryu while calling to it. He told it not to hold back, and to throw him with everything it had, saying it was time to show Katarnid. A crescent moon is fast as a shooting star. While everyone watched, Siryu whipped his tail and threw Sunraku with tremendous force. Katarnid appeared to be in a daze while watching this happen, and Sunraku used Vorpal Crescent on him, which was an enhanced slash attack using the Moonblade. However, Katarnid used the jewel corresponding to Sunraku as a shield against that attack. This surprised Sunraku, and he shouted because the jewel shattered from that attack. Additionally, Sunraka's moonblade was knocked away, which was also sealed off after the jewel broke. Sunraka's companions were stunned by what happened, and Sunraku said he didn't care that Katarnid sealed off his weapon because he hadn't brought out the main event yet. According to Sunraku, Katarnid still had him and all of his momentum, and at that moment, he headbutted Katarnid's jewel on his forehead. They both flew back due to the force of Sunraka's headbutt, and his companions looked shocked at what he did, while his moonblades fell and separated. Akane couldn't believe Sunraku directly threw himself at the unique monster, and Mordo said Sunraku would be done for due to the collision damage, while according to Rust, it was a suicide move. Ray mentioned that collision damage counted as self-inflicted, which confused Mordo. She explained that since Mordo hadn't logged in for a long time, he probably didn't know, but in the new version of SLF, when HP is depleted due to self-inflicted injury, then, just one time, there's a chance that a clencher will activate for the player, and that's exactly what happened to Sunraku, who was left with 1 HP. Katarnid seemed heavily affected by Sunraku's attack, who said they were there, and pointed out the jewel on the unique monster's forehead, which now had cracks. Sunraku added that Katarnid freaked out when Akane touched it that one time, which was why he tried so hard to prevent it from being hit. The jewel was obviously important to Katarnid, and in the next scene, it completely shattered. They all saw it, and after that, the jewels that Katarnid had placed on them started cracking too. Those broke as well, which surprised them, and Mordo mentioned this to his companions. Furthermore, the seal on their weapons was removed, and Sunraku said no wonder. And that was the fate of any gimmick-driven boss. Then, he told Katarnid that once they figure out the trick, all they need to do after that is overwhelm the unique monster with sheer firepower. At that moment, Katarnid's tentacles dangled behind him, and he said that once, in the old world, in the old glorious days, a sage raised heroes. Sunraku was surprised by what the unique monster said, and Mordo asked if it was a scripted event. Then, Katarnid charged towards Sunraku, who was alarmed by the unique monster's charge, but he wasn't hit because Siryu saved him. He laughed while asking Katarnid if he was struggling until the end, and at that moment, he picked up his moonblade while being carried by the non-standard tactical dragon. He added that he liked Katarnid's enthusiasm a lot. On the other hand, Araba, Nereid, and Akane also charged forward, telling their companions to look out for return fire, while their long-range force supported from behind. Araba used his deep-pressure crack skill and hit Katarnid on his back leg. The unique monster looked at Araba because of this, and he said that nevertheless, the paragons of heroes created by the Great Sage faced a catastrophe and they faded into oblivion. That was the reason, he said, why they would offer their praise to the diligent efforts of heroes. While saying this, he tried to attack Araba, but was stopped by Seacrew's bamboo lightning, so his attention went there instead. But Amol and Mordo cast spells, while Rust rained arrows, which all hit him directly. Katarnid added that even though the heroes weren't fully optimal, and they made mistakes at times, but at the end of their search, the will and determination they showed were the markings of a hero to the next generations. As he said this, Ray attacked one of his tentacles, while Akane unleashed Dragon Breath, and Sunraku delivered a multi-slash attack. Because of this, his moonblades received a damage warning, which seemed to sadden him, and he seemed not able to believe that he is out of weapons in the end. Stude appeared to be deep in thought because of what Sunraku said, and he looked at his sword. Then, he called out to Sunraku and threw him his father's cutlass. Sunraku caught it and jumped to deliver a powerful slash to the unique monster's neck. While this was happening, Katarnid continued what he was saying, stating that if that was the case, that very instant must be duly accepted by him, along with the relief it provided. Then, he called upon the light of life and told it that he confessed he had seen everything for himself. At that moment, his body started to bubble, seemingly a sign that Sunraku and the others had finally won. Katarnid lay there, still bubbling, while Sunraku and the others watched him, waiting to see what would happen. Stude seemed amazed, which made Sunraku wonder, and Stude said, "I did it," because his father's sword had defeated Katarnid. Mordo asked if the battle was really over, and Emul said they had done it because they had taken Katarnid down. However, Sunraku became alarmed, because a magic circle appeared above Katarnit. Then, the unique monster moved again, causing Stewed to panic, and Katarnit appeared to levitate towards the magic circle. Mordo asked if they hadn't just defeated Katarnit's final form, but Sunraku calmed them down, asking if they could feel it too. He was referring to the unique monster's sense of intimidation, saying it was fully gone. It was just like with Weathermon, and told them they would kick off the post-victory cutscene. However, Mordo reasoned, asking if Sunraku remembered how chill the big octopus was when they first saw it, and how it became hyper after all that. Sunraku replied that he remembered that, and now that Mordo mentioned it, he wasn't so sure anymore. At that moment, Katarnit spoke, saying the words, "Two miracles one after the other. You stand not mutually opposed, but together as one. It is a joyous thing." While he was saying this, the reactions of Stewed, Araba, Sunraku, and Ray were shown, all puzzled by what he was saying. Sunraku thought about the joyous thing Katarnit mentioned, and if he puts it that way, would it affect their rewards for defeating him without losing any NPCs? He said they might expect lots of swag, because after all, they had defeated one of the 7 colossi. He told his companions they might get all sorts of crazy treasure, so they should get ready, and they were all delighted by what he said. Mordo asked what kinds of treasure will they be getting, and Rust asked if she would get a mech, but Sunraku answered that he wasn't sure about that. Then, Katarnit spoke again, saying, "Very, very far is how much they have traveled. The sea of stars is now distant, but the sea they see beyond, as they look up, remains their home. Travelers of the sea of stars, your journey shall be passed on, even after you die. All of you take pride in the honor of having such noble ancestors." Akane seemed unable to understand what Katarnit said, while Mordo wondered about the stars and what journey he meant. According to Sunraku, based on the sci-fi backdrop, maybe the people of the Divinity era came to this planet riding a spaceship or something. Ray said that for that kind of lore stuff, they might learn more if they talk to the library about it. Sunraku asked if she meant the Lore clan, and he recounted how they kept pestering him about the Tome of Truth, and it was almost creepy. He added that if they could get the book again at that time, he could use it as bait to get information from the professor, which made Ray worry about what he wanted to do. On the other hand, Katarnit said they had all demonstrated their power and asked them to let him help them on their journey. He spawned magic circles in front of Mordo, Rust, Araba, and Akane, and likewise for Sunraku, Ray, and Stewed. Mordo was surprised by the appearance of magic circles in front of them, and Sunraku said, "Here we go," because it was time for loot. Then, 8 grails emerged from the magic circles, so Ray asked what they were, and Akane answered that Katarnit had these, and he used them to invert things. According to Katarnit, he would give each of them one of the 8 shining lights within him. Mordo seemed surprised that Katarnit would give them such things, and confirmed it was really loot, while the rabbit siblings seemed sad because they wouldn't receive anything. Sunraku said that's just how it was, so he just apologized to the two, and told them that if they had a problem, they should bitch about it to Katarnit, not to him. Then, he said he hadn't seen half of them yet, so he asked what was written on top of them. Some of what he read were cancel close range attack and cancel melee attack, which suddenly gave him deja vu. Mordo said those were the traits of the blockers they had defeated, and Akane said he was right. Mordo added that when Katarnit changed form, hadn't his 4 lower legs been cut off, and he bets there really were 8 grails. Sunraku asked if they had gone there without defeating the blockers, would Katarnit have used the grails to remove melee, close range, long range, and magic attacks? Akane said it was good they defeated the blockers first, and Sunraku agreed, saying if they hadn't defeated them, it probably would have been a total pain in the ass. Sunraku wondered if they could only pick one out of the 8 choices, while struggling to choose which one. Meanwhile, Rust had already made her choice, which surprised Sunraku because of how quick she was. Then, Rust immediately asked him about the mechs while he was choosing his grail. He said he was attracted to the invert stats grail because it would give more potential variety in battle, but it would also be hard to beat the invert damage grail, so he would choose one of the two, but the question was which one. Besides that, wasn't it super stingy to only get one? So he thought to himself that after all that lofty talk, Katarnit was such a damn miser, and given his attitude, he might even take back the grail if he complained. and he wondered if they were meant to do this multiple times. Sunraku was having trouble choosing a grail, while Rei easily chose the gender inversion grail because she said it was the only way to go. As for Akane, she was also thinking about which grail to choose, and she called out to Katarnid. Sunraku was puzzled by what Akane was going to do, as she asked Katarnid if it would be okay to take 3 grails instead of 1. This was followed by an awkward silence, and Sunraku asked what she was doing. Katarnid thought about his answer, and Akane said if 3 was too greedy, 2 would be fine. At that moment, Sunraku stopped her, asking how she could act like that with someone she had just fought against, saying she was as insensitive as carbon fiber. Then, he whispered to Akane that he wasn't even sure if Katarnid had human emotions, but Akane reasoned that they could talk to Katarnid, so they should try it. Sunraku explained that being greedy wouldn't help them, because it was like in old fables, where being more modest often paid off in the end. So Akane asked if he really thought that was the case. Sunraku answered that they were talking about a boss who thought of himself as a god, and who was laughing at them while they were panicking. He was about to say something about what Katarnid would do if they made more demands, but he didn't finish because Katarnid said he would give Akane 2 grails. This surprised both Sunraku and Akane, and Katarnid repeated that he would give 2 grails. Akane was overjoyed and thanked him, while Sunraku couldn't believe he was okay with that, and asked if this applied to them too. Sunraku thought this was basically a double reward, and he couldn't believe Akane had managed to do that, saying she had luck that surpassed her gaming skills, since she hit Katarnid's forehead jewel earlier as well. He said Akane was the one he feared most at that moment, while Imol was throwing a tantrum because she wanted a grail too, and she was begging Katarnid for one. Katarnid didn't answer her, which seemed to annoy her more because he was ignoring her, while Sunraku was choosing his 2 grails, one being the stat inversion grail, and the second being the damage inversion grail. However, he seemed thoughtful, saying if he had chosen 1 more grail, it could be a lot more fun. In the next scene, they showed us the grails chosen by Sunraku's companions. For Rei, it was gender inversion and damage inversion, while for Rust it was color inversion and close range cancel, and melee cancel and damage inversion for Mordo. For Akane, she chose gender inversion and damage inversion, while Araba chose melee cancel and close range cancel, and Stu chose color inversion and damage inversion. On the other hand, Imol was taking out her anger on various things, like Sunraku's helmet, which she said was in the way, because she wouldn't get a grail, so Sunraku asked why she was so moody. However, he agreed with Imol that it was in the way, because when wearing it, windows would always pop up, and it was kind of a pain. He said now that the battle was over, he would put it away along with Siryu, which surprised Rust. Because of this, Rust got angry at Sunraku because she was still looking at the non-standard tactical dragon, but Sunraku answered that he couldn't waste its batteries. Akane asked if those were all the rewards, and Sunraku answered that he got a lot from Weathermon, including a title. At that moment, he seemed to notice something, and said that the abyssal time was still running, and asked wasn't there supposed to be a message when they defeated a unique monster, because he hadn't seen one. No, said Rei, and Mordo asked how they could leave Reluiath. Katarnid twitched, which made Rei wonder, and it seemed Katarnid was annoyed by the damned ghosts of the Origins. Mordo wondered what he meant, and Rei seemed to notice something. Imol seemed to notice it too, and called out to Sunraku, saying this didn't look like an event where they could just sit back and watch. What they were all referring to were the ghosts that were emerging from the buildings in the arena. A shocked Stude asked what those things emerging were, saying they were being surrounded by them from all sides. Araba was stunned, asking wasn't this battle supposed to be over? The unexpected events continued, and Rei mentioned that the place was being consumed by blue-colored waves, so she asked if this was the blue mentioned in what they had read. Sunraku answered that he was pretty sure they knew what this blue was, the unknown thing that nearly destroyed the land of Reluia, the crazed horde of blue they had read about. Akane said it was getting closer and closer to them, so she tried using Dragon Breath to push it away. She succeeded at first, but the blue quickly approached them again. Akane was frustrated because her plan didn't work, and Rei said it was something they weren't meant to defeat. According to Mordo, this gimmick was built into the arena map, and Sunraku said this was the classic post-boss trope, like, it's collapsing, you gotta get out. Whatever they did, he said they shouldn't touch the blue because according to the book, it would be bad for them. Mordo agreed with him, but asked what they would do since it had surrounded all the outer walls. Sunraku seemed to be panicking because the blue was corrupting the area around them to prevent their escape, and Rust told him to bring out the mech and fly them all out of there. However, Sunraku answered that he couldn't take them all at once, and besides, its battery was out of charge. He added that he thought the blue should have been banished for good, so he asked Katarnid what's the deal with it. For that matter, he asked what the unique monster meant when he called them ghosts of origins. Katarnid answered his question, saying that soon, that place would sink into the deep once more, and danger was near them. He added that they shouldn't forget their dreams, but Sunraku didn't like his answer because he hadn't actually answered his question, though Sunraku suddenly had a realization about the line, sink into the deep. At that moment, Ray heard the sound of bubbling from behind them, coming from the hole in the center of the arena. The liquid in that hole seemed to be decreasing, and Sunraku suddenly thought of the hole as their exit. Then Katarnid told them to go, which surprised Sunraku, confirming if the unique monster wanted them to escape through that hole. Mordo had the same reaction, asking if they would jump inside the hole, and Rust answered that she couldn't see any other escape route. Katarnid said the journey would continue for them, who lived in that world, and while he was saying this, Sunraku's group was running towards the hole. Stude asked if this was real, and Araba answered that they should at least go to the hole. On the other hand, Sikru was telling Akane that if they dawdle, they would be devoured by the blue, and Akane said they should go. Katarnid spoke again, telling them they needed to track down and find Bahamut. Sunraku seemed to have a realization at that moment, while Ray wondered who Bahamut was. Sunraku think backed on their battle with Weatherman, remembering it was the same task Setsuna of the bygone days gave before. Katarnid said it was being passed down to the people, and it was up to them to resist and fight the blue. On the other hand, Akane and Sikru had reached the hole, and the latter said the blue was getting closer to them, so the former was worried. Akane said there was no time to waver on it, and there was liquid at the bottom so the fall wouldn't kill them. She added that she and Sikru should go in, and Sikru answered that he will always by Akane's side. According to Rust, they had no other choice so they should move, and she dragged Mordo into the hole. Following them were Araba and Stude, and Araba told Stude to just hold on. They were all screaming as they fell, and meanwhile, Sunraku, Imol, and Ray were still running, while Imol was telling Sunraku that they were the only ones left, so he told Ray they should follow the others. Ray agreed with him, and Katarnid seemed to speak again, which made Ray wonder and stop running. Sunraku was surprised by his companion's stop, so he told her she needed to hurry because that place wouldn't hold for long. Ray said she knew that, so she apologized right away, but asked if Sunraku was sure that entering that hole was the right choice. According to Sunraku, he was pretty sure it was the right choice, and they jumped into the hole while the blue was close behind them. After that, they were in the water, and Araba mentioned it was good that the two had followed them. Stude asked how they could talk in the water, and Sunraku answered that they could talk and move fine since they arrived in that place, and now, everything had returned to the state before the battle began. Mordo said now that they were all there and falling fast. Were they still in water at this point, or was it counted as falling? According to Araba, that's just how it felt to people at that time, but for a Pescorian like him, it was just like regular water. Mordo asked if these were more stupid inversions because his head was hurting from them. At that moment, they were all shocked because the blue had followed them there, and Sunraku told them not to resist the flow of the water because if the blue caught them, it would all be over. On the other hand, Akane was trying to figure out what was in front of them and where this hole led. Sunraku asked if the arena where they fought Katarnid was inverted because the sky was above them in that battle. Then, he said Reluiath was back to before, and like Katarnid said, it was sinking into the depths. In other words, it had returned to its inverted state. So Imol asked where they were going. Sunraku said if Reluiath was inverted and they were falling, then there was only one place they could go. At that moment, they emerged from the hole, and Ray saw rocks, while Mordo pointed something above them and asked if that was the surface. He was about to say something about what that place was, but Sunraku cut him off, saying they had emerged on top of Reluiath. However, unexpectedly, the blue was still following them, and Imol mentioned this to everyone. So Sunraku was annoyed because it hadn't given up yet. Ray pointed something out to Sunraku in front of them, and Sunraku seemed alarmed by it, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was the 4 blockers they had fought, and like Sunraku, Mordo was also extremely shocked that they were alive again. Sunraku seemed worried because the blockers appeared all at once, and they had no capacity to fight them, and a mole said they had problems from both sides. However, to their surprise, they were ignored by them, which made Sunraku ask if they had a different target. The blockers simultaneously placed their hands in front of them, and they seemed to cast a barrier spell to stop the blue that was following Sunraku's group. Sunraku looked behind him because of what was happening, and he was surprised that the blockers were holding back the blue. They continued holding the barrier and gradually pushed the blue back into the hole. Soon, every corner of the barrier attached to Reluyith, and it looked like the blockers had completely overpowered the blue. That's exactly what happened, and the blockers succeeded in preventing the blue from escaping. At that moment, the blockers cast another spell to seal the barrier in Reluyith. On the other hand, Mordo looked completely shocked that the blockers had managed to seal off the blue, and Ray asked if this was their normal role. Sunraku said that was a question for the Tome of Truth, and either way, it was obvious the blockers were helping them, so he thanked them. A blocker heard him, and they all stuck their tongues out at him together. Sunraku was surprised by what they did and seemed offended, so he called them bastards, and a mole had the same reaction. Sunraku added that he took back his thanks, and said thanks for nothing. However, Mordo reasoned that it was because they had defeated the blockers. Then, Araba suddenly told Sunraku to look out, so he asked what was wrong. Araba said they were falling due to the effects of inversion, and according to Sunraku, he knew that, and they would just fall until they reached the water's surface. However, Araba answered that it wasn't like that, because the problem was that effect had a limited range, which left Sunraku dumbfounded. Araba explained that once they left the effect range, but before he could finish, Mordo and Sunraku immediately realized that everything would be normal beyond that point. In the next scene, they had reached the end of the effect range, so everything became normal for them. They could no longer speak like before, and Sunraku was getting annoyed. He tried to ask Akane if it was possible to die from suffocation in SLF, but she couldn't understand him because his speech wasn't clear since only bubbles came out when they tried. Sunraku thought they were still far from the surface, so he wondered if they could swim up in time. Then, he told Araba to use his fish powers to help them. Araba understood him, because he took Mordo, Stewed, and Rust, and said that just taking that many, it would be difficult to save them all. On the other hand, Sunraku thought that Katarnid really didn't rest until the end, so he said he hates the unique monsters so damn much. At that moment, something emerged from beneath Sunraku and the others, and it was the ghost ship they had fought before going to Reluyith. Sunraku was surprised by its appearance, and he realized that this was the ghost ship that had brought them to the city of Abyss. Katarnid's tentacle was pushing it, and Sunraku said that they were going to be given a ride out of Reluyith after all, and maybe the unique monster was actually kind to them. Then, he asked Araba to bring those he was carrying to the ship, and he told everyone to hold on to it. Katarnid pushed them upward, and Sunraku added that this was their ride, and they needed to keep up with it until they blast through to the surface. Blast through they did, and when they did that, notifications appeared in front of them, saying they had completed the bonus unique scenario, Behold the Abyss Above, as the world turns on its head. Because of this, Sunraku was overjoyed, because they had defeated Katarnid of the Abyss, one of the 7 colossi, and he said that the unique monster had been well and truly conquered. Sunraku wouldn't stop celebrating, and at that moment, he noticed that Katarnid was doing something with his tentacle. He made a heart shape and seemed to wave goodbye before finally leaving. After that, Sunraku calmed down, and he still couldn't process that Katarnid had made a heart shape before leaving, and a mole was asking what he meant. On the other hand, Mordo asked how they would get back to land, but at that moment, Stew's ship arrived, and his crew was calling him. They were overjoyed because at last, they had tracked down their captain. Stewed was extremely surprised that the Scarlet Whale was there, and the crew members were rushing to get their captain. Sunraku said, "Talk about a fast pickup service," but Sunraku suddenly realized something when he remembered that they saw the completion text. So now, a bell would ring, and it would announce to all SLF players at that time. This seemed new to Mordo, while Sunraku seemed used to it already. The announcer said that as of that moment, it was confirmed that the unique monster Katarnid of the Abyss had been defeated. The players who defeated it were Rust, Mordo, Akane Akitsu, Sunraku, and Saiger Zero, 5 in total. With the defeat of this unique monster, they were pleased to announce that the world story of Shangri-La Frontier will further advance. One of those listening to that announcement was Saiger 100, and she was extremely shocked by what she heard, and she seemed unable to believe what Ray had done.